to the Apex Legends Global Series EMEA Super Regional. We are in the shank of our group stage competition here on day 2. There are as many days before these days as there are after, and I can use words and things in that correct order, but guess what? It doesn't matter because these teams are heading towards the finals, but they've still got 2 more days of competition to get them there. Well, to get us there through our analyst desk, I'd like to please welcome the inoperable, the amazing, inoperable? That doesn't work either way. Guy, Blaze, Spencer, and of course, John Blue Mullen. Gentlemen, welcome to the desk. I'm so excited. I couldn't even find the words to introduce you.
Man, Kate, we are back for day number 2 of the group stages, and I'm hoping it's just as exciting as day number 1 was, and I'm pretty sure it will deliver. This time we got a different John on the desk, okay? We don't got John Fallout, but we do got John Blue, so a different flavor for you fans at home.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here to break things down. Obviously, it was on the cast for day 1. Some really great action both on our stream and on the influencer stream also. So going to be really awesome to take a look at a new group today and see what kind of action we're going to be getting out of those guys.
Absolutely. Speaking of action, let's talk about the prize pool action that is in the crosshairs of each and every one of these teams and players. That is a fairly hefty first place prize pool, gang. That is part of the overall $2.58 million prize pool. And this is what awaits that first place, second place, third place teams. Blaze, listen, let's be clear. If you get 20th, if you get to the finals, you're getting moolah.
You getting that money, folks. And this is split 3 different ways, okay? When it comes down to esports, Apex is where it's at. If you're going to make that cash, you guys better be out there competing, all right?
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about what this week looks like for us and for you, because we know you're going to want to stick around. So we are day 2 EMEA. This is June 3rd. If you haven't paid your rent yet, you should probably do that. At any rate, yes, this is day 2 of our EMEA. We're starting off strong in the BTS, 6 p.m. And tomorrow, we are going to focus on our North American region. Remember, we've got some incredible secondary influencer streams by the incomparable. That was the word I was going for earlier. DazBF, he is holding it down throughout this week. Nice wig on the North American side, of course. And this goes all the way through Sunday, June 6th, gang. We got 3 days of competition for EMEA Super Regionals, 3 days of Super Regionals, 3 days of competition for North America. And from those 3 days, we will find the teams that will make their way. They will punch their ticket towards that final and potentially the lion's share of that $2.5 million prize pool. I mean, Guy, I got to ask, we saw from day 1 of our EMEA some significant comp changes because there's a lot of storylines going around here. Team comps have to be one of them. The addition of Valkyrie. What are you looking forward to from the team comps perspective, and what do you expect to see throughout competition perspective, and what do you expect to see throughout competition today? Are we going to see some changes? What are we going to see?
You know what? As far as team comps go, I'm not sure how many changes we're going to see. So in day number 1, we pretty much just seen, I want to say 7 champions in rotation. We had the Wraith, the Octane, and the Valkyrie for mobility. We had the Gibby there for support and defense. We had Caustic a few games, as well as Bloodhound and Crypto. I do think that Gibby is still going to be a staple. I think Crypto is going to be super valuable in multiple different scenarios. But the one tried and true team comp that we've seen so far that has been working out has been the Bloodhound, the Gibby, and the Wraith. So I know we're definitely going to see that one. But Blue, I passed the question on to you. Do you think we see any shakeups or any more numbers that may even go towards that Valkyrie?
I know we were hearing from, I believe it was Onset that mentioned we actually have a Revenant squad that's going to be playing today in Group C, so we should be able to see at least one squad be bringing that out into play. We still have, of course, like the ever-evolving situation going on with Valkyrie as well, where teams are still trying to figure out if she really works in this scenario or not. I'm personally of the opinion that it's not necessarily going too well right now for a lot of these teams. It's very hit or miss, specifically on the use of her ultimate at the moment. So I think we started to see a few teams shift away from her, but we definitely still have a couple out there toying around with the concept of her as well. As obviously we're still in the group stage, there's still a couple games where teams are able to play around with their compositions a little bit here.
Yeah, and I will say yesterday's competition in NA definitely saw some mixed results with that ult for sure. Well, let's talk about how you're going to see today's competition unfold, because it's a little bit different if you've been watching some of our ALGS circuits. And to break it all down, we've got a nice explainer video. Take a look.
The Apex Legends Global Series Championship has finally arrived. Before the chaos begins, we wanted to take a moment to explain the championship format and how teams earn their placement. The ALGS Championship takes place in 2 stages, the group stage and the championship finals. 40 teams, ranked by their ALGS points, will be entered into 4 separate groups, with teams 1 through 4 being distributed across the top spot in the groups, and the following teams winding back and forth in the columns, until everyone is in place and ready to start the group stage. As the group stage begins, the 4 groups will shuffle daily for 3 days, playing 6 match sets each day. At the end of 3 days of play and 18 matches, the top team in each group will qualify to be the first teams to make it into the championship finals. The following 16 spots will be filled, regardless of group, according to points earned in the group stage. At this point, the remaining teams are officially eliminated. These final 20 teams are seeded by their group stage point scores. The top 10 teams receive a bonus of qualifying match points to begin the finals with, depending on their placement. The top seeded team receiving 10 points, the second receiving 9, and so on. Teams 1 through 11 begin the finals with 0 points. It's been a long road to the championship, but it's time to find out which teams are going to surprise us. Who will pull out those devious, notorious rat strats? Who is going to outshoot, outthink, and outplay their rivals? Who's pushing with R99s and PKs? And who's sitting back with a bow? Ready up and settle in. Welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Championships.
And that is the way we do that. A great format, one that I think is going to be really awesome, not just for us as fans and our community, but also for the players, is what it seems. So we'll see how that all unfolds in day 2 here today for our EMEA region. Let's take a look at day 2 because, of course, we're going to be looking at 4 different groups. 2 days ago, I'm getting my things figured out. John, you casted day 1 of our EMEA group stages. Which teams from our Group A, had your heart, and which teams broke your heart?
I mean, as you can see there, it's a lot of the ones standing out at the top. New esports and flavor of the month coming into this tournament with an incredibly consistent performance. New esports specifically really impressing on both that front and the kill department as well. 4Gang as well able to show up there and really surprise us also with a solid 3rd place finish coming out of day 1.
And
Blaze, I was going to say, Blaze, you've been talking about these groups for a couple days now. My goodness.
Yeah, man. So like John said, we in day number 1, we got Group A and we got Group B, and a lot of those points went to some of the teams in Group A. But over here, La Cite de France and Totem Esports did come out with victories in day number 1, and that's why we saw them leading the top.
And it's interesting also, I'm going to ask you guys about Group C here. This is one of those that is definitely, less points. Less points. How is that going to figure into anything?
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that, when it comes down to the margins of it all, Group C had the worst day out of all groups in day number 1. Group D, the group of death, as John called it, just absolutely outperformed them. And so Group C, man, by the top player in that group being at that 39-point margin, unrated, they need to hold on to that because every single squad there over these next 2 days is going to be gunning them for that top spot, because if you don't get the top spot in Group C, it may not work out for you in making it to the championships.
And that is a great segue to our overall leaderboard. Now take a look here. You'll see these are the top teams in their respective groups by points. That is fascinating. Blaze, having underrated over there, as you just mentioned, my goodness, right here, this is, if you can get to the top of Group C there, as underrated has, they're going to punch their ticket to the finals automatically.
Correct, yeah, and you see Top Dogs right below them, the second-ranked team in that group. But if they don't perform well, man, the points from Group D, Group A, Group B can just outshine them the way that this format works. Don't you agree, Blue?
Yeah, that's the kind of dangerous part right now. If Underrated is just going to play for the top of their group and not necessarily to remain hyper competitive inside the overall top 20, is if one single team passes them and they're not otherwise able to remain in the top contenders here, they will still find themselves eliminated. So all the teams in Group C are in a very delicate position right now. You can see here on our second page as well, a lot of the front runners are teams you would expect to be front running here. Navi, and at least in my opinion, Maestro as well. They're really leaning towards the bottom of the pack right now, and I'm curious to see if we're going to have any rebounds from either of those squads here in day 2.
Absolutely. One of the squads that we haven't been able to see much of, but have definitely talked about a fair bit, has got to be ATK. One of the few South African teams really pulling for their country, their countrymen, their pride here on the line. And actually, we caught up with the entire team a little bit earlier to find out what their thoughts are coming into this competition. Take a look.
My name is Matthew Rees,
Chalk, Skull Craig,
Brandon Lee, otherwise known as Chambi.
the striker,
why so friendly in game,
and I play for ATK.
80k.
8K Arena.
It's a really good feeling to be part of the championship.
We're quite ecstatic that we've been able to make it to such a big tournament.
Our team comes from South Africa and we play at like 200 ping, so it means quite a lot for us.
We had a bit of a rough start in our circuit, but we managed to pull through in the very end.
I had a rough time with the bow check in the beginning because I felt like I just kept dying to that.
But we are pushing to make it better.
Our mindset before the tournament's usually like we just listen to music, you know, we chill out, we usually have a little team talk.
I don't want anything like in the background of my mind to be like obstructing me from doing my best.
To show the world what we have as South Africans and to make our home country proud.
I think by far my favorite memory from the LGS season must be the BJL game we played in December, where we won the last game and ended up winning the entire tournament.
That was huge for us, being one of the only South African teams to be playing on like against the best teams in Europe.
I have to say the most strongest team in the region right now is definitely in SC.
A bit scary for me sometimes, they're all very good.
They are an actual insane team, but with them I would also say it's probably Gambit.
My expectations for the championship would be that we at least make it into the finals.
It's going to be tough. All the best teams in the world competing. Going to be no time for slacking. It's going to be one hell of a competition. Grand champion of EMEA. I mean, it would be probably a lifetime achievement for myself.
I don't even know how to explain how I would feel. I'd be so happy. I think it would mean a lot for our team to...
When we started the team in ATK, we will always say like one day our goal is to be on stage, to be able to pick up a trophy as a team.
My teammates are pretty much my brothers in the gaming world, and we have each other's back in our toughest moments. Chambi is the more aggressive player, and then me and Friendly are more the supportive and defensive players.
I couldn't ask for better teammates.
We would really like it if all of our fans from ATK's side, as well as our family and friends, would watch us and support us play. It means the world to us.
I don't think if we had as much support as we do, we would have done as well as we did.
Come join ATK Esports in the championships.
Let's get to win, boys.
Okay, let's get it done.
ATK win.
ATK, ladies and gentlemen. I feel at some point, by the way, gents, we're going to have to try that, like, hand thing between the three of us at some point.
It's like dangerous. Hold on, which? Oh no, that's wait.
You know what? We're everywhere, gang. There's a lot. At any rate, it's definitely also, we like to thank ATK for bringing that to us, you know, for really showcasing, you know, what they're going for. They're going for country. They've got a lot on the line, of course, not just the prize pool, not just guts and glory, but, you know, some great country pride there. And, you know, it's also, we were talking about it off camera here, was also, you know, kind of a testament to the fact of how really difficult some of these groups are as opposed to others. And listen, ATK, unfortunately, they're at the bottom of our leaderboard. And it's because they've come up against a lot of really crazy teams in their first matches. Blue, I mean, at this point, it's like, you know, we're going to be looking here at our face-off for our groups A and C today. But my goodness, Group A, quite something.
Yeah, I mean, Group A in and of itself has Flavor of the Month, Gambit. That's just two of the teams. There's quite a few other contenders inside of that group as well. And it's really showing you how tough the competition is. ATK, unfortunately, been struggling quite a bit as they were only able to negotiate themselves a single kill over the course of the first day's games there. So they're going to be looking to step it up, as I'm sure most of Group C is going to be looking as well. They also had a rough first day because similarly, we have some really, really tough competition in Group D, and they were largely dominating their first day run.
And you know what that tells me is that this is ATK's perfect opportunity to get some points. With Group C having the day that they did, ATK needs to really the Brotherhood needs to come together. And you saw the video; they talked about all the support they had. They need it now more than ever. So if you guys are ATK fans, make sure you blowing it up. ATK fans, make sure you blowing it up in the chat for them. Give them your support. Tweet at them because today they are in the trenches and they got to dig their way out. And it's no better day than day 2.
You are absolutely right, Blaze, for sure. And you're looking at our day 2. The series you're going to be looking at here, Group A and C, are the competition that you'll see on this stream. Of course, our sister stream, .bf, is holding down, and that's going to be Group B and D. Gents, I mean, you see names like Navi, Flying Camels, Major Pushers Alliance, all of these names, and Major Pushers Alliance, all of these names, and including that Group D. Is Group D still that group of death there, Blaze?
I think it most definitely is, man. You know, we saw 789, T-Rex, Fire Beavers even come out victorious in a game. Those 3 squads were very consistent. But, you know, when it comes down to Quailix, Scars, Europe, and Alliance, all those squads at the top, man, they were turning up all day long, fragging out. A lot of those guys are on the top when it comes down to our kills and damage leaderboards for day number 1.
There we are there. Now, for our mainstream here that we'll be showcasing, as we mentioned, Group A and C. It was a hard decision, I know, but gents, you put together your 5 teams to watch. Walk me through these teams and why we're keeping our eyes on them today.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take point here, as obviously we've got some pretty straightforward ones here for our first 3 between Flavor of the Month, Gambit, and New Esports. Specifically between New Esports and Flavor of the Month, they've been the most dominant teams in their respective groups, and as far as what you're going to be seeing here on the stream today. Specifically for New Esports, they have been absolutely tearing it up in the kill department as well. Specifically, their current lead player, Tyler, is leading in the kills per match statistic at 3.5, which is up, at least based on my own calculations, by 75% compared to the next player inside of their group. So in terms of lethality, there's not really a lot of teams inside of this matchup that's going to attest against New Esports. Some similar teams here. We've got Gambit as well, who had an unfortunate run in day number 1, getting knocked out 20th in 2 of the games. One of them I know for a fact was due to a very unfortunate rotation and them getting caught in the open. Did not catch the second one, so I'm a little more unfamiliar with how they ended up going down there. But yeah, they're definitely going to be looking to bump themselves up here going into day 2's matchups. Underrated, we talked a little bit about them before as well, due to the fact that they're currently at the top of Group C, and if they're looking to play into that strategy, they only need to outpace the rest of their group.
No pressure.
None.
It's super easy to do. I will say that's an interesting storyline for sure. Rotations. What are we thinking? I mean, it's like me asking, can you predict the weather tomorrow? But you know, in terms of rotations, what are we expecting for you know, today's competition? At this point, I mean, teams have had to really find their way through some less than ideal rotates.
Yeah, they most definitely have. And in day number 1, we saw multiple different heals across the map. You know, we had some down low, you know, at Overrun. We had Train Station. We had No Name. You know, we had Lava City as well. So a lot of crazy rotations. In some of those matches, the Valkyrie really came clutch and repositioning and taking some power points on the map there. But we'll see if it works out, because if the Valkyrie is played, you know, you don't want to rely on how that circle's pulling for you to really get the most out of that ultimate there. And yeah, man, I'm excited to see the heals for the day. I hope we get just as much variety as we had in day number 1.
Absolutely, variety, the spice of life. No way to segue into this one, but hey, listen, something else that's spicy. Again, we'll see. Either way, you can enter. We've got a great giveaway coming up. Thanks to Lenovo, the official PC and monitor here for the ALGS. They've actually given away your chance to win a free monitor from Lenovo. Simply head over to twitter.com/Lenovo Legion. Blaze, I don't think you can win. I'm so sorry to say, but there it is. I know. Hang your head in shame. That's the way. Twitter.com/Lenovo Legion to enter for your chance to win a free monitor from Lenovo. Listen, we use them. We love them. That's how we come from our home straight into yours.
That's how we hit shots when we play rank too. Okay, you better make sure you got that high frame rate.
See, there it is. That's an endorsement from Guy Blaze Spencer, like I've never heard for sure. Okay, so at this point, gents, we're going to be looking into going into our first game. Last looks, last mentions. Blue, I'll start with you.
Yeah, no, I'm just really excited to see these games get started. We had some really interesting, specifically rotation play coming into yesterday's games, or excuse me, day one's games, when we had A versus B facing off against each other. So I'm curious to see if that like third to fourth circle area is going to be as brutal as it's been in the day one matches, where we're seeing a lot of the Titans get knocked out because they're just not prepared for teams to be making the rotates so quickly.
And then for me, I'm looking at the underdogs. So as Blue talked about these Titans and getting knocked off these rotations, these underdogs need to come out and have a fantastic day against this difficult Group A. And with the performance of Group C, we know we got 8 teams there that are going to be ready to play. And also ATK, we saw the hero series, the hero piece on those guys as well. They got a lot of work to the hero piece on those guys as well. They got a lot of work to get done, and now is the best time than ever. So I'm looking at ATK, top dogs, and underrated, and to see how they're going to be playing. I'm going to see some consistency there.
Some dare to be great scenarios, to be sure. Well, you have been talking here for our Apex community. We want to see and check in with what you've been saying on our socials, and this is what we got. I asked my bunny what he wanted to do, and I think the answer was clear. Oh, what a little nugget! Oh, that's adorable. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for saying. Watch ALGS. Yep, there it is. Off to do it. That's nice. I love that. Excellent. Let's take. This is great. I love it when. Listen, I love. It's
just the cutest bunny I've ever seen in my life. Like I've never been inspired to have a pet bunny, but I kind of am. I kind of am now.
XE. That's exactly. I love it. Yes, it's go time. ALGS day again. Boy, I feel that one from. I feel that Rampart gift. I feel that.
I can hear Rampart's laugh in my head right now.
I mean, it's infectious, to be sure. And hey, if you want to keep up with this infectious feed that we've got, go ahead and follow us at Play Apex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS. We may even feature you on this very show because we love featuring you. You guys are the best. And also, we're on Twitch. You might be watching us from there now, in which case, kudos! Twitch.tv/PlayApex. You may also be watching us from YouTube, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. Wherever you're watching, wherever you are, we really appreciate everything you do. Now, it's about time we kick off this scary lobby with our casters, but first, take a look at this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hello, everybody, and welcome for the very first time to the caster's desk for day 2 of the EMEA Championships of ALGS Championships. Fallout here, joined alongside the one and only Glitter Explosion. Had to do it, GX. I'm sorry. Had to hit you with the Glitter Explosion. On board now, getting ready for day number 2. Glitter Explosion, how you feeling today?
I'm really excited today, actually. I think that the matchup that we have between our two groups today might be one of the most aggressive that we're going to see throughout all of groups, especially when we take into consideration just how high on the overall leaderboards the top teams from both of these groups are points-wise. So I'm so pumped.
Yeah, that's a great point. You saw Flavor of the Month yesterday with their team comp playing Bloodhound. Very, very aggressive in their play, and I think we'll see the same thing coming through from some of our teams in Group C, who honestly kind of need to play aggressive at this point, right, GX? I mean, they're a little bit behind in the standings compared to some of the other teams that really performed well yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've, all of our teams, right? They've had a day off to kind of reconsider anything that they might have wanted to work on from day one if they had plays that went poorly, or, like we heard some of the analysts talking about possibility of maybe changing up some comps here and there, seeing how they're going to play out. But generally, they've had enough time to reassess whatever they needed to. So any of those teams in Group C should be able to at least pick it up a little bit here. And I'm expecting them to do so because of who they're going up against. Like I was saying, I mean, like Group A, there are some scary teams in there.
Yeah, that's a great point. We've talked about Group D being kind of the group of death, but Group A is trying to prove otherwise. I mean, New Esports, the overall leader in the standings with 90-plus points yesterday. Really the shock, the surprise of the tournament so far with how well they've been performing. But, post-kill, a Portuguese sensation, this entire squad. Tyler from the UK playing out of his mind. You honestly would expect them to play as well as they are. 92 points in first place by a long shot, right ahead of Flavor of the Month in second place with 76 points. Scars, well, Aqualix, T-Rex, Kick, they're all in our different groups. We won't be seeing them today, but these are the overall standings. And the top 2 teams right there, GX, we're going to be watching today.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Look, you've got Flavor of the Month in second place, and they're still just 1 point above Scars, who is that top team from Group D. I mean, Group A just put in work yesterday, but obviously they're now going up against different teams, and that's going to be the same across the board for all of our groups. Will that change up throw any of these teams off? Will they have to make adjustments because of it? I mean, I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, and you saw all the way in 12th place was our first team in Group C. So again, Group C quite a bit behind, and this is a long haul race. Every single day counts as you see these teams in 21st through 40th. Also, we'll keep a close eye on them because you don't want to fall too far behind. It's cumulative points that are going to qualify. And for those that are watching and maybe curious, how is the format going to work? We've talked about group stages. We've talked about a few things. Well, we have group stages, 4 different groups that will all play against each other in a round-robin format. Points are accumulated throughout every single match, every single day. The top team from each of the 4 groups will qualify. That'll be our first 4 teams to qualify. And then the 16 top teams in overall standings will qualify after that. That's important because we can have one group, Group A might be a good example of that will qualify if 7 or 8 or 9 of them continue to perform as well as they have. We can only have 1 or 2 teams from Group C or certain groups qualify as well, Glitter Explosion.
Yeah, and you could see there on those overall standings as well. Right now, after day 1, the number to qualify was going to be 27, right? But did you notice just how many teams were at 27? So I expect all of these squads to be battling it out, to be fighting tooth and nail, to be getting into those top 20 positions to solidify their spot in finals. And that's why I think today might get even a little bit crazier.
That's right. 27 is the magic number right now. Of course, we'll go up and up every single day. And then if you're new to watching ALGS, we'll also explain the points and scoring for each match and each day. Each day will feature a 6-game series for each team. And in each game of the 6-game series, you get awarded 12 points for first place and 1 point per kill. So if you get 20 kills, or actually our record so far is 17 kills and first place, that's 29 points that goes towards your overall score in the leaderboards of these group stages. 9 points for second place, 7 points for third, 5 for fourth, and so on and so forth, all the way to 15th place, who gets awarded with 1 placement point plus 1 point for every single kill that they get. You love this format, Glitter Explosion, because it helps allow for multiple play styles. Talk to me about the different play styles that we saw yesterday and that we tend to see in Apex Legends.
100%. So, I mean, obviously, one of my favorite playstyles is the ones that kind of make sure that they're utilizing both sides of that scoring table, right? I mean, we saw New Esports. They had a 17-kill game that was a second-place finish. That's a lot of points. I mean, even Flavor of the Month had a 15-kill game, I believe, with the win. So those types of games where you're able to make sure you're getting a lot of KP while also being really, really solid in your placements, those are the types of games that are keeping our teams at the very top. Now, we did see some of our teams playing more passively, rotating on the outside of the zone, and we even saw a few moments where we did have those rat players able to also nail down some more placement points for their teams when they had to, right? When they were kind of backed into that corner and absolutely needed to. Flavor of the Month, once again, specifically being one of the teams that we saw do that. I mean, there are a load of different ways you could kind of approach the situation. We heard Blue talking about how a lot of the teams are waiting until zone 3-4, and that's when everything kind of starts to get a little bit crazy, because there have been those one-off teams that get caught out on those rotations, and that is always unlucky when you're going out in 16th to 20th, less than ideal in this situation. But after last play day, I'm hoping that we see a lot more of that aggression.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, playing both sides of that scoreboard, right? Some teams like to play very placement focused, like to early rotate, find a position, and post up. If you're playing especially a Caustic team composition or a Crypto, where you can obviously use that recon or use Caustic's defensive abilities. Or you have some teams that like to play on the other side of that scoreboard, like Glitter said, for high kills. That's typically Bloodhound team compositions that play a lot faster, a lot more in your face. Teams like Flavor of the Month tend to play on the outskirts of the ring, and they tend to just hunt with Bloodhound, no pun intended there, for as many kills as they possibly can, as racking up kills and securing placement points obviously is a great recipe for success. But a lot of teams kind of play one way or the other. I think you're spot on there. And we saw World's Edge yesterday on display. We saw a variety of things, some crazy plays throughout. We saw a triple kill come through from post kill on Caustic. Absolutely disgusting things here. What are you looking forward to most today, Glitter Explosion, in terms of any legends or weapons or things that we're going to see on display?
I think the analyst desk had spoken about it a little bit too, but we do have one team in Underrated, I believe, who's going to be bringing in the Revenant. We have yet to see that, so I want to see how that changes things up at all. If it does, it might not, because we're still seeing a lot of, those typical comps that we're used to seeing out of competitive Apex Legends. We are still going to be seeing the use of Valkyrie. I think teams have yet to fully nail down how solid they feel with her utility. We've seen a couple times where her ult is the one thing that saves people, getting out of a pinch situation, getting a solid rotate in and putting them in a better position for the next zone. But then we've also seen the flip side of that, where sometimes that is like the final nail in the coffin for some of those teams. So it's about timing and figuring out the best place to use it. But then, also sometimes you just can't control how many squads are in an area at once. But for me, it's probably going to be seeing how, if at all, Revenant changes up, and if people have figured out a better way to utilize Valkyrie.
Yep, I love it. I'm excited to see Underrated featuring Revenant. They're number one in their group right now. They're currently on top of the pack, but they're in 12th place in the overall standing, so they'll want to maintain that lead if they can. They love to play very, very aggressive controller player on that squad in, I believe, Horizon. So excited to see what Underrated can do with that Revenant team comp. And then I think you hit the nail on the head as well with Valkyrie, right? It seems like it's almost hit or miss. It's almost like a little bit of a gamble with that Valkyrie ult. Sometimes it obviously works great to get great positioning, but sometimes you think you're going to be well positioned off the drop, and you end up getting caught out by a team because obviously you're kind of like a flying duck, very, very visible. And it's been kind of hit or miss so far. So I think you're right. Teams are slowly but surely starting to get used to how to use Valkyrie in best situations.
Yeah, and I feel like it's also going to be really, really solid for another legend that's super solid for a lot of teams that we've seen was a really large amount of Crypto for our EMEA region that was just decimating some of those squads. I mean, obviously, the EMP kind of negating the utility of Gibby, obviously, right, taking out that bubble, and then also people's shields are always in trouble when it comes to that situation. And we saw that play out in so many final zones and so many end game situations that I'm excited to see more of that.
Yeah, it's a great point. We actually had a chance to talk with Chef Pontus, the coach and general manager of the Alliance squad, and he talked about Crypto being kind of their kryptonite as a team, not necessarily something they're necessarily scared of, but they're still kind of figuring out how to play against this Crypto meta in EMEA. It seems to be a little bit more popular. A lot of teams playing Crypto for that late game EMP, and of course for mobile respawns and mobile scanning of beacons, so you understand where the next zones are going to be for the recon that comes with Crypto. But that's typical of what we're going to see. We're all wondering in the chat, what legends, what compositions are we going to see? Well, most teams in EMEA tend to run kind of the cookie cutter, one high mobility type of legend like a Wraith, one recon legend like a Crypto, a Bloodhound who can scan beacons, or a Valkyrie, and then one defensive legend like a Gibraltar, who of course every single team I think we'll see today is going to be running a Gibraltar. Really, really important for Dome Shields, really, really important for that defense.
I think we're actually, on top of that, we might even see a few, maybe just 1 or 2 caustics here and there, which should potentially change things up a little bit as well, seeing how they're able to utilize his gas there in that final zone when you combine all of the other tactical abilities that are canceling each other out. I mean, this is going to be a little bit hectic.
Yeah, that's a great point. New Esports, our overall leader of the pack, they run Caustic, so we'll see a decent amount of Caustic as well. As we take a look at the map here, and the dropship obviously flying across. Game number 1 is here. Long overdue. Appreciate y'all, everyone's patience as we loaded into game number 1. But this, keeping an eye on this map, this is really important because one other key talking point is every single day, as different groups are playing against each other, there's different locations that might be contested that weren't contested the day before. People might not necessarily have that intel. We'll see 2 teams drop right now in Skyhook. One of them is going to be Solo Q Goats. The other one's going to be Legit Lolly coming from the UK, who had a pretty solid showing yesterday. I was really impressed by their squad. And we see a couple other teams. Flavor of the Month really gaining the southeast side of the map relatively uncontested as we have a split drop from Faizu and co. and Sadaima, the CIS squad over in Dome.
I mean, you were talking about all those teams that landed in Skyhook, and look where that zone is pulling. I mean, starting off the day with a pretty northwest heavy zone, so that's going to favor them very, very nicely if they're able to kind of get themselves looted up well and find a solid place to hold. We can even see there that the second zone is going to continue a little bit farther to the west from there, but we're going to do a quick, we've got some words here with Shiv, I believe, FPS, so let's take a quick listen.
It's just crazy to have qualified for championship and stuff. I mean, we've been grinding quite recently as a team. It's just amazing to be able to play with some of the best players in EU or EMEA. To be able to prove yourself and be able to compete at the highest level against the best of the best. I just love the high competition, the high level. If I won the ALGS championship, it'd be amazing. I mean, the first people I'd call would be my family, my brother, my parents. They'd be the first ones to know. It'd be amazing. 100% would be insane.
I loved that listen in and perspective with Shiv. He says it's an honor to be competing. I will say we are lucky that Shiv does compete, you know, at the level. Obviously, the content creator doesn't necessarily have to be. He just has a love for the game, a love for competition, and we are very, very lucky. People don't necessarily, you know, Shiv is kind of a troll, makes a lot of jokes, memes a lot, but people don't realize his approach, his demeanor, his maturity level is a lot higher than I think people realize. I got a lot of respect for Shiv and a lot of love for Shiv, and obviously his role in ET plays in the community.
I mean, that was so sweet, saying that the first thing he'd do is let his family know as well, as we are watching them in the trials area, making sure they're getting all that extra loot, which is going to be beneficial for them here early on. They're going to be pretty solid rotating away from them. Checking in with New Esports, though, obviously our leader from Group A, but generally our leader overall with some of the most insane point totals that we have seen yet. I mean, I don't even think NA was able to match those point totals here at Fallout. So this is just a strong, strong team.
Yeah, that's right. They were dropping, I believe, staging yesterday, exact same spot the NRG dropped. So perhaps that's the secret. Both teams that dropped staging on top of their respective leaderboards. Coincidence? I think not, but New Esports very well positioned here.
I think you've discovered the secret here, John. I think that might be the God spot. So, I mean, don't let anybody else here, because New Esports definitely wants to hold on to this lead. See a team crossing across in front of them. Tyler's going to see if he can maybe get some damage on. EMP's coming out as well and landing some solid shots. Probably not going to push that because, like we said, teams want to play a little bit safer here, especially early on. They're allowing them to make that rotation through, but we'll at least know to expect a team in the general area.
Yep, nice stand corrected. New Esports drops countdown right above north of staging, but nonetheless, yeah, it's a good location, great place to be. That'll be interesting when they go up against T-Rex in Group D, because T-Rex also likes to drop countdown. Meanwhile, we do see some Valkyrie action here. Third Impact, a squad that, again, has been doing it for a long time, one of the longest lasting teams and most consistent teams throughout the history of ALGS, formerly known as Third Impact Black. They've been competing for quite some time, but didn't necessarily have the start they would have wanted yesterday. They're going to look to bounce back here in day number 2. Third Impact currently sitting in 20th, which to their standards, they expect to be that top 5, top 10. So they're right on the fringe right now.
Also, did you notice that they're running a Loba right now?
I did not see that. Am I blind?
Yeah, I think this is the first time that we've seen a
goodness.
Loba.
Indeed it is.
That is definitely different.
All right, you love to see it. Loba on display for the first time in the ALGS. Third Impact shaking up the meta quite a bit here. Yeah, you're right, Glitter. We've never seen a Loba played in ALGS or in competitive Apex. That's quite the change up here.
Yeah, I mean, I think early and mid game, I mean, I guess generally, if you think about it, Loba is kind of scary the way our competitive players are going to be playing because of her loot utility. I mean, obviously, early and mid game, if they need to kind of pick a few things up here and there to get themselves situated, that's going to be really solid. But end game, they can hold down a position and not have to worry about going for death boxes or anything like that because they can just utilize her ult to allow them to kind of steal all of those resources off of other people while maintaining a safe position. And depending on what end zone we get, that could be huge for them.
That's right. And it still kind of follows that same mold, right, that we talked about earlier. One high mobility legend, Loba obviously with the ability to teleport with her band, a lot of mobility, plus a recon, which as you saw with Valkyrie, able to scan beacons, understand where zones are going to be, plus that defensive legend with Gibraltar. So still kind of follows that same blueprint, but Loba obviously with her kit gives them the ability to access a ton of loot, which is certainly going to help them as we see a little bit of crypto on display here. This is that EMEA heavy crypto meta we talked about earlier. 0-0, Ruabe and Mimu, the all-Finnish squad, a team that in my eyes, not the highest seed in their group. I think they're like the 5th or 6th highest seed in their group. But in my eyes, a top 2, top 3 team in their group. This is a former silver medal winning team as part of the reciprocity roster with Snipe Down way back when 0-0 and Mimu played alongside Snipe Down at the X Games, first LAN competition for Apex Legends. They've been here before. They're rounded out by Ruabe, a ridiculously individually skilled player as well.
Yeah, that is a throwback if I've ever heard one, followed. Amazing recall there. As you guys can see the map up in the corner of your screen, you can see exactly where that next zone after this one closes in is going to be. And so many teams have already made their way over, making sure that they've used their recon abilities to get that information nice and early to rotate and hold a position there in zone. You can see that there are a decent amount of squads that are also still on the outskirts having to make those rotations in, and that's where we potentially might start to see some action as they have to run into each other and fight for position flavor. Flavor of the Month being one of those squads that is on the southern edge of the first zone, looking like they're trying to rotate towards the western portion, but they're definitely going to have some squads they're going to have to go through in order to do so.
Yeah, that's right. You can also see on the map some clustering going on over towards Lava Fissure, which means a lot of these teams are clustering towards Lava Fissure because they're predicting the zone to actually end up in Lava Fissure. The way rings work, a little lesson for everyone watching, the rings tend to pull, it's not a rule of thumb necessarily, but they tend to pull in the direction continuously that they were originally pulling. So the first ring pulled northwest, the second ring pulled even further northwest, and that'll continue to happen, which is why a lot of teams are positioning themselves in the northwest side of that ring, over towards Lava Fissure as we jump on board with DNMK, another one of our South African squads here alongside ATK, who are looking to have a great day too here on board with Ultruly of aka Bloodhound.
Yeah, DNMK definitely a little underlooted there as you saw 2 of their players still with white armors. Now checking in with Flavor of the Month, who's also trying to push through, and they've almost made their way into that first zone safely so far, managing to avoid all of the squads that are around them. Also decently looted up themselves. Look at the amount of ammo on Taylor. I am expecting Taylor to just go absolutely massive throughout the rest of finals after the first day showing that he had.
Yeah, Taylor, the in-game leader for Flavor of the Month. Pierre kind of tends to be the spokesperson for Flavor of the Month, but Taylor does a lot of the shot calling, the young gun. Noth, the old man of this squad, as Pierre likes to always remind us. I believe 30 plus years old, one of the oldest competitors, holding it down for us boomers. I respect it. Appreciate you, Noth. As we're, of course, going to keep a close eye on Flavor of the Month. This is a tough ring for them. I mean, yesterday as well, they had some pretty difficult rings. It goes to show how good this team is. Despite the bad ring luck, they still are able to find success. Meanwhile, ATK finds himself in a fight here. This is our first skirmish, finally, of the day here, as we might be seeing Ice be broken. ATK, and it's going to be 303 right nearby.
Yeah, I think 303 instantly backed off as soon as that shield was cracked. They don't want to have to waste too many resources early on or take a fight out in the open like that. They didn't have any cover really on those tracks, so they decide to reset, give themselves a little bit more time and space to make sure they can make this rotation safely without having to worry about that engagement. I believe ATK also did decide to back off after they landed that damage, so we might not see a fight coming out between these two in the long run. But it looks like 303 is also deciding to make a wider rotate than they may have initially planned, just to play it extra safe here. And you got to be questioning every single decision. Is it the right one when you're in these situations against all of these teams? Now, Gambit, another team we'd spoken a lot about yesterday, definitely not the showing I think we had expected out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. This was unarguably the #1 team in EMEA coming into this tournament. And that's a key storyline, right? A lot of the top teams in EMEA did not necessarily perform yesterday. I mean, you're talking about Alliance, Gambit, two of the top 2-3 teams in EMEA, you'd arguably say, coming into this event. Both of them outside of the top 10 right now. And meanwhile, in North America, we saw the opposite. I'm going to pause that thought for now here. Fenerbahce, our top team from Turkey, Middle East, and Africa, are going to get eliminated by the hands of Gambit early on. Dazo, I believe, joined in on the fight, but Gambit from afar was able to actually steal 1 or 2 of those kills, I believe. Big plays from Gambit. Nice shot from Underrated as well.
That is the start to the game that Gambit needed, because game 1 for them last time was a 20 place 0 kill finish. I mean, now totally flipped it on its head. This is they take out the very first squad of the entire match. This has to be a massive boost to their confidence overall, especially when they know what they're capable of. I don't think that day 1 was indicative of their skill level in any way, shape, or form. Everybody has a bad day, so I love seeing them being able to bounce back for themselves here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. In fact, I thought I was mentioned earlier, Glitter. It's interesting, you know, again, in North America, our top teams, NRG, Team Liquid, G2, TSM, all performed. In Europe, we didn't necessarily see that happen. That means one of two things. Either there's so much competition in EU that anyone can perform at any time, much like we saw New Esports do, T-Rex do, and others, or perhaps our top teams in EMEA are not necessarily the top teams we thought there are. There's a changing of the guard, or there's maybe some consistency issues. I would think the former. That's one thing that EU and EMEA have been known for, is the depth of talent and the depth of A-tier, B-tier, S-tier teams in EMEA tends to be a little bit deeper because there's so much competition in the EU scene.
Yeah, which we love to see. The more teams that we've got competing here, the better, making it that much more entertaining for us. Snipe shots coming out of Pierre. Nice shot with the Sentinel there. Definitely keeping that team away from trying to make any sort of a peak situation. Still decides to risk it one more time. Doesn't land the second shot, but love seeing the Sentinel situation going on. I think with the position that Flavor of the Month has, this could be super beneficial for them right now.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of Sentinel in play here, a lot more than we were typically used to seeing. It's been great to see the Sentinel kind of return, or make its, honestly, you know, its debut almost in terms of prowess here in competitive Apex. We didn't see a whole lot of Sentinel action, a whole lot of charging with shield pads, and you see it here on screen. Pia right now looking to get a knock with the shield upgrade. One shot to the head will do the trick. Oh my goodness, looks like he missed by an inch there. Pia trying to break ice.
I think he gave him a haircut. I thought he was going to land that shot. That was so close. He's also aware, though, of the other player that's a little bit farther off to the left, trying to keep eyes on both of them and just make sure that they know that he's aware of their rotations. Another 70 damage coming out of Pia with the Sentinel. Lots of arc stars coming down, though, behind these crates that they're going to have to be aware of, and it looks like we might potentially be getting an engagement here with lots of shield cracks coming out.
Yeah, dead inside. They want some smoke right now, and I'm not sure if Taylor got taken out, if it's just Pia and Noth. If it's just the two of them, they're playing ultra aggressive against a team of 3 here. More nades are going to drop. Noth's going to have to back out of their spot. Taylor finally comes to the rescue, and I think a defensive bombardment's going to be dropped there, most likely from Flavor of the Month, just to kind of keep them alive and hold off the push to make sure they don't get taken out. Meanwhile, the defensive bombardment comes back from dead inside. They're pushing, but I don't think they recognize that Taylor got them out of there with safety, courtesy of a Wraith portal. And again, not a lot of teams run Wraith anymore, but that's why Wraith is so crucial to get out of those situations right there. Very clutch play from Taylor to keep his team alive.
Yeah, I think Taylor actually might have been far back trying to scout what's going on in Train Yard. I think they're actually taking some fire from that direction as well. Yeah. They're definitely surrounded by a lot more teams than they would have liked at this point in the game, with 18 squads still left. As you can see, so many teams are already in the process of pushing Flavor of the Month. Instantly shots come out of Pia, and he starts throwing these grenades as well, but Taylor's down. This is not looking good for them, John.
Yeah, Piet last up here. He hit 1 or 2 good Peacekeeper shots, connects for another, but they're going to get taken out here. It's going to be to the hands of Dead Inside, the CIS team, all 3 of them from Russia. So many CIS squads compete in Apex Legends at a top level. Dead Inside, Gambit, just to name a few. As we're now jumping on board with ATK, the South African squad, alive just courtesy of a dome shield. But for how long is the question? It is like a war scene from a war movie right now as ATK pushing wide left to try and stay alive. But look at the damage. Yso is going to get knocked all up to Chambi. So we'll see if he can keep his teammate alive.
Ooh, I think Daswicka might be able to actually be getting his heals off here as we see Chambi trying to use Syringe 2 before they decide to make this push. They're definitely in a rough spot. Yso's fully down. They aren't going to be able to recover his banner as well as they try to finish healing up. That they do get pushed and Chambi does go down. Daswicka will be following him soon after, but he actually decides to ult away. See if he can maybe live to see another day and get some more points for his squad. Are they going to let him escape?
That's insane. I think he might survive and try to rat his way to success here. Popping that ultimate just for the movement speed boost. See that every once in a while. Roger Bodger, Nook, and Oxbow got 2, but let 1 survive. Daswicka still in this for ATK. If you're for ATK, if you're a fan of South African Apex Legends, they're on, of course, Oxbow, Nook, and Roger Bodger of Team Legion. 2 kill points for them. 17 squads remain. Dazo gets yet another. That's going to be on Badoli, the former member of Alliance. It's a big kill at the top right of your screen. G Dolphin of NCD goes big against K-Swinny, Nags, and Horizon. And I believe that is the majority of underrated out. Horizon and Dazo, 2 star players. Dazo actually is going to neutralize the kill on Nags. It's a big fight in your kill feed. Meanwhile, Dead Inside currently finding themselves in an engagement of their own.
Oh, he almost was able to escape there and use the train car to try and pop that battery. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out in the end. Now 303 Esports, another team that we were looking at earlier on, is starting to find themselves in some engagements as well. You can see up there in the map just how small the zone is getting and which those squads actually have some solid position for themselves. But you can see Gambit there on the bottom having to start rotating through. 303 is also one of the teams that's going to start pushing through these other squads. 303 is doing a good job keeping people off of them for right now, but they're gonna need to, a few more points on the board here in just a few moments because they're about to get pushed, I think.
That's right. You see Gambit nearby as well. Gambit's been doing such a good job playing outskirts of the zone and just hunting for kill after kill. That's their special. They're probably the most mechanically gifted team in Apex, and they play their team composition perfectly to take advantage of that. KYP, know your personnel. So love what I've seen from Gambit. However, we do have 303 in a scramble here. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with 303, see how they're going to handle it.
No, I don't see them.
We can be under there.
Go on the left, go on the left, go on the left. I think we have to jump
inside.
down. I think we have to jump down.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah. Go from burning him.
Yeah. Come.
Go put down there now.
Oh, they're playing here. I'm making TP,
Okay.
You're playing where?
I'm making TP here.
It's fine.
Okay. We are instant taking.
It's good, take it. I'm getting beam, bubble.
Go burning.
Right here, solo, I think. I'm making it.
You're very good here. You jump back, dipping.
34.
Boys, play the pillars.
26.
Yeah.
Just sit. Look here or something. Like.
You can sit on this too.
Okay, do it. I think that's
fine,
better.
It's fine.
Just we do not do anything right here. We all just sit. Can we? Can you sit on that? Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%. You're gonna this one. Yes, I saw Yuki playing it.
Yeah.
Good to hear the rotation perspective from 303. Meanwhile, Gambit found themselves in a fight, currently stacked low ground, high ground against Top Dogs, the Finnish squad versus the CIS squad here. It looks like Gambit wants the action. It's going to be Leogri who gets a flank on 0-0, gets some good shots in. Meanwhile, Artico doing all the work right now, catches Nemu off guard. Nemu perhaps thought he had someone watching his 6. He did not, and Gambit completely, in a highway robbery, just stole that house from Top Dogs.
And then did you see right at the bottom, we've got New Esports trying to push in and seeing if they can capitalize here, third party off of the engagement that they know just went down onto Gambit. You can see right there, New Esports is on the bottom floor of this, the exact same building that Gambit is in. They did take some damage, so they're trying to get their shield batteries off. As you see, Tyler instantly knocking a player. That was a huge start for New Esports. And, I mean, okay.
Wow, here we go. Again, it happens. Glitter Explosion, the battle of the new versus old. New Esports versus Gambit. Gambit, long-lasting top team in EU. New Esports trying to say otherwise. They take out Hardeki. That's a good start to take out arguably the best player in Europe in Hardeki. Now, they got Artico, they got Leogri above them. Looks like they don't want any of that fight. They're just going to actually rotate away.
Oh, but they're going to be rotating away into yet another squad. This is going to be a rough spot for them to be in. We've got the EMPs coming out. Arc Stars are down. I mean, they're trying to get as many cells off as they can, but this middle section of this zone is about to turn into complete and utter chaos. New Esports has also made the move up, trying to get a res onto Tyler, seeing if they can manage to do so. They are in the zone. This is going to be a little bit dangerous for them.
Yep, New Esports was on the flank here. Tyler still knocked. Meanwhile, Gambit drops to low ground. Somehow, someway, Gambit's still alive. They play so well under pressure situations here. This is absolute warfare right now on screen. So many angles of which people are crossing. So much damage being put out. It all comes down to 6 squads remaining. Leogri last alive for his team. They will be getting taken out here shortly, doing everything he can to heal up with the quick heal of the gold armor. But you got to think the minutes are numbered here for Gambit.
Yeah, I don't know how they could possibly get out of that. And as I say that, you see in the kill feed, the Tycoon does take out Artico, so that is going to be about curtains for Gambit, and Leogri, the final player, gets taken out by Zeki. TI, though, doing very well for themselves. They've got a great position, tons of loot, and this is a team that you talked about already a little bit here, Fallout.
That's right. Third Impact, top team for a long time in EU. Competed well in online tournaments in the summer circuit and the autumn circuit. Kind of started to fall off a little bit in the winter circuit, but looking to return to their one spot of prowess. They're still alive and well. They're also proven that Loba meta is here to stay. Meanwhile, we got the solo queue goats still alive. I know we got a lot of solo queue goats and Shiv fans in the chat. Blow it up right now for the solo queue goats. They need your energy to close this one out. 4 squads remain. Third Impact has to be one of the better positioned teams here, though, Glitter.
Yeah, and then you combine that with exactly what we talked about earlier. I mean, that Loba, the black market, all of those death boxes that are currently in this area that just went down because of all the insane skirmishes, they have access to all of that loot without having to go into the zone, without having to cross any other team's paths. So it's huge for them right now. The bubble does come out of Third Impact as they make a rotation, and teams are trying to move into safe positions. I think somebody did take the balloon up, maybe, I don't really know. Multiple bubbles are down on the floor at this point. You can see who's down at the bottom, John.
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure who that was, but I am sure that Jazaz just had the most disgusting nade plays right there with the thermite into the frag, into the arc star, and Jazaz still alive right now, going to shield that up. They find themselves in a fight, and they're going to win this one. That's going to be huge over SMS. 2 squads remain. I think it's solo queue goats and Third Impact to close this one out. Not exactly positive, and it's going to be, in the end, Third Impact who closes out the game pretty much untouched. A huge game for TI in 20th place in the leaderboards coming into this one. Well, they'll skyrocket in those leaderboards now. A great game coming through for them, Glitter.
They had positioning, they had the loot, they had the Loba ult, they had saved all of their defensive utility until they needed it at the end. They kept everybody off of them. I mean, TI looked untouchable there in our first game.
And honestly, you said that brilliantly. It was the fact that they had Black Market, which got them all the grenades, got them the utility that they needed, and they held on to that utility in the late game to close that out with Thermites over SMS. The Arcstar plays, the Frag plays, great plays from TI in a big game. And honestly, it was the early Valkyrie ultimate as well that got them that positioning. Great game across the board for Third Impact from start to finish. That's going to be it for Glitter and I. We'll be back for game number 3. We're going to go ahead and throw it to our panel to talk about all the action.
Thank you so much, Fallout and Glitter.
Wow.
If this was a Friends episode, it would be called The One with Loba. Did we see this coming? This feels like one of those X marks the spot. This is how we're going to change things up. This feels like the beginning of a very interesting story, not just for Third Impact, but this entire meta.
You know, as somebody who's been playing a lot of Loba recently after her buff, it was a pleasure to see her here in a comp. And Third Impact worked her to perfection. That Black Market, the early positioning with the Valkyrie, they get in, it gets set up, and with so many Black Markets, they had ammo stockpiles, they had nades down low, they had the Gibby bubble, they had a height advantage. Perfect positioning. The circle could not have pulled in a better location for that squad to be as successful as they were.
a really
Absolutely.
good
Blue, please.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say like a really good change up to the overall kind of what we expect to come from the meta there. A really great innovation on things, especially from a team as well that hadn't been able to, from what I remember, at least from day number 1, get themselves super high up on the scoreboard. So this is a great opportunity for them to immediately push themselves forward for third impact, of course, on the overall rankings here in our top 40.
Absolutely. Now, I will ask this question because we are in a major tournament here, and a major tournament like this has got to be a whole different ball game. And they came out swinging, and we've seen before when you bring out that one legend that's just a little, one of these is not like the others, and it can definitely make the difference. Is that what we just saw here? And is that something, I mean, if you're a team coming up in the ranks, are you looking at this going, maybe that black market and Loba are where we should go?
You know, I think it's definitely going to be in a conversation, okay, here on out. And this is something that the EU squads have been kind of practicing with and scrimming with for a while. But to see it in a major tournament, hey, that's something that's truly special. And we see why it came through in a clutch. Just the opportunity of being able to have infinite ammo in those scenarios as all those boxes is dropping around you, the armor swap capabilities, and you just cannot deny how much utility Loba brings.
Absolutely. You cannot deny these numbers either. Now, listen, Solo Queue Goats, GG, well done on the double digits here. But Third Impact really showing their prowess with that Loba. I'm all for changing up team comps. I'm a big fan of that. And this is one of those moments where I think Third Impact might be at the tip of the sword.
Yeah, I can agree with that as well, looking at where we're going to be sitting at now for the overall leaderboards as well. It's a huge flip from what we had on day 1. If you look at Group C versus D, none of the teams you're seeing at the top right now, save for maybe Gambit a little bit there, we're really in this top competition, and all of a sudden the script has flipped. Third Impact, Solo Queue Goats, and NCD are showing up here out of nowhere after the first game.
Absolutely. Now, one thing I do want to double check here, because, the zone is such that important X factor that, impacts things in a degree that is brilliant. Did it hinder? Did it help? What was the zone pull like, and how is it that Third Impact found their way to the final circle and literally on top of the competition?
Well, for that one, that was the Valkyrie. That was the Valkyrie out there early on to get them in positioning. As Fallout, brilliantly described when he was casting before, how these rings are going to start pulling in a direction, in a pattern that they kind of normally pull in. So Third Impact, they had that intel. The Valkyrie ult got them to the back portion of the map where they wanted to be. And from there, they were able to watch all these squads as they started to pull towards their direction.
I think that's the one big benefit of bringing the Valkyries. If you're able to make those moves a lot earlier on inside of these matchups here, be the first to get to that position, you're obviously going to be able to set yourself up a lot more efficiently, as well as have all the advanced intel, because you get that free scan while you're up in the air too, about who may be coming up behind you either relatively quickly or even in the far off future as well. So if you're able to use it early, I think that Valkyrie ult gives you a lot of benefit, especially with an ending circle like this too, where we had so much vertical play, so many little nooks and crannies for players to hide out in. That's another area where I think the Loba really excelled here, as it allowed the black market to be brought out with minimal consequences compared to some of our other circles, where obviously you're pretty much just in the open, and trying to bring it out there is going to be a much more difficult task, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And here's something else I want to double check on. Underrated was another team that was fielding a Revenant, which is, I believe it was the only Revenant in the lobby. We saw them go out a little bit earlier. Where do you think that the Revenant can fit into this comp? And because it feels like to me that I think we just saw greatness happen with a team comp that we haven't seen before. So I'm curious if the Revenant could possibly find themselves, or I should say that particular legend could find the team of Underrated a little bit more positive help.
Blue, you could take that one.
Yeah, no, it's a tough one, right? Because obviously seeing them get knocked out relatively early doesn't lead us with a whole lot to talk about in that respect, just because we never really got to see them make it to a late game scenario, I don't believe. So I'll have to kind of hold my judgment on that until a little bit later on. Hopefully we'll get an opportunity to see Underrated make it later on to the game and actually get to see that Revenant fight in the late game fights, where I think it's going to find the most impact. That's the unfortunate part of it. I don't honestly think it's going to have a whole lot of impact in your kind of early to mid game situations. But when we get down to those final circles, like 4 to 6 in that area there, that's when his impact is going to increase tremendously, mainly because of just the overall size of his Q and his ability to block off people with that silence. But on top of that as well, the death protection certainly going to help out situationally, depending on what that final zone or two ends up looking like.
Yeah, that depth totem will be clutch, and that silence for the race and the Gibbies out there will definitely make those team fights go a lot easier.
They will indeed. And I cannot wait. This is always, it's whenever we add another and say, I'm going to take this risk. I'm going to field a legend. Because I got to say, let's pull it back for a hot second. Because, you know, we talk about these teams, we see them on screen, but the reality is that they're people, flesh and blood behind these mouse and keyboard, behind these controllers. What does it take to really, like, what cojones does it take to field a new legend for the first time in major play?
I mean,
Go
ahead.
Well, what I was going to say was that, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, a lot of these squads are going to be trying these legends out in scrims, okay? And so now when it comes down to showing your best cards, you know, it's nice to practice there, but, you know, some squads will be keeping some of those legends close to their chest when it comes down to tournament time. For the most part, the meta has been pretty, you know, kind of self-explanatory over these last few splits out here, out of these last few seasons. And, you know, it's nice to kind of see the lower, but, you know, it just comes down to just having the confidence to play it and not feeling like you have to do everything that everyone else is doing in the lobby. If you feel comfortable in it, if you can come up with a game plan, if you can build rotations around it and find key positions on the map where your team comp is going to be able to thrive, then by all means do it and put on a show.
Exactly. Oh, sorry. Go for it, Blue.
No, sorry. Just wanted to cut in there real quick. I really agree with Blaze, though, when he says that confidence is key in that respect. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, the format allows for teams to experiment around a little bit. We've got 18 group stage games for these teams to play through. So taking, you know, 1 to 3 of those to mess around with your comp, as we just saw there for Third Impact, maybe try out the Loba, bring it in. Clearly, it's worked. So that's opened up a whole new path of opportunities for Third Impact to play out the rest of this tournament with, as they more than likely have one of those more normal edge compositions, you know, in the back pocket too, should this new comp that they're running fail them in later stages of the tournament.
Absolutely. In fact, I think day one we saw Gambit take out Valkyrie, I believe, after game 3. So it's definitely something that's been done. And speaking of something that's been done, I do have was a part of the secondary stream, I believe, either day 1 or potentially earlier today in day 2. Featured in now in this competition, but in the group stages in the other stream. So there, Loba's getting around, man. She's doing a thing and she's doing a business. Speaking of what you have been saying on Twitter with some tweets from our community. You're watching us from all over the world, from every place. Let's take a look. Practicing my programming skills and watching play. Well, look at that. Respawn hires me. Hey! Look, we love to see it. That's brilliant. That's dual screens, man. Well done.
Gotta love dual screens, man. Hey, the more screens, the better. But I will say, don't go past 3. You go to 4, you can't go back, and that's just a high electricity bill.
Well, it looks like 1 a.m. in Asia. Oh my goodness! And then we saw that there. Thank you so much for that last tweet. Excited for some more Apex championship action. Calls go out to number 6, right? Okay. I love it. This is great. Yes. Make sure you're on mute when you get those conference calls. Well, gents, we've got up here much more to say, much more to do. So we're done here on the desk at this moment at the time. Next up, we'll jump to the casters.
Going down all around. Flavor of the month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the month, deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Pierre gonna pump the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the Month move in. One more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the Month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month. Oh, done! Oh my God, Flavor of the Month, Noth, you animal!
Welcome to Game 2, everybody. Game 1, what a start we've had to today's action. Gaskin and Onset here to call you through Game 2. I mean, a Lava Fissure, the perfect ending for Game number 1 because it is absolutely boiling here in the UK. Me and Dan are struggling a little bit with some of the heat that's going on, but I mean, Game 1, absolute fire, and interesting to see one of the most diverse lineups as far as Legends are concerned win the game, but the lobby in itself, Dan, full of diversity of characters as well.
10 different legends in use. It does help when you've got Shiv playing, and that automatically means you've got a Bangalore in selection, but certainly having 10 legends is great to see just how efficient some of these legends can be in different situations. Amazing still to see that there's a big difference between Europe and North America. Yesterday with Wraith selections, there was only around 6, but today with Europe, there's 13. Yesterday, there was 15. Sorry, on the day before for Europe, there was 15. So a lot of heavy Wraith compositions in Europe, but not so much in North America. So two very, very different regions in here in EMEA and North America.
And I love the fact that TI have come into this event today and they have decided to use something that's kind of been toyed with a little bit in some scrim lobbies that we've been watching in Europe, which is, of course, the addition of Loba. Now, I spoke to Balong before the games got underway, before the tournament got underway here, Championships, and he said a lot of their preparation has been based around figuring out what composition they want to run and to get a good grasp of how Valkyrie is changing the meta in regards to overall comps and how they can use it to abuse certain zones and get to locations that maybe they wouldn't have been able to access before. Now, you put all of those ingredients together, Dan, and it comes up with a wonderful recipe for success based on the fact that they land over at Epicenter and Refinery. They have made a long rotation using Valkyrie to get over to Lava Fissure, and then, like the commentators were saying in that first game, the effectiveness of Black Market, if you get to that end zone to steal away shield swaps, to steal away grenades, which really are such a key component of end games now that we've seen that change to the end zone where Zone 6 starts to close in a little bit slowly. You really can abuse all of those things that are at your disposal, and it was the perfect example of what T-High have tried to put into practice, and not only in practice, they've now executed it as well.
And Loba also brings that ability that you also see Wraiths and Octane have, the ability to queue in and out of fights, of course, with that teleport. okay, it's not going to help your teammates in some situations. You can't get them out of a fight, but it's so important to push yourself in and out of fights at sometimes, re-shield, come back into things, and you can win 3v3s that way. So Loba adding a lot of things. And also, you can loot fast, as you can see, just being able to TP from one place to another. But you're completely right with Valkyrie as well. We've seen yesterday some of these circles that finish on the edge POIs, when you see Overlook, for example, when we see Lava Fissure. When there's so many kind of rocks and nooks and crannies that you can hide behind once you arrive in those POIs, that's when Valkyrie becomes good. However, when we see POIs in the middle, like Train Yard, for example, teams will try and Valkyrie in, and they just get absolutely destroyed by everyone who's already in residence. So there is the ups and downs of Valkyrie, and she certainly has her benefits depending on where the circle finishes. But it's about weighing up those percentages, right? Where do you think the circles are going to finish? Are they going to be edge more often, or are you going to see them more central of the map?
And third impact for them, that's a really good start today. If we kind of wind back to what happened on the first day of the group stages as well. They come from Group C. They're going to be competing in Group C for the majority of the groups, well, for all of the groups, I should say. And they were one of my teams which I had on my list of kind of need to step it up a little bit. It wasn't their best performance on day one, but something that I'm kind of taking into consideration a little bit is different styles of different teams in different lobbies. Sometimes the way that TI might have played might be very effective in the lobby that we are seeing today with the 20 teams, whereas it wasn't as effective in the lobby on day one. So constantly having to adjust what they're doing is crazy. And to be that adaptable at this kind of level, knowing what is on the line with the prize pool, with qualification to the final, it just shows how talented the players are having to be and how diverse they are as well as the decision making and everything that needs to go into being successful in one game of Apex.
You have to be diverse. You have to have a lot of variance in what you're able to do. And a player who doesn't often shy away from variance, he likes to play Bangalore, but also can play a little bit of Wraith on his stream, is Shiv. Let's see what he had to say before the tournament.
We all know I play Bangalore the most. That's the character I've always been using ever since this game came out, really. But recently I've been dabbling into Bloodhound just because of how much advantage you give the team and how much value you add to the team with the information you get from scans. Comp-wise, the characters we used were Octane, that's on Diff, the IGL. Zipeth usually uses Gibby, or always uses Gibby, actually. I don't know if the meta comp is going to change, really. They have added a recent character, Valkyrie. I'm not sure if we're going to be using Valkyrie. I'm sure she's good for rotations, but I've yet to see that if any new character will come into the fold.
It's almost as if you knew what he was going to say there. Wonderful stuff, talking about Bangalore and how that, it's a character that he is obviously, synonymous with now and very effective as well in comp. If you know everything that you can do with the character, know her inside and out exactly like Shiv does. But New Esports, one of our standout teams, arguably the standout team from the first day of group action, having a little bit of a struggle here, having to rotate towards a respawn beacon as they've lost Kashira early on here.
Yeah, when we look at Legend selection, yesterday they were the only team that weren't running Gibraltar in the A versus B group stage lobby. They are one of two teams today that aren't running Gibraltar in this A versus C lobby, so someone else clearly feels that Gibraltar isn't needed. The fact that New Esports were able to do what they did without that Gibby was extremely impressive. Their positioning has been fantastic, but it's also just what a nuisance they are in that endgame with Crypto and Caustic. Very difficult for a lot of other teams when you're being EMP'd, then your vision is being impaired by gas as well. New Esports are dominating at the moment. Not only did they win yesterday's lobby in A versus B, but they are top of the overall standings, 92 points, and that definitely puts them as favourites right now to get to the finals.
I'd have to agree with you, and they've managed to do a good job here to get back up to a three-player team and get Kashira back into the game as Maestro Gaming are now set up on the central tower, just overlooking staging and trying to see if they can land a few shots from distance, or maybe just doing a little bit of scouting here to see where these teams are going to go. But looking at that zone at the moment, just in the top left, if we could bring up the map overhead when we get the opportunity to just to double check where that zone is going to be pulling. Looks like a fairly north-central one at the moment, maybe finishing around that train station just to the north of Fragment West.
Yeah, there's a lot of different places it could finish at the moment, and it's going to be a difficult situation for those who had to rotate from the southern side of the map. There it is, a little bit more vision of where we think it's probably going to be, or where the teams have been able to actually get the beacon to get more information. But just east of Epicenter, west of Epicenter, you can see a lot of teams residing in the early stages of this circle pool, but then they will drift even further west to try and get central here. Survey camp will also be a big position that people will hold. We may even see a couple of teams up by the respawn beacon just northwest of Survey Camp. It's not going to be in the next circle, but it's one of those great positions to hold when you've got no one behind you. You've got your back to the slower side of the circle, and you don't have to worry about other teams pushing behind you.
I think teams holding that northern side are going to have a lot of success in, not just from the fact that, like you mentioned, they have the circle behind them and they have that kind of natural cover. You don't have to check your six like you mentioned, but also the fact that, you know, when that zone does start to pull down a little bit, as you would imagine it will ever so slightly, they have a lot of cover on the high ground. There's some rocks to play there overlooking Survey Camp as well as moving towards Survey Camp themselves. But a difficult zone here, because I've got a feeling this one might just be finishing out in the open near that redeployed balloon, which is going to be tough for a lot of teams who like to rotate early. It's going to be more of a zone built for edge teams, trying to pick up some kills on teams rotating in, and the triple stack building in Fragment West might be a good place to hold down here, just to hold that height and just see if you can beam a couple of teams who are late on that move.
This is where the Gibraltar bubble is going to be very important, but also with a crypto-heavy lobby, suddenly those bubbles get depleted, and it means you are going to be left with your pants down a little bit when you are traversing open ground. So it's something you need to keep in the back of your mind. How are we placed if our bubble gets destroyed here? Are we just going to be shot from every single direction? Do we have any sort of cover? I think that positioning yourself so you have some sort of object to work around at the very least is going to be crucial if we are going to see an open circle, which we think we might, judging by how things are playing right now. As you can see, Solo Q Goats are starting to make their way. They've been able to loot comfortably up to a full purple set of armor, and they can craft. I think I was looking at this lobby and I was looking at drop locations, and it's very interesting when we've got 4 different groups. And I was looking at drop locations, and it's very interesting when we've got 4 different groups. There is always going to be the possibility of conflict of drops, right? But it seems like throughout scrims, people have got a general idea of who's dropping where, and we haven't seen too many contests. We haven't seen too many early fights. And I'd say that's a good thing. Let everyone loot up as much as possible so they are at the healthiest possibility to be, and then we should see them at their strongest when they do get into 3v3 fights.
Well, it looks like New Esports at the moment are just kind of trying to show as little presence as possible. Maybe they're more than aware that Solo Q Goats are making their rotation through Skyhook at the moment, and we'll have to see what their next move is going to be if they try and play the Predator game and just wait in those corners. We'll see what Solo Q Goats are going to do, though. We'll jump into a listening. Their rotation's going to be an interesting one as they pick up some more resources. Let's jump into a listening now and see what's going down.
Whatever, it's fine.
Sure.
If they come this way, we know this is a good spot to be. With a tunnel, that team that put the drone up.
Yeah, but bro, this is not a good spot. Look at how. Like, it's ending survey or something. Should just go up to the tunnel, I think, and try and fight for that spot in the tunnel, and then we can redeploy out, maybe.
Later or now? If we go now, we might get pinched.
There's
Okay.
2 bats here. We
The
just go
guy
up there
on
and
tower
take
is
the
zipping away.
Take the bats and let's go.
I've got. Okay, I'm on the way.
I can hold them actually. It's fine.
The
Yeah,
guy
just
on
hold them.
tower
I think we
just
move. I think we move.
Yeah,
Just-
sure.
We
I
got
already
tunnel
gave
for now,
you 2.
boys.
Yeah, come.
Yeah, I
Not
got
that
4.
tunnel. Not that tunnel.
Oh,
Other tunnel.
the other one, north one. Okay.
We're gonna go up and we're gonna redeploy. And we're
Yeah,
gonna
sure,
land on
sure.
one of the hills
Sure
and
thing.
play open.
Did you guys hear me, by the way, or is it like...
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Good.
No one should be playing here. Like, if there's a team in tunnel, we can surprise them even. There's a guy over here, but that doesn't really matter. I'm waiting for you guys.
I might have to burn my dome here if we're getting shot on the ramp. If we're fighting a team up there, it's gonna be rough.
Just don't panic. It's fine.
All right.
There shouldn't be anyone here. Oh, this doesn't even reach. Paprika.
I'm up here.
Oh, you guys made it.
Yeah.
Below.
I'm gonna wait here. Drone in the tunnel. I hear a drone. People playing the heady. People playing the heady in front of us. See this
What
guy?
heady?
The drone's behind us. EMP, destroy the drone.
That's fine.
Nice,
Move
good
up,
shit.
move up then.
Oh, massive moment in this game here for Solo Q Goats, and Shiv's going to do some decent damage with that R301. One of the calmest listen-ins I've heard with Shiv involved for a long, long time. If you like to tune into his stream, we know that he loves to hype. He likes to get nice and animated when he gets into these fights. But at the moment, we talked about that northern rotation, and this is exactly what is going down now. It's going to be a very difficult choke to hold down, though, for Borgat, who on the other side of this move from Solo Q Goats, but they do have that head glitch down to work with.
Yeah, usually it might be an R-rated listening when you go to Shiv on his stream, but very clean, and maybe we jumped out at the right time before the fight, but they did say they were potentially going to use the balloon here to reposition. They had a little bit of a scrap, did some damage, but decided it would be a silly fight to take. So instead, they want to take some height here on these rocks. They think it's going to finish around Survey. It was a great listening to hear about the decision-making of where do we think it's going to finish, where should we push, are there going to be other teams residing in those areas. They didn't think anyone was going to be on those tracks, so maybe they don't know this lobby as well as they might think, but at least they didn't find themselves getting pushed by several teams and go down in the first few teams. So they'll be happy with this rotation. They can reposition ever so slightly. Just have to be careful that Xypeth doesn't go down as this Gibraltar.
It will be down to pretty low shields at the moment. He's going to be hit by an EMP as well. You can see that Shiv is going to try and smoke the cross for his Gibraltar to get across now, but the Phoenix kit is going to be popped there, and that will get him back up to full health as the drone is taken out of the air. Some nice shots with the 301 there from Shiv as well, but this is the kind of area that I was talking about. You do have a lot of rocks to play with, but the only issue is, Dan, great to have cover, great to have position, but 19 squads alive as round 2 is about to close. There isn't going to be a lot of wiggle room here. There's going to be teams peeking, there's going to be teams poking to do some damage, level up those Evo shields, and also to try and show presence to make sure that no one is going to get some free kills.
These lobbies, it's the cream of the crop, right? You need to be spot on with your circle predictions. You need to know zones as perfectly as possible, because otherwise you are going to get caught out. If you can find yourself central, if you can find yourself with a solid building or some solid rocks to work with, then you should be okay. As Gambit having a little bit of a scuffle here as well, maybe fighting for one of these priority spots right now with the high ground and with a little bit of cover.
Yeah, I think Hardeki was kind of jumped out of his seat there for a second as the player just appeared in front of him and kind of said boot, and then disappeared back down below as some shots were exchanged between the two teams. But Gambit now playing on the edge and looking to move up on this bubble. They will have the defensive bombardment to go down. Looks like that team in front of them might actually be pinched as well, so there might be an opportunity here for Gambit Esports once that defensive bombardment does go down to try and get a little bit more aggressive and try and put some shots down. But as I mentioned, it's not easy in these situations to take the straight 3v3 fights. Those opportunities have kind of passed now, but Morning Stars seem to be on the receiving end of the defensive bombardment, and even though I said it's difficult to isolate a 3v3, Gambit have managed to get it done, and that is a clean wipe and 3 KP for them.
Well, if there's one team you want to come up against right now, it's probably Morning Stars or ATK. ATK in 40th, Morning Stars in 38th. Morning Stars have only been able to pick up 9 points so far. So that's a fantastic 3v3 for Gambit to take, give them some extra KP, get themselves propelled even further in the leaderboards. They're in 14th, or they were in 14th after yesterday's competition, or should I say the day before, sorry. 34 points Gambit were on, and that's okay for them, but bearing in mind that only 20 get to the finals, that suddenly gets a little bit scary when you're only in around 14th and you're a team of the caliber of Gambit. You'd expect to see them a little bit higher. They did have that composition change. They should look more comfortable with this 3 now. As you can see, the circle is going to move even further west, and that is going to be a very difficult circle to play, and we are going to see absolute carnage when it closes.
Oh boy, yeah, that's a circle. That's all I'm going to say. If you get inside that tunnel though and play the very edge of it, where New Esports are actually located at the moment, they might be in one of the best positions to actually potentially win this game. It's a long way to go, of course, with 18 squads remaining, but a very, very tough zone for these teams to play in. You'll see a lot of focus from teams now, maybe thinking, we've got to look for fights now. We've got to look for KP, because finding a way towards that end zone is going to be so difficult with the lack of cover, with the lack of buildings to play.
Yeah, and I think you're right. That kind of track position that they find themselves in is going to be a hot spot, but there's going to be several other teams pushing from the north that you can see are going to try and contest New. But New do have that caustic. They do have the ability to kind of hold out teams and make teams reluctant to push them, because when there is a caustic in play, you don't really want to be running into gas traps. You find yourself a little bit vulnerable to potentially being shot from all directions when you are out of focus and you don't really know where your footing is about to fall, as ATK have been able to pick up some kills elsewhere, and actually it looks like New might have just gone down. I'm seeing them in the kill feed on the receiving end of a lot of damage. It was from ATK, one of our lower teams, so they're really kind of ruining New Esports Day, one of our top teams, and that just shows how things can change lobby to lobby.
Well, this is Flavor of the Month making their rotation. They were in Fragment West a few moments ago in the building that I spoke of previously. They picked up a couple of kills on their way to this spot, and once again, just some traditional competitive Apex Legends with that portal going down, that micro rotation to find them somewhere safe to play. And now they have the high ground over all of the other teams that were inside of Survey Camp that are coming from the very north side. So a little bit of a strange shift from the circle has rewarded Flavor of the Month here, playing late and seeing where that circle is going to pull.
Flavor of the Month didn't have a great game one today, despite their incredible performance in day one of EMEA, where they found themselves in second position, both overall and in Group A versus B. In game one, in Lava Fisher finish, they would have expected to perform well, considering they won a Lava Fisher game in day one. However, it wasn't meant to be. So if they can make up for things here in game number 2, that will give them just a little bit more motivation going into games 3 through 6. Right now, they are in a decent spot, I would say. They can kind of move in slowly with this circle. They are picking about where potentially teams could be and also which positions they could play. There is a selection of rocks right dead center of kind of the south of the circle there, and that looks like where they're trying to head towards.
Missile Strike is going to come in here and just force Shiv to back up. The bubble going to be popped here by Zipith as well, just to give them that little bit of artificial cover, because at the moment the team pushing behind them is being forwarded by Artico from Gambit Esports. Diff is going to go down, and that's going to leave Zipith and Shiv in all sorts of problem. And I mean, the one team that I always feel like you don't want to be fighting is Gambit, and there's a player flying through the skies on the jump pad to try and finish off Zipith. Now, he's only got about 20 HP to work with, and that is a sign for Hardeki to start getting aggressive.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if you're a Gibraltar, there's no way you're getting away. Everyone in the lobby is going to start targeting to you. That is a free KP to work with. Gambit, we're more than happy to pick up a little bit here, but they've got to move in now. Round 4 is going to be heading inside, and that circle's going to be closing, and they have to move their way into what looks like 2 or 3 teams that are already ahead of them. This is not going to be an easy rotation for Gambit.
Yeah, the jump pad's going to be destroyed as well, which is going to make that rotation even more difficult. There's an EMP, all of the abilities coming in to hold out Gambit, but they have managed to sneak at least under this building here, and there might be a shield swap here for Hardeki as well. So Gambit, even though they were in the stickiest of situations, they have somehow managed to find somewhere to play. I'm not sure if they're going to be safe for the next zone, however, they're going to be safe for the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, but at least they live to fight another day, and they get closer towards the top 10 to try and secure a couple more points in terms of the overall standings. But look at just how close some of these teams are now, just a breath away between the walls. If you put your hand to each side of the wall, you could probably feel the heat off it, but Gambit have done well. They've stayed here, 11 squads left, there's a couple of players coming down, so they're close to that top 10. And they have some utility to work with. It looks like Hardeki wants to get involved, gets a stick and another one. That is huge from Hardeki.
Hardeki is a playmaker as now he moves in. Artico with the Eva 8 is going to wipe one player. He's going to go in with a 301, and that is the fighting ability of Gambit Esports and the playmaking ability once again on display from Hardeki.
Their backs were quite literally against the wall, as Dead Inside also in a little bit of trouble. They will fall. Underrated were the ones attacking, and underrated with that Revenant in play are going to be a bit of a nuisance, but they're down to just 2. Dezo's gone down. Case Swinny and Horizon, the only 2 remaining players. It looks like they've done a job here. They picked up some KP. We're down to just 7 squads. We had a lot of teams fall just in that series of play.
No real places to play apart from the rocks. It's open ground, and anywhere that gives some sort of cover is going to be beneficial for teams at the moment, and Underrated have at least managed to find just a little bit. And now Swinny's going to be moving down, but he's going to be moving into a solo Rat who takes him down as well. And now Horizon comes back in to get the exchange of kills at least, or at least be able to get that player back up to his feet. So Swinny's going to survive for now. Underrated back up to a 2-man. Gambit inside of that building as well. Going to silence that door to make the rotation a little bit more difficult, but here come Gambit.
ATK eliminated in 5th place. That's a fantastic placement for them when you're considering how much they struggled in day 1. Gambit starting to rail now with the Spitfire. Leo putting down some heavy shots. And Gambit, after having a really tough rotation, seem to have found themselves in quite a power position right now. They picked up a lot of kills, potentially the kill leaders totally. You can see that Artico actually is the single kill leader as the Gibby. But there is 4 teams all on the edge of this circle. No one dead center at the moment. Legit Lolly putting down some shots, and that's going to be the first member of Gambit going down.
Yogri does fall here to the Spitfire of Legit Lolly, and now Gambit are going to be forced into the open, and only the artificial cover here of the Gibraltar Dome. And it looks like they've decided they just want to try and capitalize on any kill points that they can find. Hardeki going to jump into the void momentarily. However, 303 putting down some shots as well. And look at this. Hardeki's managed to find a little corner to call home for now, and there's no line of sight on Gambit Esports. I don't know how they've managed to do it, but they have just quite simply fought their way into this zone.
And it's just 3 teams left, so if Gambit can just stay behind here, wait for 303 to engage with this other team, they should be able to have a chance at winning. But there's only 2 players. It's now a 2 versus 3 here, Mark. Gambit have got it all to do.
303 versus Gambit. Aski with the 30-30 in hand and doing a lot of damage as well. Hardeki going to be forced to jump into the void here. It's going to have to be even more magic coming out of Hardeki and Artico if they want to turn this situation around, trying to reposition. Now going to be using the jump pad to maybe just try and isolate one of these players. And if he can get this kill, then Hardeki can turn this into a 2v2. And somehow he manages to do it. He gets some great shots onto the Gibby as well. But where is Artico? Is he in position to pull this one off at Gambit? It would be an absolutely monstrous play. The beam's coming in for the 301. Can he finish it? No, he cannot. 303 managed to hold on, but my God, Gambit almost pulling up the upset of all upsets.
So close there from Artico, but of course initiated by Hardeki, just getting involved, isolating that single player. A fantastic decision by him. Jump on the Octane ped, single him out, take him down and turn it into a 2v2. Of course the other teammates then jump on him as well, but Artico almost did a job there. Always difficult as a Gibraltar as well when you have a bigger hitbox, but what a game. I mean, that circle was so open, so difficult to navigate, but Gambit especially, considering their position they were in, fantastic movement, fantastic decisions made all round, and they deserved a second place there.
I've always said I believe Hardeki is one of the most individually talented players in the world, not just the EMEA region. And if you need an example, if you're new to competitive Apex Legends, if you're new to Hardeki, welcome to the show. The sticks coming in inside of the building, the 1v1 fights that he was absolutely decimating, and that play towards the end. I mean, if Gambit would have pulled that one off, it would have been very disappointing for 303, of course, but congratulations to 303. We're all talking about Gambit here. It was, of course, them who take home the game, 303 Esports, with the first place in game number 2, and there's a lot to talk about. So we're going to throw it back to the desk to do so.
Thank you, gents, and you're absolutely right. There is a lot to talk about. I'm going to throw it over to Blaze to get us started, because at this point, 303 coming out on top despite the Gambit potential. I mean, there's so much to unpack in just the last 2 minutes alone.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack, and apologies to Onset and Gaskin if I screamed in their ear. You know, I thought my mic was muted, but that last, the final moment, you know, I was just so into it. But you know, we saw where that zone was. I believe it was zone 3, as it got pulled into that open area. As most of the squads were between Epicenter and Survey, these teams knew that, damn, we got to fight. We can't rotate to this just too late. We need to take this opportunity now while we have cover, while we have teams around us, to get some KP in this scenario. And with heroes like that, teams with the most confidence, teams that understand that, you know what, we're going to shoot the first shot. We're going to move up. We're going to take initiative. They sometimes have the most success on those, on getting into that terrain. And this is the final moment of the game where Hardeki takes the jump pad in with the flatline, even a combo to get 2 down and to get 1 down and to set his teammate up, Artico, to almost make this amazing play. But Paradise, you see him right here on your screen. He feels the nerves. He's connected with the shots, using that knockdown shield to dodge the Gibby bullets, man. What fantastic plays from Gambit. But the one I didn't even touch on was them moving in and them taking out top dogs right above them in Survey Camp. That was brilliant.
Yes, it was. Blue, I mean, like I said, you've been casting day 1. You're here on the desk day 2. I mean, you break me down. Who was giving you chills today during this particular game?
I mean, again, I'm just going to continue to echo the respects for Gambit here, as that was an incredibly well-played match from them. Going into day number 1, one of my focuses for Gambit as a team was noticing that they're one of the best to play around the circle, especially under pressure, too. If that circle's closing in on them, they are really good at making sure they don't end up getting enraptured by it, leaving them way too heavily damaged to be able to properly fight out of it, as we saw right there. I mean, look at this, 12 kills, as well as the point totals they get for that one. So a lot of good stuff coming out for Gambit. I mean, they're really the true winners of that one. Despite picking up 2nd place with all the kills they have, they easily should eclipse 1st place's overall point game.
Absolutely. And let me ask this question, gents. Blaze, we'll start with you. Do you think Gambit is ever going to use their Valkyrie legend? Do you think that's ever coming back to their team comp?
You know what? With the way that they're playing, I don't think that we'll see it throughout the group stages because I feel like now that they have a flow and it's working for them, going back to their tried and true. So shout out to them for coming out on top. And this is your overall leaderboards with Gambit being in first place, going up 3 positions. But I just want to double back a little bit and, give a big congratulations to 303 Esports. They are our winners of game number 2. They had a consistent finish in game number 1, a top finish in game number 1. In the top 7, I believe it was. But coming out here and being able to have that composure in the late game, probably our most difficult late game hill that we've seen so far in the group stages, and they played it well.
Yes, they did. And I will say that anytime there's open field, open area gameplay and fighting, it gets my heart racing. I know it gets your hearts racing, and it's one of those moments where you feel for the team just looking to get out of the way. Let's take a look at some of these highlights that really brought us through the game. Blue, talk to me through this Gambit, basically this Gambit prowess that we saw throughout, even though to your point plays, 303 pulled it out.
Yeah, 303 able to come out on top with the actual win in this series. But like I said, Gambit's overall mastery of the map control, as well as just their game sense going into this one, was really something to be respected. It's plays like this that you really got to highlight. Hardeki taking a huge risk, peeking the doorway. For all he knew, there could have been 3 rifles staring at him the moment he peeked into there. But regardless, is able to walk in for free. And not only that, but I think it's both of those arc stars stuck onto one of his opponents. So that's a free opener, but nearly a free win on that fight. It's the plays like that you really have to respect from Gambit for being able to not only make those, but make them with so much success coming up behind it as well to eventually lead them into a total of, I believe, was 12 kills over the course of that map.
That one right here, man, when he just jumped in at first, I was like, why did he just go towards the zone? I know he's dodging shots, but then, man, I saw him flying through the air off that jump pad, and I said, oh my God, he's about to take the game over in his hands, and that is a scary scenario to see if you just see that Wraith flying through the air, man, with an EVA A and his Hardeki just looking to clutch it up for a squad, man. We saw him there make 2 big-time plays there in that highlight reel, and just fantastic job to them. And, that was just, we kind of spectated on most of that map, so that's why we got a lot to say about him. We spectated on most of the time. We saw very little of 303 near towards that late game circle, but, in the end, like we said, man, hey, they played a fantastic, come out number 1 and hold that top 2 spot currently.
They did indeed, and we'll see what happens in game number 3. But first, let's hear what you've got to say on our Twitter. We've got people watching all over the watching another Loba in play. See, I love it. Love my Loba Fans Championship. I'm living off the off-meta picks right now. You know what? I love it all. When you try to watch all your favorite teams, 7, 8, 9, Fire Beavers, Major Pushers, Magicians, go. I just love it. And by the way,
he got 5 screens.
Is that 5 screens?
5 screens.
Hey, look at that. Flavor of the month, giving us some love. I love it. Group stage, day 2. Let's hope for Taylor to pick up a wingman again. Hey, you know what? Listen. A wingman in the hands of Taylor is a scary, scary thing if you are not Flavor of the Month. So well done, GG. Thank you so much for the shout out there from Flavor of the Month. Those guys make this lobby scarier and scarier. And you know what? I want to continue to be horrified. Let's take a look. We're going to go to game number 3 with our casters right after this.
What is up, everybody? T-Squared here, and in front of me I have the Lenovo Legion 7i gaming laptop. This is the official partner of the ALGS. Now, the first thing I noticed is how badass it looks. You're gonna have RGB lighting in the back. You're also gonna have RGB lighting on the keyboard. It's only 5 pounds, and it's extremely thin. You'll see other gaming laptops that are about twice the size. Now, I think that you have to keep this thing cool, right? So you're gonna have 2 vents in the back and 1 vent on each side. Underneath, it's all ventilated as well. There's 2 fans with micro blades underneath. So you're gonna get all of that gaming performance, but it's also gonna stay extremely cool.
Increasingly difficult for Cooler, who's gonna have to make this rotation. They're gonna heal up, and they're gonna have to go. And no Gibraltar on this Cooler squad, so they're not gonna have any cover. It's gonna be a brutal rotation for Cooler with 3 squads remaining, but they find a way to sneak out. Yuki's got to be a little bit careful here. It's just a matter of time. Na'Vi, in my opinion, currently the best positioned team to win this game, but we got Magicians nearby as well.
Magicians right down below. Navi has angles on them. Wow, he puts him down to 1 HP, actually taking Maliwan down over here. That's 2 down from Magicians. Magicians isn't going to survive for much longer, so it's going to be Navi against Cooler. There's still 1 left alive on Magicians, still 3 squads left remaining. Navi's going to jump down, try and finish off Cooler. Nice shots with the 301 by Max Strafe, and this game is almost about done, and Navi is the champion of Game 3, clearing up both of the squads below. That's got to be a lot of kill points, Fallout.
That's right. Angles for days, and that's the name of the game for Navi. They're able to take their angles so incredibly well from high ground. Order has been restored here, at least 2 games in, with Gambit on top of their game 1, Alliance on top of their game number 2. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Glitter Explosion, getting ready for game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, and what a game number 2 it was. I mean, obviously, huge shout out to 303 for pulling down that win, but like you were saying, John, Gambit. I mean, where did they come from? This is the consistency we were looking for out of them. This is the aggression we were looking for out of them. They are just game after game. It's like it's a brand new team.
Yeah, it's spot on. And they're playing the way that they've always played and always found success with, which is edge of circle, high aggression, and nothing but great plays coming through from them, running the team comp that they're familiar with. Of course, Wraith on Hardeki. You got Blood. I mean, it's been great stuff from Gambit so far. And then quick update, we told you guys we'd keep you up to speed on our other matchup. We got B versus D on our other group. Alliance currently on top there with 38 points. They had a 15-kill game, which is insane. So Alliance, Gambit, the 2 titans of EU that we've always talked about playing well. But on the flip side, flavor of the month, great day yesterday, relatively quiet so far, only 4 or 5 points, GX.
Yeah, definitely a less than ideal day for them. But, you know, we did mention it during day 1. They at least gave themselves a little bit of cushion, right? They set themselves up well coming into days 2 and 3 of our group stage to allow for any potential stumbles or, you know, little hurdles that they might run into along the way. So less than ideal, like I was saying, but I feel like they are more than capable of bouncing back here.
Yeah, completely agree. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at Group B versus D standings. You see it, Alliance with 38, 7-8-9 if you're a fan of that Cinderella story from the preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland. 7-8-9 performing very well. Great consistency for them. Also, some great consistency coming through for Totem, who is on top of Group B. Well, they continue through the Italian org with 1 Italian on that squad, and Sharp looking great so far. Totem in Group B against Group D also looking pretty strong. But let's shift gears here, get ready for our next matchup. It's going to be game number 3. And so far in this one, we have Gambit on top, but 303's been looking very good. NCD, Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins, most ridiculous team name in the history of Apex, by the way, in 3rd place, tied with 3rd Impact with 22.
I can't, you know, you nailed that. I would have stumbled over that just because
I thought
of the
I was going
name,
to be honest with you.
Good job, okay? Solid job. I think we also need to, like you were saying, give a little bit of love here to 3rd Impact. Obviously, we're only 2 games in. We're about to be halfway through the day after this game, but a really, really strong first game showing out of them, changing up the meta here for a lot of these squads by just showing everybody how useful Loba can really be in the competitive meta. And I love seeing that out of these teams willing to take those off-meta risks here and having it pay out in dividends.
Yeah, and the biggest tournament of all time as well. Kudos to TI. I respect the Loba pick off meta, like you said, and we'll see if they can continue their success. And for those that are just watching or tuning in, again, these are the group stages. The top 20 teams from group stages. We have 4 groups of 10, so 40 teams total. Top 20 teams will advance to the championships, where they will compete for $2.5 million in overall global prize pool. Insane amount of money. Amazing to see how we've boosted the prize pool. Thanks to every single one of y'all that bought community skins to boost the prize pool and support the ALGS, these competitive players. Because the reality is, a lot of these top pro players, this is their full-time job. They pursue this game and from a full-time level, so much time put in, but they're not big streamers. They don't necessarily have huge YouTubes, every single one of them. They just like to compete. So this prize pool is obviously giving them a chance to continue to pursue their dream. So amazing that the community's really rallied in support of that overall prize pool, Glitter.
Oh yeah, I mean the prize pool is insane, and this is literally life-changing amounts of money on the line for all of these teams. And I mean, you want to be making it to the finals. You want to go home with something in your pocket, after all of the blood, sweat, and tears that have gone into getting themselves to this point, as we are making our way into the beginning stages of game number 3 here. I mean, we've seen 2 northern zones at this point. Do you think we're going to switch it up at all this time around here, Fallout? What do you think?
Yeah, I hope we see a southern zone for Flavor of the Month's sake. You know, we talked about the fact that they only have 3 points right now. There you go.
Look what you did.
How about them apples? We just manifested that, Glitter. You and I need to cast more often, especially if Flavor of the Month fans are watching, because we just manifested a southeast zone exactly where Flavor of the Month wanted it. They're going to get the rotation they want. They're going to have great loot as well with the split drop. Taylor dropping north on those top 2 houses above Lava City. And of course, Noth and PS splitting Lava City. That's a ton of loot for them in a really favorable zone.
Yeah, no, this is going to potentially be what they needed, right? To maybe get themselves out of a little bit of that beginning funk that we've seen here on game day number 2 for the EMEA region here in our group stages. But 303 Esports, we got to give them a little bit of love here. Obviously, the winners of our last match, and they had some really, really solid play for themselves. We saw them in game 1. I mean, they might not have had solid placement, but we still saw a lot of aggression out of them. They still were able to get 5 KP in game 1 as well. I think they just got caught out on some unlucky rotations with that first zone that was not necessarily in their favor. So this is definitely another squad that we should be keeping our eyes on.
Yeah, and especially with this zone as well. Very favorable southeast zone for them, dropping Geyser. They get all of Geyser loot plus the cave loot. Uncontested. 303. If I have a prediction here, if I'm a betting man, we'll have another big game here with alongside Flavor of the Month in my eyes. Meanwhile, teams that drop Skyhook, right? You got Solo Q Goats. That's a far rotation for them. You know, we have new esports dropping Countdown. Pretty far rotation, close to max rotation. So it's going to be a much more difficult rotation for those teams, having to rotate all the way from Skyhook here. We're on board with Solo Q Goats. We'll see what they'll do.
Now, Solo Q Goats is definitely a fan favorite here. We're going to, once again, check in with Shiv and see what else he had to say before coming into this tournament.
My favorite final circle on World's Edge. I love zones when they shift to like south of Lava Fisher, I think. Those are really nice zones for us to play coming out of Skyhook. We always have high ground and we can just angle people below us majority of the time. We hate the zones that go towards Geyser. Every time we have a zone that pulls towards Geyser on the other side of the map, we hate those ones though. That's for sure. I think there's been like a sequence of moments that can go really crazy when you're doing these tournaments. I mean, the first tournament I think I did with Diff and Zipeth, I remember a game, the zone pulled out from train yard towards us, towards like staging, I think it was. We had the high ground and we're just unleashing bullets at everyone on the low ground. It was just crazy. A chain of fights sometimes that just keep on going and never stop.
I love that perspective from Shiv. He gets the zone that he hates this game. So a well-timed listening right there with Shiv's perspective.
Yeah, that couldn't be any more unlucky. I mean, you were just saying, John, how this could potentially be rough for them. And then he just reiterates that. Gonna see how they end up handling it here and if they can maybe turn the tides in their favor, despite it being one of their least favorite possible outcomes that they could have gotten here this time around. Because to be fair, they've actually had a really solid day for themselves here so far. I mean, they had 10 KP in the first matchup with second place, so they could easily bounce back from a bad zone.
Yeah, and they got a pretty solid fighting comp as well, so they're okay to pick some fights on rotation. Shiv, of course, the only Bangalore competing in all of ALGS, by the way. We have not seen a whole lot of Bangalore outside maybe a tiny bit of Team Liquid running Bangalore in a Game 6 a couple of winter circuits ago. Not necessarily as a troll, they needed some points, and they got their points, but no, for the most part, Shiv, the only Bangalore that we see on display. We'll see if they pick their fights on rotation. Meanwhile, 303 taking their time in this rotation from Geyser. They decided to play for loot instead. They'll be a little slow to rotate, which is fine because they're so close in proximity, and that's the reality. We'll try and break it down for y'all, but different teams have either a fast style of play, fast rotations, or a slow style of play where they like to play a little bit more slow in their rotations. They like to take their time on loot, and they like to pick fights, and 303 is one of those teams that play kind of in the middle, and obviously coming from guys that they don't need to rotate super fast. Meanwhile, underrated coming from Launch Site, they joined Flavor of the Month over in Lava City. They rotated quick, and so far 2 teams over towards Lava City is 303 because they're slow rotation. They're going to find themselves into a fight against Gambit coming from Sorting Factory.
Ooh, and Gambit has been on a little bit of a tear today, so going up against them might not be exactly what these teams want to be doing. We can see some shots coming out of Hardeki landing, and he is able to deal a little bit of damage, but generally just, you know, poking a little bit, not really doing anything too aggressive just yet. It is very early on, but as I say that, I check the corner of our screen. We've already lost a squad here, Fallout.
Yeah, didn't see which one that was. That's interesting. Meanwhile, NCD, at least Dolphin, the D part of NCD nearby, a lot of teams nearby over towards Sorting Factory. What's really interesting here, Glitter Explosion, I'm please cast with Girl in North America. What's really interesting with here, Glitter, is Gambit dropping Sorting Factory. They are one of the slowest. I talked about fast versus slow teams on rotations, right? Shout out to the EMEF, by the way, who is a coach for Endeavor here in EU that really breaks it all down in his stat doc. But the interesting thing about Gambit, they're a slow team to rotate, but because they're in Sorting Factory, you wonder if they should have switched that up and gotten the quick rotation over to Lava City because the zone will continue to pull. Because they did not, Sorting Factory is going to be the spot on the map that becomes kind of a cluster. I mean, just take a look at this overhead camera. Beautiful work from our obs team. We got Maestro, former CHMK, a really, really great team. NCD nearby. We got New Esports, the team that popped off in day number 1 nearby. Everyone's kind of clustering towards Sorting Factory as it's on the edge. It's a pretty safe location. And Gambit joined that cluster despite having the upper hand. They could have easily rotated a little bit sooner there.
Yeah, and we're actually being told that it was Game of Drones that took out Magicians over by Tree to be our first squad that does go down here in game number 3. So that is that's definitely not what the Magicians wanted right now. They wanted to make sure they could try to get some more points, but that's going to be huge for Game of Drones. And there's somebody that we did talk about a little bit there on our first day.
That's right. It's a big pickup coming from Thermal Station. Again, Game of Drones, another team that is fairly fast on their rotation. So because they were quick on their rotation, they actually caught out Magicians, who drops typically train yard. So interesting why maybe Magicians changed their drop spot here for this tournament. And interesting to see what would have happened in that fight. As meanwhile, we see some crypto action, just scouting out, hey, what does this rotation look like? What's free? And this is why crypto is so powerful, so good in these mid games. You can get the intel that you need to understand how you're going to play your next rotation. And they got some intel right there that said, hey, no teams over here. We might be able to take this spot.
Yeah, we're going to see if they decide to do exactly that, but instead we're actually getting an overview here of Lava City itself, and already you can see how many of these teams have decided to make sure they claim their real estate as early as possible. But let's actually check in real quickly with Flavor of the Month and see what's going on in their comms.
De kommer nog komma ner sen, ännu en zon framåt.
Skiter i skannen.
Frågan är om zonen kanske inte ens går hit, det är många som inte tror det. Ja, det är därför jag menar om vi skannar och säger att ni inte går hit så kan vi sticka från Reven. Alltså du vet, kanske spela här ute eller whatever. Skanna då, jag går skanna då. Ska vi göra det?
Det blir det.
Okej. Gå, dom. Nice. Jag så bara håller här alltså.
Ja, jag håller med dig.
Ja, den sticker.
Jävlar ja.
Det
är ett lag här också.
Är det någon tunneln?
Nej, jag tror inte det.
Så jag kan ju TP för att gå och kolla, men...
Kan vara värt.
Ja, alltså gör du det så kommer jag behöva scanna dem, för de kanske rev-pushar.
Ja,
nej, jag tror du måste ha scan in för att kolla. Okej, ja då...
Har vi ult? Det kan vara värt att bara poppa.
Ult.
Jag har ingen bubbla, bro.
Här nu. Har ingen bubbla?
Nej, jag la ju den på viken.
Jag kommer nejda trappan. Jag är död här, tror jag. Ja, jag är död. Jag försöker teppa ner dig, Fasa. Ja.
Kidnapping.
Och nu får vi se om jag kan ta... Jo.
A Swedish listen-in perspective from Flavor of the Month as Noth goes down under some duress, despite being the first team here. It's going to be the Revenant team nearby. It is Underrated, who was quick to rotate. Playing Revenant, you know they're going to be aggressive, and will they take out Flavor of the Month in a game that they needed with a favorable zone? Taylor, the last alive, the young Wraith, the young god for his squad to try to keep the Flavor of the Month Dream alive.
I mean, we've seen Taylor do it before. He had to rat it out on day one. I believe ended up getting them a second place finish because of it. So if anyone can do it, it will be Taylor. He does manage to grab the first banner, and it looks like he's going to go for the res here. They might let him get it off because pushing into this choke point right now could be risky with how early on in the game it is. Might not be willing to really go for that, but that was definitely a setback for Flavor of the Month. Checking in with New Esports here, another team that we were expecting to have a really, really strong showing today. And starting off just a little bit slowly, not poorly, just a little bit slower than we saw them there on day number one. It's going to be, they're debating potentially going for this engagement. Right now, they're just holding right on the outside of sorting. They are in a really good spot, though, for where the zone is pulling.
Yeah, they are. With NCD nearby, a couple other teams nearby. We know Gambit is there as well. And I have to actually take back what I said. Gambit, with the Wise rotation, they predicted a Sorting Factory finish. Meanwhile, Underrated and Flavor of the Month predicted a Lava City finish. Unfortunate for Flavor of the Month right there. And that's why they were rotating, because they recognize, hey, next zone's going to actually be in sorting. We got to hit this rotation quick. And that is actually just an unfortunate game. The zone that does not pull can kind of continue with the trend of pulling to the southeast. This time, it pulls to the northwest of this southeast zone. It's going to be a Sorting Factory finish, to the dismay of Flavor of the Month fans worldwide.
You know, that potentially, though, that might make it a little bit less sad of a situation here for all of our Skyhook teams, specifically for Shiv.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not that geyser ending, so maybe Solo Q Goats has a better chance now?
Yeah, just a little bit west of Geyser, more manageable, that's for sure. That's true. We'll see how they rotate. We're going to see if I can catch them on my map here and where they're exactly at. But Gambit's currently under some duress. This is that crypto meta that is so popular in EMEA. And if you see teams dropping their shields because they don't want crypto to have effect and level up their Evo shields, didn't see it here, but a lot of teams will do that. And a lot of people will wonder why are people dropping their shields. It's because of that crypto EMP.
Yeah, if you can make sure that you can get it off, but before it does, before the EMP pops, then, you know, you can save yourself a little bit of your resources there, which especially when it comes down to these end games can be huge, because having as many heals at your disposal with how much chaos goes on is, it's massive. So saving anything you can, especially when at this point you don't have too many opportunities to loot, unless you can maybe find a death box here or there. You got to do what you can here. But we can see Flavor of the Month has fully reset and has managed to get themselves into another engagement here. Some damage did go down onto Taylor as he made a rotation across from one rock to the other, but there's not a whole lot of cover for them to work with here.
Yeah, and what a play from Taylor. I said he's going to have to go big. He gets the revive on Pierre, and they're able to actually revive Noth on Bloodhound. And Flavor of the Month back to full force here. 19 squads remain, courtesy of a revive coming through. Taylor keeping his team alive. They have Fenerbahce in front of them, the Turkish powerhouse team. #1 seed coming from the Middle East and Africa region. They haven't been faring very well against these EU teams so far. Well, we'll see if they decide to take this fight. Nope, they're going to go for a rotation instead. And I wonder where Underrated is in this mix. They probably decided to early rotate.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we are just a minute away from things starting to really pop off, because all of these teams are just going to start collapsing on each other with how much the zone is starting to shrink down. So it's really just going to come down to who finds who first, which team is willing to kind of push that engagement, unless they're absolutely forced to and just don't have an option but to take a fight. Right now, people want to be able to control which engagements they are taking, though. They want to decide when to be aggressive and when to be able to back off and be passive. We can see some snipes coming out here of Fenerbahce, but this grouping of squads that's currently in sorting, they are just going to hold here for as long as possible.
Yeah, we are checking in with Gambit, still in the same position, that cylinder building right outside of sorting. I'd be interested to see how Flavor of the Month played this rotation, because you saw Fenerbahce actually double back. Wise decision, recognizing that they're going to be nearby. Meanwhile, Gambit finds himself in a fight. A team wants this real estate. Hardecki's just going to have to get out of dodge, and he's going to, dropping to the low ground. I hate being stuck in this position, though, because there's four doors that you have to cover for. It's obviously difficult to do, easier when you had Watson. But right now, Gambit in a less than favorable position. They're going to lose high ground. They're going to be stuck on the low ground here, but they should be able to survive for now. And likely a team will not ape them, because because if they do, they're most likely going to get third-partied. So I think Gambit should be safe for the time being. Kraber in hands of Hardecki.
Ooh.
He wants it.
And now decides that he's going to save the shots for probably knowing that there's going to be a very real point in the near future where he does need as much of that Kraber ammo as possible back on board with Flavor of the Month, who look like they might be in yet another rough position. They just cannot catch a break this game.
Flavor of the Month, tough spot. Fortunate zone for them, and Taylor's gonna get knocked here. Pierre might follow. No health to Pierre's name. Noth getting tagged up and taken out as well. Again, a tough rotation coming from Lava City. It's just how the cookie crumbles. An unfortunate zone. They predicted Lava City, and it ended up going over towards sorting. And guess who it is? Solo Q Goat still alive. Rondon actually took out the last member of Flavor of the Month and is the kill lobby leader. So nice job from Rondon of Game of Drones. They actually took on Magicians earlier, so Game of Drones is dominating right now.
Yeah, that's what they need to. They want to make sure that they're getting as many of these points on the board while they can. We see a lot of teams that are actually playing really slow, playing on the outside edge of this. This could potentially be rough as they try to make the rotation. You can see just how many squads have already made their way into the edge of sorting. You can see the zone as well as pulling as far away from those teams. It's going to be as far southeast as it could possibly be in that scenario. So there's going to be a lot of open area, soft cover, height advantage play that we're going to be seeing here in our end game.
That's right. Keep an eye on Shiv. Tough rotation all the way from Skyhook, but they're faring well. Good loot as well because they did drop Trials. You're always going to leave with some great loot. What about Rondon, current MVP of this lobby, current Apex Predator of this lobby with 3 kills. One of 2 Slovakians, I believe, competing in the EMEA Championships alongside Zerifer of T-Rex. Shiv just putting in damage, trying to level up that Evo shield for late game. And right now, Shiv is faring fairly well, but we'll have to rotate momentarily. You see that zone at the top left of your screen. And her underrated nearby. A solid situation right now for Shiv and co. Fenerbahce in a pretty good spot as well as underrated takes out all of 303.
And that's, do you actually see on the map there, Fallout? Piet has managed to stay alive and is currently ratting for Flavor of the Month. So if he can just allow some of these squads to start taking each other out, maybe he can get a few points on the board placement-wise for his squad. He's definitely in a rough position, but all these teams are at that point where these battles are going to start coming out. And you know, as you were saying, another squad is down.
That's right. Still 18 squads, though, at the end of round 4. That is insane. Oof. This is a stacked end game for sure. It is about to be madness. And if you are Shiv with the Bangalore Ultimate, you're in a good spot here. Speaking of which, they're going to find one. That's going to be Pierre the Rat. He's going to get caught out by Zipeth of the Solo Q Goats. And SQG stays alive, and really, really great rotate from them. They're going to have the fence to their right, but a couple teams nearby. They got to be careful, and an ultimate's going to come through. And the dome shield from Gibraltar will keep them alive for now, but this will be tough for Solo Q Goats. They're under some duress, much like Team Legion.
Oh yeah, Team Legion is in a rough spot. Roger Botter's at least able to get the bat off to try and keep himself alive, but both of his teammates are fully down and out, and I don't think there is a world where he's able to get those banners. Checking back in with Solo Q Goats, who are also in an engagement right now. Looks like they're actually okay right now. They're able to kind of get some damage out and get their heals back up to allow themselves a little bit of a reset here. Like you were saying, they've got a decent position with the fence in front of them. The zone's at their back, so they know at this point that they don't have to worry about really people kind of creeping up on them the same way that they did onto Pierre with that rotation, because they've now kind of solidified this position for themselves. So they've got a little bit of loot redistribution going on amongst all the players. Look at TI though, at the very, very top of this this circular building.
Valkyrie, baby. Valkyrie doing Valkyrie things. Helping with positioning, that is for sure. And I think they're still rocking Loba as well. Been a pretty good spot here. Solo Q Goats, though, have been playing a tight game. Gambit still alive in the same spot, so they called the perfect rotation here. Brilliant decision-making from Gambit. And Hardecki wants a stick. Will he get it is the question. He's going to be trying to... Oh my god, the blind fire with the Kraber! Hardecki doing Hardecki things right now. Connects for 2. You gotta be kidding me. Hardecki with 2 kills, playing by his lonesome and playing out of his mind.
There's no way He just made that look so easy. Are you kidding me? That's going to be huge for Gambit. Starting to clear out some of the players that are around and above them, at least making their potential end game a little bit easier. And I mean, as we were watching all of that action, we're down to 9 squads now, Fallout. I don't even understand how they went down that quickly.
Insane. That's what happens when you got 18 squads towards the end of round 4. That is for sure. Shiv and Solo Q Goat still alive. They're just trying to clear out really the gutter teams that are right behind them and still somehow alive. There's a couple of, I think, solos that they already took out. So they'll be keeping a close eye on those teams below them because you don't want to necessarily get sandwiched in this scenario as the ring's going to be closing here. 9 squads remain. We got Gambit still alive for yet another big game, but guess what? They got to go through the Solo Q Goats. They got to go through quite a few teams as this ring is closing, and I think every team should be pretty safe here for now.
Yeah, I think they're trying to see if there are any of those solo rap players that you're talking about there below them, trying to get a few extra KP on the board. They decide to make the push up and over the fence, and they do catch one player rotating around wide, able to do a little bit of damage, but there are some Arc Stars coming out. They're going to try to lay down some as well of their own. Gang is actually the team that is now on that second tier of the Rotunda, so they've got a great position for themselves.
That's right. Gang on the second tier of the Oreo sandwich here. We got Gambit on the bottom, and of course we got Third Impact on the top. That's the scenario for those 3 teams. 6 squads remain. Solo Q Goats again cleared out their backside, made sure there was no one trailing them, so they are safe on their backside, playing the dead side of the ring. So Solo Q Goats will be in a pretty decent spot here as well. Those are at least 4 of the 6 teams. I did see Top Dog still alive. Actually, see it in the player tracker there as well. So Mimu Ruabe 0-0, the all Finnish squad, and then Fenerbahce, the Turkish squad, will be the last team of the 6 to round it out.
Yeah, we see New Esports managing to keep themselves alive as well over on the tracks. TI did go down in all of that chaos, that position on high, not benefiting them as well as they would have liked. All of the EMPs are starting to go down. Is that on top of Top Dogs? This is going to be potentially rough between them and Fenerbahce.
Yeah, both Top Dogs and Fenerbahce getting destroyed by those EMPs, and defensive bombardment though going to keep them alive for at least some time, going to buy them some time to heal, but no, it's going to be Solo Q Goats. They want this. The crypto ult came through, they saw it, they saw the damage done, and look at this through the fence right now. Shiv with the EVA 8 actually, sorry, he swapped out that G7 for late game, which is a wise decision, but perhaps a little too aggressive as the Solo Q Goats are going to get shut down there by the defensive Top Dogs.
Oh, New Esports also in the middle of all of this chaos, trying to see if they can get any kills, but unfortunately they do go down in 4th. Fenerbahce managing to stay alive in a top 3 situation right now. This is going to be huge for them.
I thought that was one team that was actually in one of the worst scenarios, coming from low ground at the bottom of the valley.
Yeah.
Somehow they're able to pull it off. Actually, they have Solo Q Goats to thank for doing all the damage in the world. The Top Dog right now. Now, Gambit. 3 squads left. Gambit, 4 gang, and we got Fenerbahce to close this one out on board with Hardeki, because you know we got to stay on board with him. He's going to make plays. He goes and takes high ground. Great shot to the EVA 8 towards the late game. Knocks one. Can he get the second? Gets the thirst. Gets the finish. His teammate Artico goes down. But Hardeki is just raining fire right now. So well positioned. Connects for the shot and goes with the flat line to close it out. But he will be taken out.
No.
And in the end, it is 1907 Fenerbahce, the Turkish team, that goes huge in game number 3. What a showing right there, Glitter.
That is a massive, massive game for Fenerbahce. So huge congrats to them. I thought that when Hardeki was on high there on top of those crates, I swear I thought that Gambit might be able to kind of pinch everybody in that situation and be the ones that came out on top. But Fenerbahce absolutely shutting them down. That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah. And the fact that they had to make the rotation all the way from Lava City, they were one of those teams like Flavor of the Month, like Underrated, that had a pretty difficult rotation through the choke, and were still able to come out on top. They were in one of the worst positions in the game, and they made something great. Lemonade out of lemons right there. Nice job to Fenerbahce in game number 3. That was a must-win game for them because they're so behind in the leaderboards. And speaking of the leaderboards, we're going to have updated standings and more as we throw it back to Kate at the desk.
Thank you, Glitter. Thank you, Fallout. And, you know, Fenerbahce proving that though this is a scary, scary lobby, they can rotate from less than ideal positions, use that charge rifle in the mid-game, and find themselves face-to-face with the leaders there in our final circle. You know, guys, talk me through this.
Oh, man. So this late game circle over here to our Sorting Factory is wild. And we're about to see our winning moment of this game in just a bit. So I want to talk about Fenerbahce because we had the overcam view of them. They were in the trenches there. Top Dogs was right above them. And when it came down to it, Top Dogs, they lost the fight against Fenerbahce, okay? And Fenerbahce found some way to win that game from the trenches, and it just blew my mind.
Excellent. Well, Blue, I got to ask, we've been talking about team comps all day long. It's pretty easy to see that we've had a lot of different, we'll say, results given everything. Yeah. And I want to definitely talk rotation, I want to talk zones, but let's talk more about team comps at this moment, because obviously, there are some that work, there are some that don't, and Fenerbahce made this one work.
Yeah, I mean, Fenerbahce bringing your usual kind of edge guard composition into play here, the one that we've been seeing used quite a bit across the large majority of the teams. So no surprises there with them being able to come out on top. Once again, bringing that Wraith, Bloodhound, and Gibby combination that's been working so well over the previous months. Specifically, looking at a very similar comp coming out once again from Gambit, who was able to nearly repeat, in fact, I think almost exactly repeating the same run from the last game there too. Their Wraith specifically going absolutely insane. Again, we're going to see, I think, a replay of that right here as they try to clutch things out in the late game, but faltering just short by only a couple bits of damage yet again.
Oh, man. And this is where I was trying to see, how did they come up from the trenches to end this one, Blue? And because I surely thought they were going to die down there when we saw that overhead view of all the squads, but Fenerbahce, man, they came out with a huge victory there towards the back end of this lobby, man. And Gambit, man, they had such great positioning at the bottom of that silo for as long as they did. Hardeki, he wasted no time finding kills. He was able to kind of put Third Impact in a difficult position. Actually, Third Impact put themselves in a difficult position, being on top of the silo, and he was able to clean up 2 kills with that Kraber there. So he did good work for Gambit in that scenario.
Did indeed. I was going to say, it was interesting. I feel like Gambit, where day one of this competition, they had 2 very different success stories. One was 20th place and the other was up top tier. And now I feel like they're getting to that place where they're still that top tier. They're always in contention in that top 3, top 5, but it's sort of like always a bridesmaids, never a bride scenario, while they're still getting incredible kill points.
I think it's going to be an interesting question when we see the scores here in a second of how many kills Gambit were able to pick up in that game, because if they're able to strive for a high kill total, once again, they're kind of going to be taking over, for me at least, some of the thunder from New Esports and Flavor of the Month, who at least in day one were very much like the hunters inside of the server there. They were the teams that were running around Flavor of the Month on the edge of the map more than anything, the edge of the circle more than anything like that, but trying to pick up kills wherever possible. And it seems like Gambit is kind of stealing some of that thunder here today on day 2 of the groups.
Awesome. Take me through, guys. These, I mean, this is some unbelievable gameplay, regardless of the prize pool and certainly the large championship field. But I mean, talk to me about some of these legends. People are using some of these out of the edge circle situations. Come on.
Yeah, man. When it comes down to the edge of the circle, a lot of these squads, if they can get to the edge of the circle and just slowly move up and have great terrain, hell, that's where they want to be. But it's not always that perfect. And we see here, even Solo Q Ghost did a fantastic job trekking all the way from top Skyhook down here to Sword Factory. And they was one of the squads that was able to use their terrain the best, because for most parts, they were never able to get a footing in any of these buildings, so they did have to play the edge there. And, from the smokes of the Bangalore, the Octane and Gibby, that type of legend comp worked out for them on such a journey.
Yeah, I think the Bangalore helped out really well, specifically because of how much movement Solo Q Goats were having to do. Unfortunately, Solo Q Goats bought into that aggression a little bit too much at the end of the game, diving head first on a top dog, which ultimately led to their deaths and opened up the opportunities for Fenerbahce to not only come in and trade those kills out, but get in a prime position to close out at the top of the game as well. In fact, Fenerbahce probably pretty happy that Solo Q Goats made that play, because I don't know if they would have been able to get to such a strong position without the damage done to top dog from that initial fight there.
I agree with you. I think they were very happy with that one. Top Dogs really kind of started the chaos there. And for Solo Q Goats, the position that they were in, their mindset was like, yo, these 2 teams are fighting. We can go in here, get a lot of KP, and be in a top position for a top 3 finish. Hey, that's okay. That's a great position to be in, but it just did not work out for them.
It did not indeed. Let's take a look at how much it did not here with our leaderboard and those numbers that are so telling. Overall, wow, this Gents, I mean, if you want to see the difference between Gambit and everyone else, it is on stark display right here in their overall leaderboard. This is, of course, Group A and C. We'll have the overall for all 4 groups later on in the show.
They needed this.
Yeah, that's that consistency showing up right there, right? 2 second-place finishes in a row in these games. Another team that we haven't talked about a lot today, I know we gave them a mention a few times yesterday too, but 4Gang, once again, hanging in here and showing up very close to the top of the leaderboards, despite us not giving a whole lot of coverage to them in the game. They're doing a fantastic job, both between the first day's games as well as today as well, and are always showing up around that top 5, top 10 position there, kind of quietly up towards the top right now.
Yeah, I got to double down with you on that one, Blue, because we talked about him yesterday, like you said, consistently in the top 5, in that top 5 throughout, 6 games there. And then now you come over here and they got a top 2 finish at the end. They're still building those points. They're looking good to be one of our 20 teams to qualify for the championships if they keep playing like this.
And I also, before we real quick, I do want to also mention, I don't know if you saw on that last graphic, ATK is now top 10, I believe, and Flavor of the Month has dipped now below the 15th, I think. So some interesting things happening going into game number 4, where we always know that things get really interesting. It's sort of like round number 4, this last game, when 18 teams came in, and I think 9 left. Either way, lots of things to look forward to. One of the things that we always look forward to is hearing from you, and we've got some community tweets coming to us from our fans here. It's going to be a fun night. Hardecki on fire. Oh my gosh, is he on fire? Holy Interruptus Batman. That guy is he's scary in the best possible way. Oh, and here, guys, here's the thing. Snacks are always considered. Always a good idea. And look at this. I mean, these are snacks, but these are healthy. I mean, well done.
I got me a bag of pistachios here in between games as I'm listening to our casters.
Speaking of casting, okay, when you're working from home, but ALGS is live. Now, I'm telling you right now, are you landing a space shuttle on Mars? Because there is just no other reason.
He might be inside of a Gundam right now if you just squint your eyes a bit.
Spreadsheet universe on the right side there, I think.
Is that the Matrix? Is that what that is? I'm not sure, but that is. Oh my gosh! At any rate, we've got a lot to say. We've seen a lot. We've heard a lot. We'll see some more. And that means that it's time for the rubber to meet the road here in game number 4. And we'll get to our casters, that game, and all the drama right after this.
Hey guys, Rainday here talking about my favorite laptop right now, the Lenovo Legion 7i. The thing I love about this the most is that it's a gaming PC. It's a beast of a gaming PC, but I can take it anywhere, whether I'm at home, whether I'm out getting my coffee at my favorite coffee shop, or whether I'm even on the beach in beautiful San Diego where I live. This thing is the perfect laptop for people who want to be a little more subtle, but also get their game on. That's why it's my everyday carry.
We're just gonna have to shoot at everyone that comes. Shoot at everyone.
I'm holding north right now.
Team in the bin here.
Team in the bin. That's one team.
Crack them low.
Oh, they're putting on each other. Nice. Left team went on them. So we gotta focus right. Focus right.
Here. Right coming.
They give you ultras.
I have Gen on me.
Yeah.
I'm holding here. I'm gonna beam them when they come in.
They're up here. They're coming. I got hit. They might push. Watch them. They're gonna come now.
Right now. Yeah, just focus them when they come.
Focus only then.
Yeah. Wait, they're in.
Are they?
Bubble.
They're in.
They're gonna bubble pilot.
Watch banners. Cross stick. Get the skills.
27 flash.
I'm cracked.
Another one. All dead. They're fighting. Beam the cross stick. The BKB down.
Long. Nice. Yeah.
Last team.
Yeah.
Get angles. I'm cracking. One down.
On left side. Go. Fuck. All you. Shoot. 2v2.
All dead. Ow!
Oh my god.
Dude.
Welcome back, you beautiful, beautiful people, and it is time now to get into Game 4, and it's officially halfway through the group stages now. I think a lot of the teams are going to be thinking, Dan, it's time to go now, especially some of those teams that are down at the bottom and trying to scrape together some points. A huge performance from Fenerbahce Esports, one of our Middle East and African teams, really stepping up in that Game 3. But I want to just slow things down a minute to give a shout out to Amarok there with the tweet. You know, he looked like he had every single screen in the world, but kicking it old school with a calculator on his desk as well. Big fan of that. Just wanted to throw that out there. That's all.
Very important. I accidentally uninstalled my calculator app from my phone, and it's never been the same since, and I don't know how to get it back. But you're right, Mark. It's very important. It's crunch time. We're halfway through the group stages. And what's interesting for me is we had domination from Flavor of the Month on day 1, but they've only had 3 points so far today, and they've even dropped below Gambit. So we'll put that into reference. They had 79 points after day 1. They've only gained 3. They're up to, 82? Gambit have now surpassed that because of their performance and their consistency across day 1 and day 2, and that is a little bit worrying for me. Have Flavor of the Month done enough in day 1 to kind of push themselves into that top 20 or those 16 extra positions? Probably, but at the same time, things start to get a little bit scarier when you're just not finding points in day 2.
I think it's one of those games, especially the last one, where they've been a little bit disappointed. First 2 games, tough zones for Flavor of the Month, we have to say, you know, moving towards the extreme west side of World's Edge and then up towards the north as well. But that one, I feel like it was one of those games where things just didn't go their way. There was numerous things that just really didn't help them out at any point. One of them was they thought they had a really good spot. We saw a bit of a big zone pull back towards sorting, and then they had to make that move. But before they got to do that, what's the one composition you don't want to come up against? When you're inside of a building, you're trying to hold down high. It's a Revenant team, and unfortunately that was what they run into. They managed to get back up to full complement, they made a rotation, they got caught off guard. It was just one of those games, man. It happens in Battle Royale. Sometimes you do everything you can to have success, and sometimes things don't go your way. But an opportunity here for Flavor of the Month to step up, and I mean, I mentioned Fenerbahce Esports, the winners of our last game, Dan, coming in from our Middle East and Africa region, stepping up, and nationalities across the board here in the EMEA region really starting to be represented.
Oh, we have great country representation through the EMEA region. I mean, they're from Turkey, of course, Fenerbahce. We've got 9 players from Turkey in total, actually the 5th most represented country out of all the nationalities. 23 different countries are represented in the EMEA region. That is quite a span of very different ones. And sure, there's only one player from, like, let's say Croatia, for example. RPR is going to be representing them. But amazing as that individual to be the only player who kind of is from that country, from that place of residence. The United Kingdom, actually, surprisingly, the 2nd most represented in the EMEA region with 16 players. And in first place is Russia with 20.
They are popping off at the moment. Let's see what's going on now on World's Edge. You can see the teams all dropping in as expected, nobody being contested, everybody feeling extremely comfortable. And there is our zone. And this is looking like Hardecki's playground. And the only reason that I say that, the famous clip of Hardecki managing to pretty much 3v1 a team up on that hill, might be where we are seeing that zone pull. Staging going to be very popular, the high ground as well, and maybe a little bit of Harvester towards that west side as well. But once again, Dan, one thing I would say about zones today, difficult to rotate early to. Not a lot of playable ground from what we've seen in comparison to yesterday, where we saw a couple of zones where there was a lot of habitable areas for teams to call home.
Yeah, I'm all for occasionally seeing a mental final circle that's just a little bit unpredictable when it's absolute carnage and 10 teams die as the circle 4 closes, but I'm a methodical man. I like strategy. I like seeing teams that can plan out how they're going to move across the map, which buildings they should be taking, where they think that circle's going, where do they need to be watching out for. That all kind of gets thrown out of the window when you have these open circles. So yes, I would like to see an endgame circle now that has a little bit more strategy to it. And yes, of course, there is strategy, and we are still seeing success from teams. But at the same time, there is always going to be a different play style when you get somewhere that has more buildings and more places to kind of cover yourself.
One thing that Fenerbahce did so well in that last game as well was take advantage of the third-party situation when it did pop up, and when they heard the fighting going down up on that higher ground and then making their way up and managing to clean up the kill. And even though you have to say the Gambit had just been involved in that fight themselves, I'm pretty sure that a few shield swaps had already gone down, and it was pretty much a straight 3v3. And with the way that Gambit have been playing in 3v3s today, to win that fight down is going to, fill up the confidence tanks to the brim.
Do you know what the scary thing about this lobby is? The fact there's a Loba, and the fact that any time you go for a shield swap, or you think there's going to be a shield swap, it can get nabbed right from under your hands. And that just gives you that sense of insecurity as you're starting to push in and as you're starting to go towards a death box. And that's what one legend can do. Imagine if there was 2 or 3 Lobos started to be in the mix.
Well, we're going to hear from Shiv now. It's episode 3 of ALGS Champs with Shiv. Enjoy.
The best player in the world, though. Ooh. I mean, there are so many good players. I mean, one that's always striked many of us right now is probably Hardeki. He's one of the most insane, mechanically skilled players. He's just on another level, I guess. There's so many good players. Hardeki is one that I think a lot of players revere and could even fear. But I would say Hardeki for sure. He's insane.
I can't wait for episode 4. I've got to be honest with you. I'm loving ALGS with Shiv. I think it's a series that needs to be pushed more. I want longer episodes, get it on YouTube. I want to see that man on a chat show because he's given all sorts of knowledge bombs and a lot of love to Hardeki as well.
It's always a cliffhanger as well. I'm just excited for the next episode. But yeah, quite rightly pointing out Hardeki. We saw what he did then in game number 3 with the Kraber, for example, going for the no-scope. He's done 4,892 damage today, the most in the lobby. And that's only after 3 games on set. So just think about what he can do across these 6 games and across all 18 games of group stages.
Well, speaking of the man himself, you can see him on your screens at the moment. We're actually watching the point of view of Artico, but of course, it is going to be Gambit Esports making that rotation through Harvester and looking to pop a few coins into the slot machine here and get a few extra resources on board. Magicians, though, getting involved in a fight, and that's going to be Top Dogs taken down. So our first team in the lobby will be eliminated, and a little bit earlier than we have seen. We've sort of seen one team fall, I would say, actually, within Zone 1 a lot of the times. But again, one thing that's a real takeaway from the ALGS Championship, Dan, is how every single game we are seeing 17, 18 teams when Zone 3 starts to close. And that is just, you know, a perfect example to everyone of how highly pressured these situations. No one wants to take risks. No one wants to make mistakes. And it's, as you say, so many different teams alive. It makes those end zones all the more exciting.
And you did just briefly see Dolphin trying to punch back into a building. Unfortunately, I think he disconnected there. That is a shame. I know that Nuggets, Crumpets and Dolphins were having a couple of issues yesterday as well. It's a shame to see that persist into day number 2. Hopefully they can get things sorted because that's never going to be fun for them. But yeah, you are right. I mean, when suddenly there's hundreds of thousands of money on the line, funnily enough, everyone starts to play a little bit more conservative and aren't going to be as aggressive. I say that, we do still have Revenants involved. We have still got some teams who like to still play that way and play in that style. For the most part, there's been a lot of respect in these lobbies. You're not going to aimlessly push across open ground because you know you could be shot from any direction. I think that's good. Every single team that are in these EMEA championships should be respected. They're here for a reason.
Well, like we saw in the last game, Gambit have made a very, very fast rotation here towards Harvester, towards this high ground, where we saw them trying to hold it down yesterday. And this was the position they were in, of course, when they made that composition change. So they know this zone, they know how it plays, and Gambit actually won this zone yesterday. If it does end up pulling towards where it finished yesterday, I know that sounds very silly because we don't know where it's going to be ended up, but they do know the positions pretty well. They know how to hold those angles, as we see a little bit of fighting going on now with our team who won the previous game. Of course, Fenerbahce here down on the low ground.
I think me saying yesterday is now rubbed off onto you saying yesterday.
Of course.
But it feels like yesterday.
Doesn't
because
it?
that's
It really does.
How quick it's all gone down. But you are right, that Harvester game was amazing for Gambit. It was right after they switched from that Valkyrie composition. In terms of composition changes and in terms of like people playing things that are different, for the most part, we've seen everything stay the same so far in groups A and C. Actually, there's been 0 changes whatsoever throughout games 1 to 4. So no one is unconfident in their composition. No one feels like they should be doing something a little bit different. Even having the Revenant involved, the Loba involved, for example. We've got 1 Bang, we've got 1 Caustic. People are more than happy to stick with what they started with here. And you'd think if you're going to go all the way to game 4, you're probably going to stick all the way to game 6 today.
It doesn't surprise me either. Yesterday, you know, first few games, we saw a little bit of experimentation, right? We saw people trying things that maybe they've been working on in scrims. Maybe it worked, so they stick with it. Maybe it didn't work, so they changed to something a little bit more traditional. But now you are seeing teams start to get more settled in the way that they do want to play. As we take another look at that zone, you can see it there on your screens. A lot of Harvesters still involved in staging, of course. So it's going to be a very big moment when this Zone 3 does close and which way it does shift, because you can see a lot of teams at the moment residing inside of Harvester, which is going to make it very, very cozy if it does pull away, and all those teams are going to have to fight, of course. But 30 shots here from Pinky Finky aren't going to be hitting too hard, although a little chip away at the armor there with the 36 is going to back that player up. But for now, FB in a pretty good spot because of the fact that they are holding this choke from all of the teams who are going to be rotating from the south, and also they're going to be on the high ground if it does pull away from Harvester. So pretty good position here from Fenerbahce.
And that shows a little bit of confidence from Fenerbahce, perhaps something they didn't have when it came to day one and it came to how they performed. But now they've got a victory under their belts and they are going to have the possibility of actually asserting a little bit of dominance and saying we're more than happy to hold a choke, we're more than happy to go for kills, and let's hope that they can continue their success that they just found in game number 3.
Well, this is going to give us the information that we are desperate for. It's going to be Ziki on Valkyrie. It's going to be popping that beacon and giving us that information. And you can see it's going to be pulling a little bit away from where they are at the moment. So it looks like we are going a little bit more Harvester side than we are staging. And now you can see them making that move. And it looks like it could be the respawn building, which is going to be prime real estate to try and hold down. You can just see it in the distance there through the point of view of Ziki and what he's trying to maybe scope out. Thinking about playing those crates instead, as I would presume that maybe there is a team already residing inside of that building. But they've got to be careful of that choke, because you can see where it's pinging right now. That's where Fenerbahce are, so there might be a little fight breaking out when that zone starts to close.
Yeah, you do have to be aware of what chokes are being held by other teams, because if you do push aimlessly into them, of course, you're going to be punished. But also, you pushing into an area, you might leave the spot you were previously residing in to someone else to push onto you. And if you have no way back, then suddenly you're going to be in a very difficult situation indeed. You always need to be one step ahead of other teams, and you don't want to give up any spots that are good right now. They may not be the god spots, and they may not be a spot that is going to win you the game, but certainly it could be something that can get you a few kills.
Well, Third Impact trying to plan their next rotation and just hold some teams out at the moment. Let's jump into a listen and see what the plan is.
Wait, I heard steps under me. There is team. Yeah, under bridge. Under bridge. Like the mid part. Purple and Chiba.
Yeah, that Wraith is just playing in the open.
Yeah, I don't see anybody like this area at all.
Yeah, it should be fine.
That's good. Team in train tops still.
Oh, the staging is shooting me. Fuck me, bro.
How many saves?
I'm 6. 3 bats and 1 Phoenix.
Undershark's just smoke. It's Shiva.
Okay.
They have Octane bang.
Yeah.
Might bang out you off the rock and pad up. They like smoked up. Why is this team peeking wide?
I can see if they come.
Yeah, try to stop losing meds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he just walked through the smoke and peeked me instead of the team that actually smoked him.
Yeah, this guy's still on the choke here, like this rock.
Yeah, we just need to watch back.
We just like when we get that, like we just take the control over from them.
Is he behind that rock?
Yeah, I think so.
I haven't seen him.
I think I saw him. Oh no, he's playing further back.
Yeah,
he's playing further back.
Yep.
There is another team here now. That's really good actually.
Yeah, that's good.
They broke it. Wait, Falco. Geyser. Did I not just say Geyser?
Bro, did it actually have an angle there?
I have no idea what I said. I just had a flying zone.
I didn't turn it.
Fascinating listening there from Third Impact. And Dan, you can hear just little things that happen here on World's Edge. Teams moving in can really impact the general vibe for Third Impact.
Yeah, they were happy that another team was in a different position because it meant that they weren't going to be like the focus point. They weren't going to be the center of the sandwich. Instead, another team was potentially going to take a little bit of fire, going to take a little bit of pressure off them. And that is really interesting to hear the comms and how they like other teams going into a certain position, and maybe a position they know isn't going to be a favorable one for them, but it helps the team that's actually pointing it out. So it's always crazy to see how teams like to see where other people are going to be going.
Always good to have that bigger picture in the mind, almost a map overhead of World's Edge where everyone's moving, where everyone's situated and where everyone's trying to get to. And that's one of the benefits of having Valkyrie as well, getting up on that high ground to do a little bit of manual scouting at times. Dead inside now, you can see Sadyama's going to be popping the ultimate here on Bloodhound, and that is because 303 Esports are trying to force their way into zone as well. A lot of teams here on the southern side where the zone is going, which would generally indicate that there is going to be some fighting going down. But you can see everyone's a little bit nervy at the moment because they know there's multiple teams around. You don't want to initiate unless you have a clear opening here, Dan, because of the fact that that third party is just waiting around the corner.
Yeah, with 18 squads left, as soon as you get involved in a gunfight, there is likely going to be someone just around the corner to come and sweep things up. They'll be keeping a keen eye on that kill feed, and if more than 2 players are knocked, they're definitely going to get involved. If they can push and it be a free push where they're not going to be then fourth partied, then they're more than likely are going to push in for that KP, because some teams are desperate for KP. Some teams need to pick the pace up a little bit. For example, a team like Magicians, they're struggling a little bit. They didn't have the best of days yesterday. It was okay. They had 26 points. Today they've only picked up 7, so they're up to 33. That's not going to be enough, for example, to get them into the finals with how everything is laid out right now. That has them quite low down in the leaderboards. And as soon as you start to realize in the overall standings you're not within that top 20, you might start to play a little bit more aggressive. It's all right now where we're in the middle of the group stages, but tomorrow we might see things get a little bit shaken up. We may see teams pushing out a bit more.
I'd like to apologize every single time me and Dan say yesterday, because we have said that you did it, and I'm calling you out on it because, I don't know, because I'm mean. Anyway. Back to this game, and so the Q-Goats have got some decisions to make here. You can see they're going to rotate into that zone. It's going to be moving behind them pretty soon, but, I mean, look at the angles they're getting shot from. This is not even involving Third Impact, and the Valkyrie player here, Ziki, is just kind of looking down on them, seeing every single move that they're going to make and watching that zipline if they do try and escape. So it's going to be a very difficult rotation. Maybe the Octane jump pad is going to be something that they're going to have to use and look for third-party opportunity to break out before they make that move, but tough decisions here for Solo Q-Goats on the move.
Yeah, we asked for some more circles that had buildings in. Well, that's not really a circle that has many buildings in. Let's be completely honest. A lot of open ground to work with. You can kind of play under the tracks. You can play in the track, but then that also has you vulnerable from behind. You can play right on the edge of Harvester on the big doors. But again, what happens when you then have to push out of those big doors? You're going to be a really big focus point. So very much a lot of variables to be thinking about for these teams. But firstly, they need to get into this next circle.
Third Impact are in a really good spot here. With 18 squads alive, they have the high ground kind of overlooking everything. They're going to be able to control those tracks, which are going to be really, really vital towards the end of this game, as we're going to see one team trying to rotate down on the low here, but the charge rifle shots are going to be going off, and it's Solo Q-Goats who are involved in this fight. Zippeth with the EVA 8 in hand will hit some shots, but this is the issue when you're trying to move in when there's so many teams in front of you. It just means you're going to be beaten by so many different players, and unfortunately for Solo Q-Goats, that is going to be them out here in game number 4.
Yeah, you saw the last-ditch attempts to throw out a bombardment to maybe pick up a couple of KP at the very least, but it doesn't really work out, and Solo Q-Goats will fall, but you are completely right. It's so difficult when there's that many teams just watching, and that's what these zones offer. Absolute carnage and mayhem. Third Impact have done pretty well, though, to continue to move on into this circle, and that Loba is going to get more and more beneficial as this game goes on, as teams start to fall. That's a lot of loot. They're certainly not going to be short of ammo, grenades, and resources, and those grenades could be very important in this final circle.
Nice shots there from Balong, and we're going to see things start to speed up a little bit now as these teams are forced into engagements, forced into each other's back gardens and everywhere that they've been holding down. You can just see that on our overhead here. There's going to be a bubble down. There's going to be defensive bombardment coming in, trying to do some damage on ATK as they try and make their rotation. It's not just a bit of damage, it's a lot of damage. You can see shields being broken, and that's going to mean one team can move in behind them. And this might be a third-party opportunity here for Third Impact, or they might be prioritizing the rotation instead. Looking down onto the low ground, and there's a couple of teams below them as well.
Yeah, with only 45 seconds left, I think they are more than happy to try and march on to the next circle. ATK just desperately trying to stay alive here in the tiniest little nooks and crannies. K-Swinny's having a little look, but he doesn't quite have line of sight to work with there. And Third Impact, they've heard the noise, they've heard the possibilities, but they've said, nope, look, we found a position, we're right on the edge of the circle. We don't want to be thinking about KP. Instead, let's actually start to consider, can we win this game from where we are? If they don't believe they can win the game, then maybe that would be when they start to push for kills. But they don't need to right now. ATK will be on their backs though, so they need to be aware of that.
You know, difficulty here for TI is the fact that grenades inside of that cart are going to do so much damage, so they need to hold out all of these teams that are moving in with range and doing the damage that they can. You can see shots being exchanged, and now ATK are making their move down to that staircase. Actually going to be dropping down to the low ground here with that Wraith portal to try and play below Third Impact on. That's great news for Third Impact. You can see now that they just completely in control of this area, up on the tracks, watching this team rotating in now through the tunnel, and these shots from the wingman of Ziki are going to slow that rotation down a lot, and TI are having a lot of the work done for them at the moment. Just have to be careful of dead inside making that move through the tunnel.
Here come the Gibby bubbles, and here comes the last-ditch attempt to try and stay alive in this circle with only 10 seconds before round 4 is going to be closing. Third impact, they thought about pushing in towards the train tracks there, backed off, they realized there's no one coming from behind them. They've managed to actually get into a position where they have some cover here on the tracks. They just need to worry about the team that's inside this tunnel, and if you can hit shots like that, you might be in a good position.
They've got one knock, and you can see that Balong is moving in as well to try and finish off these kills, but Shazaz has gone down as well, so what looked like something that should be a little bit more simple, and it's actually turning out to be, and now Balong's going to be forced to move in, go for that res. He's going to use the bubble just to be safe and sure. With so many teams in the vicinity, it's not surprising to see them take those low-risk plays. But now here's Gambit Esports. Artico has been taken down. Hardeki's going to be forced back into the void, and from around 18 teams, now we're down to 9, and that is because there is nowhere to play for these teams, Dan. They're just being forced into each other.
A tiny little rock and maybe a blade of grass might be able to save your life at this point, but the third impact, they've got back to a full 3. They've done the damage on the team that was the most worrying for them, and now they just have to think about how they're going to get into the center of this circle. Hardeki was able to move his way on in, but Gambit were only at a team of 2 and maybe just a team of 1 now if he can't get Artico back up. Actually, Leo is who goes down, and now Gambit has to get the shield swap just to stay alive here, but it looks like he's the center point of attention. Goes down, Gambit in 8th place, and we're down to 7 squads.
And that is going to be Tyler from New Esports who takes him down as well. I did notice the Flavor of the Month are alive here. They were playing up on that choke just to the north of what we're looking at the moment. New Esports overlooking everything as well. Charge rifle in the hands here of Tyler. And they've had a bit of a slow day compared to the first one, which isn't too surprising because they were absolutely dominant yesterday. Or I should say the day before, excuse me as I correct myself for the 300th time, but a good game here for them just to reignite the fires that were started a few days ago would be massive.
But even where they currently are positioned right now, they have to push out into open ground. All of these teams have to push out into open ground, so you want to be the last team realistically to get there. But at the same time, if anyone finds a truck, a rock, or whatever to hide behind, get their back to it, then they might be able to shoot you when you're coming in.
Here comes Maestro then, trying to make a push onto the team inside of this building. Defensive bombardment's going to be going down, and the Spitfire is going to be singing a song here for Rugby as he manages to get one knock, at least on the team underneath. You can see that Nook is trying to stay alive alongside Roger Bodger, and all of these teams stacked up on each other. And that is going to give the signal now, maybe to move in and try and finish the kills of the team inside. Maestro keeping a keen eye on it though, and now that fight's going to break out. This could not just be massive for potentially who wins this game at the end, but also for the other teams in the surrounding area.
Yeah, Flavor of the Month have been able to slightly push up here. They have high ground. Taylor has to stay alive. He's got a slither of health. Maestro also in a spot of bother right now. They've been able to do a lot of damage, but they need to shield up, and it looks like they will do that successfully. And we have our 4 teams, as things can just ever so slightly slow down, as it seems like they've all got a little bit of map to work with now. We have one building, we have a rock, we have a bigger rock, and we have a little bit of train track.
Flavor of the Month now, in my opinion, in the best position. T1 have been in it for the majority of the game, and they've got some kills to go alongside it to show that, but now they're going to have to make that move. You can see they're pinging the rock. That's where they want to play, and I tell you what, that care package is massive for them as well. Not because of what's inside it, but because of the cover that it is going to afford them as well. But they need to take care of this team inside of the building, because they are going to be beaming them as they make that move, as are Flavor of the Month. So a difficult rotation here to make for TI.
Always difficult when there's 4 teams left in a final circle as well. If it's 3, it's slightly easier to play. It's very simple. You're the last one to engage in the fight. But with 4 teams, there's a possibility of 2 3v3 engagements happening at once. You have to take that fight quickly, win it fast, get your shield swaps, and then try and third-party the other 2 teams that are fighting. You also don't want to be the first team to go central here, because then you're going to be crossfired by everyone else on the map.
TI making their move. You can see the low ball, the black market coming into play as well, giving them a couple of red armors to work with, but Flavor of the Month are just kind of watching over everything that's going down at the moment, and now you're going to see the ultimate being popped by the Bloodhound. Third impact, trying to make this move, but it's not looking too successful for them. I said it might be a difficult rotation, but they've managed to take the roof at least for a few moments here, which is at least going to buy them some time.
Well, they've got to 2. They were, of course, at a 3. One's gone down, but as you say, they've been able to get in a better spot now to work with. But Maestro are keeping keen eyes on this roof, and they're going to make it very difficult for the 2 members of TI to stay alive. Balong's got completely ripped to shreds. He's gone down. It's now just 1 member of TI that's alive, and that's going to be difficult for him to do anything, but he can be a nuisance here.
4 squads remaining. Jazaz still, like you mentioned, being that nuisance and holding this team out and doing damage. And here comes the move now from Flavor of the Month, trying to reposition, maybe looking for a kidnap, maybe looking to get a little bit tasty and a little bit naughty in these end games. Doesn't work effectively for them, but they are going to be able to do some damage still as teams now start exchanging shots.
Flavor of the Month have the priority position right now, and they've got the bubble to work with. They just need to use these resources and play smart.
Shots are going to be coming in as well. They were the last team to bubble, and that usually means you're going to be the last team standing. Flavor of the Month, who needed a big game here, only have one more player to eliminate. They will do so as well, and Flavor of the Month step up here on the second day of Groups for EMEA just at the right time.
Well, I asked the question, didn't I? Can Flavor of the Month continue their success from yesterday? They had 3 games, they got 3 points, but game number 4 back to winning ways, and they will love that. That's going to give them so much confidence now, so much more belief. You start to get down on yourself if you have consecutive games where you just flop, 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 but they've actually been able to get to the end game, get the God position, and the way they worked it as well was beautiful. Just engaging at the right times, ensuring they popped the bubble at the last possibility as well. Very impressed with what I've seen from Flavor of the Month.
Really, really good from Flavor of the Month. I completely agree with everything you said there. They needed that performance. As I say, things didn't go their way in the last game, but they took it into their hands in the next. We are now over halfway done with the group stages, and I tell you what, the standings are going to be looking very, very interesting indeed. So on that note, we'll throw it back to Kate and the guys on the desk to break it down.
Thank you, gents. Okay, Blaze, Blue, I got a question for you. It's called What is Scarier? TI with their back to the zone like they always try to go for, or Tyler, excuse me, I'm sorry, or Flavor of the Month in a way that makes their mode, I mean, in that late game, the way that they put those Gibby bubble down late as they could and came through, which is scarier?
Okay, so I'll go first on this one. I felt like the scarier one was Third Impact with the supply depot that they had on the tracks, okay?
Yes.
Because as they turned that train car into a supply depot, as they were moving cart to cart, they did a good job using that Loba queue to kind of get across that open area, because from staging in that Kane side over there at Thermal, it was a lot of chaos and a lot of players over there, but Third Impact did a good job working those train tracks. Now, on a flip end, in the top 4, we had 3 of our bottom 15 teams. We had Team 20, Flavor of the Month, Team 19, Maestro, and Game of Drones. They were in the bottom coming into this game, so it was nice to see them make it up here towards the back. Do you think Flavor of the Month may have had the better positioning, Blue?
Yeah, I'm actually going to disagree with you a little bit there. I think, go back to Kate's original question. Yeah, I think that overall, when you're talking about those teams that are playing on the edge of the circle, always wanting to look for kills in that area as well, you really got to give it the Flavor of the Month. They've been a little bit slow today, save for that game just there, obviously. But look back at day 1, right? They were the team that every other squadron in the map was fearing in that sort of situation there. That was the team you did not want to run into if you were cutting around the edge of the circle, was Flavor of the Month, because they were playing it so well, and they finally showed that capability here again in game 4.
And the one thing that I took away from their day number 1 performance is that they were just always in the perfect positioning, playing the edge of the zone and where they needed to be for the massive team fight for them to pick up majority of their points. And that was indicative of this game here as well, because that's exactly what we saw in the late game.
And boy, did that pay dividends. By the way, GG and Maestro coming in at number 2 as well. Both double-digit points. And, you know, our casters said it. I know you have said it on this desk. Flavor of the Month, they needed this game 4, and it seems like they have really pulled it out.
Yeah, 20th place coming here, man. They needed to pick that one up, folks. They needed to. But overall leaderboards, Flavor of the Month going up 14 positions to make it into that top 6. That's a big win for them, Blue. They needed that one.
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much highlights the point we were making about how they needed to really start to show up in some of these later games, as they had been, you know, a non-factor for the most part in our first half of games here. That's the good news, though. This is only game 4, so we still have those 2 additional games coming up as well, where Flavor of the Month, that was just a little bit of a wavy part of the day for them here at the beginning of the day. They can still continue to push forward here and try to make it, at minimum, into the top 5, and we'll see how much further they can get from there, of course, seeing how these last 2 games go.
Absolutely, and I think we'll find out a lot more about our teams coming into game number, oh goodness, where are we? Game number 5 coming into now?
Yeah, we're going to game number 5 coming up next.
Guys, tell you what, it's hard to keep track of sometimes because so many of these games, there's remarkably similar zones. There's sometimes, you know, these top 3, top 5 teams. I mean, we've got some incredible gameplay to be sure, but boy, there is a lot. It's overwhelming, and I'm digging it real hard. Let me ask this real quick question to the panel. You know, we have a lot of people watching who are amateurs really wanting to go pro, or, you know, wanting to really level up their game. Talk to me about what are some of the pro tips you could give them in those choke situations where you got those teams with the zone pulling in, stacking one on top of the other. Is it always about high ground?
So, you know, I'll kick this one off, and high ground is a big part of it. If you can get it, you always want it. That's FPS 101 dating back to the Halo days, folks, all right? Now, you're coming back towards it. You know, for me, you know, the high ground is key, but it's not W keying too much, having that composure, because you're going to have some battles where you're like, oh my God, we can go in, we can get these kills, we can clean up the team, but everybody else around you is waiting for you to do just that. So the composure to be able to wait to engage at the right moment, but also disengage and rotate, because not every fight is for you and your squad.
Yeah, timing, really important part of that factor as well, because you jump in too late to a potential third-party situation or even just an initiation situation. You could be running into a team that's already fully healed back up from their last fight. You come in too early, you're obviously going to end up potentially getting into a mess of a fight with 2+ squads if there's anyone else jumping into it as well. So that's another really key part of that, is making sure you're not only obviously pushing at the appropriate time, but making sure, as you were saying, at least that you pull back when necessary as well there, and really just play out your positioning appropriately for whatever is going on in the current moment.
I would tell you this, you guys, you know, out of all the times I got my butt kicked in tournaments, it's one thing that I learned. If I was going to take an L, and if I was going home, I was going home on my own terms, because me and my squad decided to make a play and we tried to execute. Even if we failed, we didn't die rotating. We didn't die getting shot in the back. Guns up, trading out fire, and making plays that we felt like we needed to. And if you lose, you take the L, you learn, you move on, but you have to be decisive on the plays you want to make and commit as a squad. And I think that's something that's super important.
Absolutely. Fire plays from Blaze, everybody. Read about it. Here we go. Well, now let's transition to another element of the game. Respawn and Apex Legends. Well, we stand with and support our Asian American Pacific Islander communities, and you may have seen this month a new in-game badge debuted. Well, it's got one very specific message: stop Asian hate. Here to learn a little bit more about that badge, let's take a look at this.
As an Asian American Pacific Islander, me being Filipino, it's very unfortunate because it's instilled fear through cowardly acts of violence on soft targets. It's just a reminder that we have to be even more vigilant now, and we have to call it out when we see it. We have to stand up to it. Hi, my name is Ryan Lastimosa. I'm 3D art director on Apex Legends at Respawn Entertainment.
After we shipped the Black Lives Matter badge for Black History Month in February, we had some discussions internally about what we could do to help support the Stop Asian Hate. My name is Tim Lewinson. I'm development director at Respawn Vancouver. The truth is, this isn't the first time in history where North America's Asian community has been targeted or used as scapegoats. Language matters. Xenophobia, imperialism, the model minority myth, all of these have been used to try and set divisions between and against communities of color.
With Respawn being very diverse within itself and very inclusive, I don't think it even was a question of whether or not we should do something about it. It was when should we do it and how fast should we do it.
We sat down as a team and said, hey, what is the message that we're trying to convey?
The design behind the badge was straight up what it is. It's not supposed to be ambiguous at all. It should just be a message that says, hey, stop Asian hate. Let's stand up together as allies, and there's no way at all to make the message look more elegant. It just has to convey the message that this violence has to stop. The fact that we have so much diversity in Apex Legends, and we do have a lot of Asian Pacific Islander characters in the game, the fact that they're all coming together in Apex Legends, I mean, the common goal is to win a game. It just comes down to, you know, who's part of your team. And the roster is diverse for that reason. We're all part of the same team, and we're all working towards the same goal.
It's an opportunity to stand up to check in and to be present, and an opportunity to check in as well and really start the conversation with other people in our gaming community, many of whom may be suffering like in silence or embarrassment, to let them know that they're valued and we're here to help and we're here to support them.
I'm proud and honored that we have this opportunity to get this message out and to further solidify that, we stand together. We stand together as allies, and we stand together as Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We stand together in one world.
We do indeed stand together. We are one team, and that is something we will echo here on the desk. Absolutely.
Absolutely, indeed, man. We saw the video, and with that video, they just wanted to make the clear message, okay? Call a spade, stop the hate, okay? Nobody's better than someone else, all right? Show love, folks. We are in this together, and especially as the Apex community, we know to show that love and be there for each other.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Glad you did there, Blaze. Absolutely. Well, that is it for us here on the desk. But don't worry, we've got game number 5. That's right, the ultimate coming in here before we get to game number 6. We're really going to see the rubber hit the road. Casters are going to take us through right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 5 of the EMEA Day 2 Group A versus Group C, championship fallout here alongside Glitter Explosion and Glitter. After 4 games, we got Gambit on top, but new esports and flavor of the month. The big teams from yesterday are clawing their way back.
Yeah, finally seeing a little bit of a bounce back here out of both of those squads. Huge game for Flavor of the Month, too. I mean, that ending couldn't have been any more perfectly played by Flavor of the Month. We saw them at the end there with a 2-1 split, actually, so that they had angles on both Maestro and TI as they had to push in from the tracks. I mean, they had the very tiniest, littlest bit of like a height advantage looking down on everybody, and I mean, they were just unstoppable.
Yeah, and I love the confidence from Taylor with the portal play late game as well. High risk, high reward. Worked out very, very well for them, and they ended up on top. Brilliant play from Flavor of the Month. We'll see what they'll do here in Game 5, though. Can they keep it up? Can they keep the consistency and work their way to the top of the standings? One important thing, though, even if they don't finish in the top 3 today, they are well ahead the rest of the teams in the overall standings. So you got to say, as long as Flavor of the Month ends with like 30 to 40, maybe 50 points, they're in a great spot overall. Because keep in mind, these points are cumulative across all 3 days, and in the end, the top 20 teams overall in points will qualify through, 4 of them being from the leader of their groups, and 16 being the top teams overall from groups A through D.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is essentially, once today is done, you know, we're 2/3 of the way through. So as you were saying, you know, still tons of time and opportunity for these teams to continue earning themselves some points. But as you can see on your screen, we're going to be going back to the southern edge of the map this time around, except we're going to be a lot closer to Dome. So this should be interesting here, Fallout.
Yeah, last time we saw a Southeast Zone, it was Game 3. Flavor of the Month assumed it was going to drop in Lava City. They got posted up. They just stayed exactly where they're at. That's their drop spot. And then ended up going Sorting Factory. This time it's going to be pulling a little bit more west. So you're going to see Flavor of the Month take their time looting. They know they have time. They know they have no one coming from the dead side of the map behind them. And they'll be rotating on over and find themselves a spot here momentarily. So good zone for sure for Flavor of the Month. A good zone for Gambit. Oh, I wonder, Glitter, does Gambit want this zone, or do they prefer a zone that's a little bit further so they can just play edge and just ape everybody they see in the lobby?
I mean, that's a good question. I feel like at this point, they can kind of work with whatever they're given. This, like we've said it a few times now, this is such a better showing today than they had on day 1. So I feel like at this point, they should be able, especially with the role that they're on, to be able to handle either situation. We see them getting themselves pretty solidly looted up. Artico only being the last one who needs to find a decent armor for himself. And then they should be ready. I feel like potentially, with how solid of a day they've had, they might get themselves on over into a position early and see if they can maybe just gatekeep people away from the zone, because, I mean, why not? They've got a great spot to do so.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's probably the wise way to play. Why punch a gift horse in the mouth here? Good opportunity to rotate early, get positioned, and you're in a good spot. Yeah, obviously they like to fight. 2 members of Gambit in the top 4. It is Leogri and Artico with 12 kills, and that's in both lobbies, by the way. Vipes of Alliance is leading in the way with Zipith with 15 kills behind them. So great performance from Gambit so far. Meanwhile, the Solo Q Goats also faring well, currently in the top 7. We got some more words from Shiv. Let's take a look.
I always want to try and support my team as best as possible, whether that be in fights or helping them out while we're rotating and taking fights. My teammates Diff and Zipeth, we're a team that came together as like 3 different players, really high level. We kind of just do our own thing, but it's been amazing to get to, you know, play with them, start a team. Diff, the team, the IGL, he's a player who I've always respected because we both do our own solo queue type thing when we play Apex. Zipeth also a great player. He's been rank 1 quite a few times. They're just amazing teammates to play with, that's for sure.
Love to get even more perspective from Shiv on his team. And, you know, you talked about his teammates. I mentioned Zipith, how great of a job Zipith is doing. Top player in this lobby, actually in both lobbies right now. Number 2 in overall kills with 15. Zipith has been performing.
Yeah, I mean, and Solo Q Goats that was another squad that we were able to keep our eyes on. Not last game, but the one before that we were on here, Fallout. And, you know, they had said that that Geyser area end zone was kind of the least possible, like the last possible zone they would want. Shiv is not a fan of it. It ends up pulling away from it. And they did have some decent positioning and some really solid aggressive gameplay checking in with Fenerbahce now. Another squad that's really stepped it up here today as they're in a super early game engagement. They've already taken a decent amount of damage Joe, this might not turn out well for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be dead inside. Who does drop down by Dome? It's a favorable zone, and guess what? A favorable 3v3. They end up on top. The third party's gonna come through, it looks like. Another team nearby, and guess who it is? It's gonna be Dazo and the Underrated Boys. Very aggressive squad, also dropping on the southeast side of the map. Stanny's trying to get the revive through if he can, but he's gonna have to just dip and reset. Something that Octane is obviously great at, because another third party came through. It was actually NCD nearby. Wow.
There are teams all over this area right now. NCD trying to fight off any of these incoming players, but unfortunately they already lose one and start to take more damage onto another. Was that damage coming in from Badoli and Dolphin?
Yeah, I think it was. Badoli and Dolphin, and then of course it was Underrated nearby, putting some shots in from afar. So you're right, so many teams nearby, that's for sure, as teams are quick to rotate here.
I mean, we saw the bombardments coming down. They should be able to get the res here. They've got the beacon right in front of them, so they should be able to get a reset and be fine, as long as no more of those teams that are on the outskirts try to get any more shots in on them. We can still see the one solo down at the bottom, Rondon and Jules putting a ton of damage. That's a rough spot on that low ground to be stuck in right now between just how many teams are in this area right now.
Yeah, Game of Drones, I believe, dropping in Thermal Station. Again, very quick rotation for them over here. And now we do have Rondon nearby. The revive's going to come through for Nags. More than enough loot crates to get back to full gear. And just like that, NCD in a good spot, alive and well. One of our top teams coming into this one. Kind of initially a pickup team, but since then they've been putting in work. G-Dolphin, the coach of TSM, for those that weren't aware. G-Dolphin, a top player in EU for sure, but here we go, Underrated with the Revenant plays. This is the Revenant impact, and this is why we still had at least one team playing Revenant. Nice Arcstar is going to come through for Horizon. Will they continue to take this fight? Looks like they'll report back to their totem, and it's not going to be a fight worth taking.
Still, though, they were able to dish a lot of damage. Instantly, you see, I think K-Swinny's pushing back up on this team right now, trying to maybe keep them a little bit on the back foot. You can see the Kyrie right outside, still in the Revenant ult, actually. So definitely able to take that risk there and do a little bit more damage as they are able to then go back down, reset at the totem. Everything is okay, but this is that's a lot of and that was why I was so excited about the Revenant here, because I wanted to see if they were going to utilize it to their advantage with being able to push some of these teams and kind of throw them off, because that's not something we see a lot, especially early game for competitive Apex. So it definitely is. It's a new aspect for them.
Yeah, I wonder why they didn't make that push. Maybe they didn't have Revenant's ult available. But when Nags is getting revived, that's a 3v2. That's a fight as a Revenant team comp, especially for Underrated, you want to take. So either a misplay, misunderstanding there, or perhaps they didn't have the ultimate available. But nonetheless, both teams still alive, NCD and Underrated. Meanwhile, we jump on board with our champions, who dominated right now, #1 across all groups in EMEA. It's New Esports, the 2 Portuguese plus Tyler from the UK. Let's jump into the list and then hear their comps.
Going to the van?
No, it's outside.
We can go to the van and play. No, it's kind of shitty.
It's outside.
Get it.
Let's move here.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted over there. Okay, we go full wide. Let's go back.
Drop to this mate. Okay, I'm taking. Okay, dropping.
Give me.
Yeah.
Let's go back. Be ready to fight on the back, okay?
Yeah.
Go inside of the trucks. I shouldn't have went here with the zip. We could have just walked the corner. Yeah. My bad. Sorry, boys. That has to be the only play, but it's gonna be a hard play. Okay, I'm gonna swap. Let's go slowly, okay, boys? We don't have to rush anything.
No one looks like they're in donut right now.
Yeah. Everyone close to us should already be moving. I think we can take this first building.
Yeah.
We just run. Yeah, well, let's just run. Like from the water. I want to go big building, but for now, this one gives me the opportunity to get more info. Yeah, there's a team right there.
Shotgun ammo if you need it.
Yeah, I need. Don't have space. I'm gonna drop this cell.
Look at this Gibby. Look at that Gibby. See that Gibby post? Look at that rotating.
They're rotating.
Can I EMP? Is it good? Is it good? Is it good if I EMP?
Yeah. White and blue.
Can you get angles on the right? Yeah, get angles. They're white shield. They're white shield. They're white shield. Yeah, they're stuck, right?
No, they TP. They TP.
They TP.
Okay.
Watch out the top.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I fucking shit on them as well.
Yeah.
Good perspective there from New Esports, and you heard the young Tyler, who played so well, my Monster MVP yesterday. He wanted that fight, and he certainly wanted it bad. They did everything they could to take that fight, Glitter, but team was able to TP away, survive. One thing that was funny was their rotation all the way through train tracks just to get into one additional building to the west of where they were.
Sometimes you have to make a super wide rotate just to keep yourself safe and get to a better positioning, even if it does result in just the tiniest little bit shift. We see the drone coming out so they can do some scouting and see who is around them. We did see them getting into a little bit of that skirmish there and dealing some decent damage, and they did notice that the team they were going up against did have white shields, so they wanted to get as much damage out as possible. But you guys can see on the map there in the corner of your screen how this is going to start pulling. So the teams that are down on launch site right now or kind of in the outskirts area of Dome are in some decent positions for themselves, while everyone else is going to have to start rotating through each other, and it could get a little bit hectic over on the western edge of that zone.
Yeah, luckily for this squad, they got Valkyrie. Of course, Ziki playing Valkyrie here, so it'll be a little easier for them to rotate, but we have seen this Valkyrie ultimate towards the end of round 2 into round 3 kind of hit or miss, because a lot of teams have already positioned, so a lot of real estate's already taken, so you might think a location is available and it ends up not being available, and of course you're also going to get focused by the lobby. So we'll see if they decide to Valkyrie rotate or do it the old-fashioned way. Likely will be a Valkyrie rotate for them when they do need to do so, but they have some time here. So we jump on board here with Team Legion also playing Valkyrie on the other side of Sorting Factory. I don't think they had the zone intel, so now they know they will have to rotate momentarily.
Yeah, Team Legion being one of our teams that definitely struggled in the first half of today, had a little bit better placement there in our last match, the most recent one that we've done. They at least were able to get a 5th place finish for themselves. But one of the squads that we're going to be looking to potentially pick it up here in these last 2 matches and at least get some more points on the board for themselves to keep themselves in the running for our finals.
That's right. They were in 25th place with 27 points. That's kind of the magic number. You know, teams 20th, Third Impact, all the way down to 26th with Dead Inside. All had 27 points, so they certainly are in the running of a top 20 finish. But they need to step up their game here. These last 2 games are going to be really important for them. Third Impact, however, has certainly stepped up their game. They were in 20th place coming into this, now with 38 points. That'll break them into the top 15, or perhaps even the top 10. Third Impact has shown up in a big way, really changing the mold here with Loba as their pick.
Yeah, and it seems like they're content to stick with her too. They haven't changed this comp at all. It's been working out well for them. I mean, they had another solid game in our last match. They had some decent positioning in our sorting area ending. They just were unfortunately on top of Gambit, and that was one of those teams that had a stellar game that time around, and they were caught in the line of fire. Ford Gang, one of those other teams that also did well in that sorting ending, and they've also had some massive come up for themselves. They were in a decent position coming today, and they're making sure that they're going to maintain it.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by Ford Gang. Legit Lally coming from the UK, of course Roey from France, and Phoenix from the Netherlands. 3 of them as a free agent, or not a free agent, an unsigned squad, have performed very well. 13th place coming into today, and so far they're in 5th place in the standings with 29 points. So currently punching their ticket into the championships. Could you imagine an unsigned team, some way, somehow, Cinderella story ends up winning EMEA and winning the chunk of that $2.5 million prize pool? Would be absolutely insane. Meanwhile, the action's finally going to start heating up here. New under some duress with grenades nearby. Tyler's going to drop a portal here. We'll see where they decide to rotate. They got to go quick as Kashera is under so much pressure.
Hopefully they're going to be able to kind of get themselves into a little bit safer position. Third Impact being one of those teams that does see people below them and is out for blood right now, trying to make sure that they don't allow anybody to rotate through here safely and get better positioning. You can see New Esports does manage to make their way away from that first engagement, but finds Third Impact outside on top, ready to catch them as they come through the zone. And when they've got the zone at the back, the team in front of them, this is a bad spot.
and no Gibraltar. The only team, I believe, in the lobby, one of the few teams with no Gibraltar on their team comp for new esports, really shaking things up with Caustic. They will get taken out most likely in this rotation from Third Impact as they're running parallel from one another. ATK, one of our 2 South African teams in this lobby, also alive. Third Impact finds himself in a fight against Maliwan in Disbelief. That's the Magicians. Roger Bodger gets taken out by Maliwan. Defensive bombardment, and Zeke last alive here, literally living on a thread with 5 HP. Gonna pop the shield bat. That's a good start, but boy, oh boy, is it looking scary for them.
How they have an angle there that's preventing them from getting hit, as I believe we see Ox go down trying to cross these tracks, which is going to be a scary situation for any of the teams that now have to do so, that have waited to this point, because there are the likes of Gambit and a few other squads trying to take advantage of all of those teams making that rotation. But how Zeke did not go down for Third Impact is beyond me right now.
Yeah, insane. He's able to get the revive as well. Jazaz is still alive. Nice shot to Jazaz, nice shot to Zeke. Both alive right now. And I said earlier, does Gambit like these zones where they early rotate? Well, despite early rotating, they're still finding ways to just absolutely ape or grief teams and play aggressive. We know that's what they're known for. Third Impact back up and alive. A team's pushing though. It's going to be one. Oh my goodness. Nice job on Legit Lolly. As they are not done yet though. 2 members of Third Impact down. Jazaz, the last alive, needs to do something. Going to hit the portal. And we'll teleport through. We'll survive, leaving his teammates behind. A heads up play right there from 4Gang, recognizing this team's in shambles. We should take this fight.
And they almost had a 2. TI was almost able to get a full reset going for their squad, but like you said, 4Gang not allowing it to happen. Jazaz does make it away though, and has put some pretty decent distance between himself and 4Gang, so it's possible that maybe he can rat for a few more points while some of these other squads start to run into each other. And as I say that, we see defensive bombardments coming down, and there are so many teams here right now, John.
Wow. 303 ATK, flavor of the month, still alive alongside Gambit. So 2 Titans in this lobby alive. We got Maestro Gaming, formerly known as CHMK, formerly known as Luminosity, still alive as well. The CIS squad, NCD, Solo Q Goats. Quite a few teams left, as mentioned. On board with the Solo Q Goats right now. 12 squads remaining. Shiv with that beautiful speed boost on Bangalore, gonna just zip his way out. Grenades are gonna come in, but nice defensive thermite to keep his team at bay for now. Solo Q Goats have been rotating so well despite some very difficult zones this game. Or this tournament, sorry.
You could see down there in the corner too, ATK, the team that we highlighted at the beginning of today and kind of said, you know, they need to really step it up here and get themselves in a better position. They've had a much stronger day for themselves, already down to 9 teams. As you can see, the kills coming out in the feed. Oh, this is where all of the action starts.
That's right, Rondon gets 1. And he's now the kill leader as well. Been very impressed by the game of drones in this tournament. Flavor of the month, so well kitted. 8 squads remain, find themselves in a favorable spot. So they had a slow start, much like TSM yesterday in North America. They've bounced back since. Gambit under some duress here. Solo Q Goats wants the smoke. ATK getting lit up right now by the Solo Q Goats. It's gonna be Shiv, but Shiv's gonna get put back in his place. He actually gets knocked. It's looking a little scary right now for SQG.
Nice triple take shots coming out of YSO with ATK. They're still holding that corner pretty solidly for themselves, even though you can see just how low some of their house is getting. We see bubbles coming out from both Gambit and Solo Q Goats. Shiv being the only one in that area alive for them right now. I believe I think they have one more player alive that backed off from there for now, but Shiv does go down to 303. You can see in the kill feed as Gambit has managed to get a full reset on their team and has their sights on ATK.
Yeah, this is the moment where you thank the level designers at Respawn for giving just a little bit of elevation to keep ATK alive for now, and for Gambit, because there's some elevation here. And of course, these rocks, that is all Gambit is relying on. ATK, unfortunately, in a very tough spot. They're actually going to take out Maestro, get a few more kill points, but you got to think their days are a little bit numbered because they're going to get focused by the Solo Q Goats and Gambit on this rotation. Their days are certainly numbered. Flavor of the month, it's going to be Taylor. The tip of the spear likes to play a little bit up, because you of course, as a Wraith, can get away with that. ATK finally reaching their fate as they're getting tagged up quite a bit here.
Yeah, Gambit did a good job getting their damage down, and I was saying earlier, I believe there's one more player for solo queue codes that made their way away. Zippeth is the one that did make it away. Shiv went down, but Zippeth is still alive. We've got Jazaz ratting out in the middle of all of this, and if you'll see when we do an overview one more time, Flavor of the Month once again running this split, even though they only have all three of them up right now. They've been running this so they have these angles on the squads once again above everybody else, like we just saw in the last map, and this could work out well for them again.
Noctane comes flying in and on board with Leogri right now. Some way, somehow, Gambit is managing in the middle of all of this madness to go big and get a few. Artico finally goes down. Leogri with the shield swap to keep himself alive. Hardeki gonna hit the portal as well. Flavor of the Month, of course, just watching it all happen. A top 3 team remaining. You gotta think they're well positioned. I don't know how Gambit is still alive right now, but they're performing so well.
Gambit is just handling so much pressure and doing so successfully. I'm not sure how, like you said, they came out on top, but they are just working well as a cohesive unit right now, and all they have to do is change their focus. You can see Pia on that rock there at the top trying to scout out exactly what situation Gambit is in. All of their health still low, but their shields are back up and ready to go. They should have enough time to finish healing, and then everyone should be fully reset, and it's gonna come down to who makes the first move here.
I gotta point out, I love how Flavor of the Month is playing this. They trust each other enough to play 3 different angles. They are so widespread right now. You don't see teams do that really often. You usually see teams cluster, but they all trust each other. They trust their comms. They have such good teamwork. They're the longest lasting team in Apex by a mile. They've been playing together for 3+ years since PUBG, before Apex even came out. And because of that, they can make plays like this. They can get angles, and they can play a little bit more risky because they know that they're going to have each other's back if things hit the fan.
Gambit is the team that makes the first move, and that makes both of our other remaining squads focus all of their attention onto them. They do end up putting down their bubble and take a lot of damage in the rotation because of it, but we see the bubble coming up for 303 as well. Flavor of the Month is in a huge, huge beneficial position right now, having their Gibby still have all of his utility.
Yeah, and you got to think FOTM, the best position to win this, but Gambit still has 3 alive, 303 down to 2 members remaining. And
they pushed
Artico pushing up, trying to make a play against the team of 2. Leogri's going to actually knock one on ASCII. That's a good start, but Flavor of the Month, you got to think, will just close this one out as Gambit and 303 are fighting each other. Flavor of the Month, all 3 still alive. Leogri last alive for Gambit. I like the aggression coming through for Gambit, but in the end, Flavor of the Month will win it. You doubted them for a split second after a slow start, and they came firing back here in game number 5. Flavor of the Month proving that they are the best team in EMEA right now with yet another great performance.
I said it. We saw them do the split last time, and it worked out really well for them. They did it again here. Like you were saying, I mean, the teamwork, the level of a synergy that they have after playing for so long together is evident in scenarios like that. They played that beautifully. They saved their Gibby utility for the end. We did see the bubble come out right at the end. It was every little detail that they could have done correctly, they did. And once again, another win for Flavor of the Month.
That's big. That's going to put them neck and neck with Gambit for the lobby today. They, of course, are way ahead in the overall standings. Your winners of Winter Circuit Online Tournament number 3, your winners of the Winter Circuit Playoffs, and so far, your leaders in EMEA. Great job by Flavor of the Month in game number 5. And, of course, we're going to throw it back to our panelists to break down the action, provide some leaderboards, updates, and more. Back to you, Kate.
Thank you, Fallout and Glitter Explosion. A huge thank you to those casters for bringing us through all the way till game 5. We've got one more game left, but okay, here's my question coming out of that game. Gents, you need a Gibby. Prove me wrong.
Nah, I can't prove you wrong, okay? And I'm happy you opened it that way because I wanted to give Artico a lot of love there because outside of Dome there, you know, he's out in the open area and Gambit's in a position where attack is to their right, ATK is to their right, and they're going to have solo queue goats to their left. And that Gibby bubble came out at a great timing, but they were getting focused for a long time. Almost seemed like they was at the center of the circle for a while, but they fought their way through. They had composure against ATK. They wasn't too scared at the solo queue goats to their left, and they just managed to survive being in a difficult position. I can only imagine how fast their hearts are beating at the end of that game, and that's their second place here of the day.
Yeah, Gambit keep running into a very unfortunate situation where either because someone gets damaged too heavily or through some other call that comes out for the team, they end up splitting up the group of 3 at the end, at the final fight, and that ultimately dooms 1 to 2 of them, not leaving them with enough firepower to make up the rest of the fight. They're coming so close, especially with Hardeki on the Wraith doing so much damage and being so clutch inside of these final top 3 scenarios there. But the fact that he's missing always seemingly 1 to 2 teammates from that fight that might have the little bit of damage needed to push over the edge is keeping Gambit back just that little bit right now. Obviously, as we can see, though, it's not holding them back too much as they're still finishing consistently in second.
Yeah,
And
not
once again,
too much,
yeah.
but the story, back-to-back first place is flavor of the month.
Hey, I love it.
Cup.
Absolutely.
Oh, jinx.
Whew, I owe you a Coke. Is that how that works? Anyway,
yeah, something like that.
100%. And you know what, Blaze, GG's also to ATK, by the way, for pulling out double digits over there down at number 5 as well. I mean, listen, this is fascinating. Gambit is also doing great things with another double digits. I mean, they are really just, they're stacking points on points on points on points.
That's a pretty big win for ATK to be able to pick those up, because once again, this is coming from the fact that they were literally last place at the beginning of today in 40th. Now, they should have been able to move quite well past that based on the results that we're seeing here today, with them being now number 8 inside of this current group matchup. That's, of course, still out of the 40 teams, as there's a whole other group being played out that doesn't include these teams here, of course. But still, ATK making some significant gains today when compared to their day 1 performance.
Yeah, for them to get double-digit kills there, they were in those trenches right outside of Sorting Factory for majority of the game, picking up kills as squads is rotating. So I think that is a great performance for them in that Game 5, like you said, especially with them starting in last place.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what the match really came down to with some of these key plays, starting off with Gambit here, folks.
Yeah, Hardeki here. I mean, no surprise, right, to see Hardeki first up on our highlight plays. He's been like the talk of the town all day today,
Make
pretty
a
much.
montage now.
And just to start this off here, just tapping away at an entire squad there with the Anvil receiver on the R301. I think we saw 1 or 2 other really nice clips from him later on in the match, too. Might be one of them coming up here as Gambit were really trying to fight their way into that final circle. I think you mentioned it, Blaze. Somehow ended up in the direct center of that final zone, and even then made it into the top 3, despite being literally the eyes of probably everyone surrounding them, making them their focal target in these situations.
Yeah, man, Article, put up that Gibby shield, that ice wall, whatever you want to call it, and he just kept his team protected throughout some difficult scenarios, man, and we see how influential that Gibby is in these scenarios. I do want to double back just a little bit, because I want to give the solo queue goats a little bit more love, because these guys are always rotating and always fighting, and they play at a very fast pace, making squads uncomfortable, looking for kills, and always just playing in the moment. True Battle Royale players there, making the best out of any situation.
You can see here as well some of those final moments, like Flavor of the Month having a shield swap like crazy. The same fate befalling anybody that was in the chaos at this point there, as I think the last member of Gambit also tried to do that once or twice too. But yeah, ultimately Flavor of the Month picking up that second win again.
Or indeed. My goodness. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Like I said, we're just here in day number 2 of our EMEA championships. We still have 1 more full day and 1 more full game, which we'll get to here in just a moment. But something else to remember, let's take a look at that schedule. Make sure you know what our schedule looks like the rest of this week so you can keep up with all of us all day long. And that, of course, we've got North America tomorrow. Day 2 of North America, to be exact. And here we have it. That's right. Did you know it's June 4th already, everybody? I didn't. That's fun. I know.
Man, that came quick.
I know. Where did the time go? Oh, that's right. Because we've been sitting here watching Apex and just sitting jaw agaped watching everything happen here. So, yeah, absolutely. So we've got then nice through the June 6th day, 2 p.m. That is when we start our Pacific Daylight Time North American streams. And, of course, 6 p.m. in British Standard Summertime, I should say. Boy, hard to say things after this many hours of gameplay, but I will tell you right now that we have so much more in store. I mean, it's just, gents, is there anything left that you want to say before we go into what is honestly the most pivotal game in our 6-game series?
I would say stop fighting Gambit because they're winning all of their fights right now. If you see them and you can identify that it is them, don't take the fight. Run away because they are looking tough to beat right now.
Yeah, man, Gambit is some savages out here. You do not want to play around with them. But, you know, I will say that for those bottom-tier teams that came in for the day that needed to get some points, and pretty much majority of Group C, they've all been playing very, very well. But this Game 6 is going to be extremely important for them in these standings. We got one more day of group play coming up this Saturday, and it's going to be our most important one thus far. And, you know, as John been saying, Group D, the group of death, we've seen how exciting Group A has been playing over 2 days. And I cannot wait to see those guys battle out, but we still got one more game for A and C to get through.
You are absolutely right. One more game, all guts, all glory, leave it all out on the field. Let's take a look at what you all have been saying as you're watching the drama unfold from wherever you are. Looks like Mod might play Apex keyboard of choice while watching ALGS. Let's go!
Nice.
Thank you, Jared. Absolutely. Is that a
keyboard person?
Huge. There it is.
Picking the keys out, I think, is what he's working on. Working on modding it out there. So
absolutely. Well, by the way, not for nothing, this is the way Monster Energy was meant to be drunk here, kids.
Yep.
There it is. What a lovely goblet. He's just really bringing it in. I love it. Me right now can't decide if I should play or keep watching. You know what? It's a problem. I get it completely. It's called 2 screens, friend. Dual screens. That's how we play this for sure. A huge thank you to all of you who have continued to be on this journey with us, both watching and playing. And, you know, on our socials all day long. We're at Play Apex. Use that hashtag ALGS. And you too could find yourself on this very program. Us talking about you and your cat, your snack, your new keyboard mods, whatever. It's the sky's the limit here.
The sky's the limit indeed, folks. Send those tweets in. We love to have you involved and have you be a part of broadcast in the community as well.
Absolutely. There it is, everybody. And now it is time. It has come to this. Game number 6. Our casters, Onset and Gaskin, will take over right after this.
Welcome back once more, everyone, and welcome back and back-to-back here for Flavor of the Month. And a phenomenal performance in those last 2 games from the lineup, who performed incredibly well on day 1 of the groups, of course. But they needed that kind of performance. But to come back from where they started today to where they're finishing, Flavor of the Month, 3-peat around the corner?
3 points in 3 games and then maybe a 3-peat to finish off the day. And I'd say that if New Esports, Flavor of the Month, or Gambit can get a victory here, I'm going to go out and call it. I reckon they qualify for finals. With the amount of points they've accumulated in these 2 days, they are just head and shoulders above the rest of the teams right now. An insane amount of points they've been able to get. Flavor of the Month leading the way with 129, I believe. They're at 120, excuse me. New Esports are on 122. That is a disgusting amount of points after only 2 days competition. But you never know. We might see some explosive games from other teams below them, and there's still a possibility they could just have an awful day 3.
This is very, very true. You know, these things, it's all about how you finish, not how you start and not how the middle goes. It's all about the points at the end of competition and how many you have on the board and if it gets you into those grand finals. Well, it's been an amazing day of action. We were just talking about how quickly the day has flown past, and 5 games already done. We've got past the halfway mark now of the group stage for the EMEA region, and now we're moving into our final game. Now, what teams have you got your eye on here that need to step up and put some points on the board? Because there's a couple of teams who are going to have a little bit of a worry in the back of their minds now that maybe those grand finals are starting to slip through their fingers.
I mean, there are teams who are really rocky right now. DNMK, Legion, for example, have had a really bad day despite having a victory on day 1. Morning Stars are at the lower end of that leaderboard. Dead Inside, Magicians, they're all struggling. They are not enjoying their lobbies in both A versus C, and when we saw them yesterday, the day 1 in C versus D, excuse me. So it has not been a good couple of days for them, and they are really going to need to find some form. And maybe it can be in game number 6 here of day 2 and push that into day 3's competition. It might just give them that lift and that motivation they so desperately need.
Well, let the games begin once more. As you see, everyone dropping in as usual. Let's see where this zone is going to be popping up, and let's see if we get a little bit of beacon information to help all these teams along their way, and certainly us to drive you through the action. I think we'll just take a second to thank everyone for watching today. It has been an amazing day of action from the EMEA region. Some surprises for the likes of Fenerbahce Esports coming out with a big win. Some impressive comebacks as well for the likes of Flavor of the Month, like we've just mentioned. But only seeing that first zone, we're going down to the southwest, maybe a little bit more central than that. When we get that beacon information, it's going to give us a little bit more of an idea of where these teams are going to be trying to move to. But Taylor at the moment already doing damage, and that must be some of the quickest damage we've seen done so far in the lobby today.
Yeah, could potentially be going towards Thermal here, but again, we've only got the first ring, so it's difficult to try and predict how this next one's going to go, but that is a circle that could benefit the likes of New Esports. They had a very successful Thermal finish in day 1's competition. Flavor of the Month will have to move all the way from Lava Fissure, and it is going to be slightly in Thermal. There is, of course, that possibility of it being Tree. We did see a Tree finish in day 1. In Group C versus D, it was Aqualix who actually won that one. They're, of course, part of Group D, though, rather than Group C. But we did see Third Impact have a great game when it was a Tree finish. So perhaps it's a game that they can use to propel themselves up the leaderboards.
Prime real estate going to be that back building right in the deep pocket, if you like. Shout out to Hotsick, of course, for the name, for the deep pocket principle. That means right at the back of the zone where that sort of snake-like building will be prime real estate for teams to try and get hold of. But another position that I like to see teams playing as well, Dan, is that little choke just between the outside of the little buildings, which are just to the west of the building I'm talking about, inside of Tree. And we'll have to see how these teams do try and hold things down. But Dan, I know you're excited, and I know everybody watching at home is excited as well. It is time to bring you episode 5 of ALGS with Shiv.
On World's Edge, we always land at Skyhook West, and we usually take trials so we can get a lot of loot, gold backpacks and stuff, so we can take fights, and we just keep snowballing with the loot we have and with that advantage. Although I think it is a spot that is going to be contested quite a bit, so it will be a bit of a fight there to keep it. 5 seconds before the match starts, there's this thing me, Diff, and Zipeth do before we start a game. It's our good luck charm. It's like we go like, okay, it's like a turkey gobble. I don't know how to explain it, We just call it a war cry turkey gobble, but that's what we do before the match starts. It's our good luck token, you know.
I don't know how to transition back into the game, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the only thing to do, Dan, is just to go...
All I'll
That's
say,
the only thing you can do, right?
All I'll say is if you're Fenerbahce and you're a team full of Turkish players, just be scared of solo queue goats and their turkey gobble, because that seems to be the way they get motivated for a game, and maybe they'll gobble some Turkish players as well. But it's always great to hear from Shiv, and they do add a little bit of entertainment, do the boys over on solo queue goats. But for now, Gambit are trying to position themselves and trying to take out some teams who are trying to fly in and take trade tracks right now.
Shots being exchanged between them and 303 Esports, two teams that we've seen in a final circle, in a final battle, we should say, a little bit earlier on in game number 2, where 303 did manage to take that win just to the south of Survey Camp. So those two teams very familiar with each other, and I'm sure that Gambit will be showing them some respect, even though in that 2v3 they almost managed to get the upper hand and get the advantage. But speaking of pre-game rituals, something we do as well, Dan, you know, we give it a bit of a woo before we get into the game. I know that, shout out to Bravo as well, we give each other an unnecessarily hard fist bump. All of these things, it just gets you fired up, it gets you focused, Dan.
I mean, I've been enjoying home broadcast because I don't get you viciously slapping me on the back before every cast. So, you know, it's one of the benefits.
It's rumours. Cannot be confirmed if that's true or not.
I think it's definitely true.
Well, Top Dogs then, one of those teams maybe who do need a big point game here, is they're going to be positioned very well just outside of Thermal Station, actually in the station kind of building itself, and they're going to be very comfortable for the next couple of rings. They're going to just be firing out, looking to third party any fights that try and break out on teams rotating through. You can see in the kill feed though, TI having a little bit of a problem here. Ziki has gone down, and you can see at the moment that it looks like they're getting pushed extremely hard at the moment. And Ballon not only getting shot from the team behind, but in front as well. He's down to pretty much 0 HP, and this is not the kind of way you want to end the day now if you're Third Impact.
No, and I said Third Impact might have a good game here because they should be able to rotate to this circle comfortably, but Ballon goes down as well, and now it's just Jazaz. We did just see Jazaz rat out to, I think, a top 6 finish in the previous game after they had a little scuffle and they got caught between a rock and a hard place. But this would be a very elongated rat mode initiated indeed. You are the Loba, you can teleport, and that's going to be great, but you are going to be hunted right now. It is potentially free KP for the team that's just picked up your 2. They'll know you're on your own. Yes, you can teleport away, but are you going to get an Octane chasing you, for example? Got to be very, very careful with every step you take now by Jizaz.
Yeah, and this could be one of those games where if you can put 2-3 points on the board, then all of a sudden you might be able to qualify for grand finals. That could be the difference, but right now, those points are not going to be coming in the final game of the second day of groups. TI eliminated first in the lobby, and I tell you what, Dan, there seems to be a few more early fights breaking out here. I think some teams have recognized that maybe this is the time to step on the accelerator.
Yeah, maybe they've been giving too much respect to everyone else in the lobby, and potentially we've seen a couple of contested POIs from the drop, and especially an opportunity for third parties anyway. We had episode 5 of Shiv earlier, but we also have a listen-in right now. Let's see how they do with this engagement.
Okay, heading out. They might be playing aggro here. They might be pushing.
It's fine. We want to fight them.
Fine. Yeah. Just look for them. Look for them.
Yeah.
Blood out. Cracked him. 100.
I'm going back to the kite, okay?
Yeah.
Right, spawn at 50.
Yeah.
Stop shooting me in the back from 90. You're so annoying. They're not even in zone. They're going like back to balloon.
All the way back. Enemy over there. That was an expensive little skirmish.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, look at that zone there.
I did kind of use quite a bit of the shield there, I think.
Here, take 3 cells, take 3 cells. Yeah. We got, the nice thing is we do have 2 goals, so we're pretty efficient right now.
Maybe, yeah. I have 1 bat.
Shield battery here.
It's okay.
I'm just looking up here for a bit more light ammo and
think
whatever.
we want to play for the one of the choke. Let's go over here.
Yeah, could do.
Start moving up. Fucking Ironside vault is actually tried it. Any side if you see it, guys.
So we didn't hear too much really there from Solo Q Goats as they were in that engagement, and maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. It was ATK who were on the other side of it and kind of really almost stuck between a literal rock and a hard place there. One of those sides being the rock itself and the other being the zone closing behind them, and managing to escape there. Maybe a couple of KPs slipping through the fingers of Solo Q Goats.
Yeah, and you heard what they said as well, an expensive skirmish, having to use quite a lot of shields, quite a lot of ammo, and having to kind of dish out those shield cells afterwards just to ensure that they all had something to work with. They may have to get into a fight and actually win a fight to ensure they've got some resources for later in the game. That could prove to be a very costly engagement that they didn't actually come out on top on. But maybe that's down to ATK retreating and not opting to take it, and that says a lot about ATK's confidence as well. We know coming into today they were in 40th place out of all the 40 teams. They were literally rock bottom. They have had a couple of good games today, so they've certainly stepped it up, but maybe hasn't been good enough to take them into the top 20. They'll need to have a, well, mind-blowing day 3 if we're going to see them get to finals, but I wouldn't count them out just yet. South African side, it's great to see them involved, and they most certainly deserve their place here.
I was about to point out the Flavor of the Month are making a very interesting rotation. A shout out to the observing team who've jumped straight over to them. I was thinking, very strange to see them not move to the southern side of the map, trying to approach Tree from that way, and they were making a really wide swinging rotation across World's Edge to the north and through this train tunnel now towards Train Yard. And the reason is quite simple. In front of them, you can see Taylor has been taken down. So our team, who has just gone back-to-back with wins, will have to play this game out as a duo, as well as Taylor's respawn has unfortunately expired for them. And that's the Wraith player as well. So rotations are going to be tough, full stop. And I kind of like this, to be honest with you, recognizing the situation and deciding they want to try and play as hard edge as possible, rotate as late as they physically can, and show as little presence as they can.
This could be the circle that finishes in Tree just on the eastern building. Of course, you've got the deep pocket building that you speak of. You've got the 2 right at the back, but you also have one on the eastern side. It finished pretty much directly on that in Group C versus D yesterday. And holding that position in general, yes, okay, you've got the low ground, but you've got so much building to work with, a lot of cover, and it's very difficult for teams to push in on you. The only thing is if it does fall back to that deep pocket, it doesn't happen too many times, but it is going to happen occasionally, you've got to then go up. And that is very difficult. You're going to have teams with a lot of head glitches on you. It's not going to be comfortable. Okay, if you've got something like a Valkyrie, if you've got something like an Octane, you might be able to just bust in on someone, but still, you might get railed out of the air.
Well, Solo Q Goats are getting aggressive, and a perfect jump over at the right time because Zippeth is moving in. This man has been on fire so far today, and tell you what, the Eva 8 shots, a perfect illustration of the level that he has been playing with on the Gibraltar today. Some more shots going to be going in. Unfortunately, Differ's gone down, but it doesn't matter because Zippeth is there to give his teammates a little bit of a cuddle here. Pick them up off of the ground. It's going to be up to Shiv to try and hold off this third party.
And they've got that gold backpack that he was talking about as well in the interview. He said that's why we go trials. We get that gold backpack so we can push in on teams, we can be aggressive, we can then pick them up so they have more health. And they are holding off several teams here now. Maestro trying to get involved, but the portals from Wraith making it very difficult to actually get into that building.
I tell you what, Maestro were taking all sorts of damage from that defensive bombardment, but now it's going to be Solo Q Goats on the back foot again. The smoke is going to come out from Shiv, which might just buy them enough time to get the batteries off. One of the massive advantages here of playing Bangalore is you can shield those lines of sight for the teams trying to push into you. And look at this, the defensive plays coming in now from Solo Q Goats are absolutely superb. They've managed to hold off not just one team, but 2 or 3 in the area and managed to get back to full health.
That was just unreal that they've been able to survive there and pick up KP to go alongside it. Okay, they've still got a difficult situation where they have to traverse quite a lot of open ground, and they have made a lot of noise here. A lot of teams know where they currently reside. There's going to be a lot of angles that people are going to be watching. Flavor of the Month, the first team that are going to face them, but it's only 2 members of Flavor of the Month, and we've just seen a lot of damage coming out from these grenades, and we might see a push here because Pierre's almost down, Not's also very, very weak, and the push will come through, and that's going to be another wipe. Solo Q Goats getting even more kills here, Mark.
Solo Q Goats doing such a amazing job, back against the wall in so many situations, and we've just seen the perfect example of the power of Bangalore. Managed to smoke off Flavor of the Month, and managed to smoke off the first team to stop the third party, give them time to reset, and now they've picked up all of those kills. Unfortunately for Flavor of the Month, it won't be back to back to back, it's just a 2-peat in our final couple of games. The Solo Q Goats, momentum heavily on their side. in our final game of the day here.
Yeah, they came into today's competition with 33 points. They were on 17th in the overall standings. They're now on 71. That would have propelled them quite high throughout the leaderboards, perhaps even into the top 10 overall, depending on how everything's going in groups B versus D. But certainly putting themselves in prime position in day number 3 to get to finals. You can see that circle has paused, and oh my goodness, we talked about discussing circles. That is not going to be a comfortable one. You've got to predict 50-50. Valkyrie does help, but it's certainly not going to be fun, as there's going to be another wipe, this time underrated, getting involved, and they do have that Valkyrie we spoke of.
Initial damage being done by the Revenant, and now moving in to clean up those kills. And speaking of redeployers, here is one from Shex, Will, and Andy, moving their way into tree now and trying to find a little place that they can set up residence for a few moments. And he's going to have to back up here, and his teammate is going to fall in the meantime, and it's again, the perfect example of the highs and lows of Valkyrie. Allows you to rotate in, but it's a little bit of a risky rotate because there's going to be so many teams still alive. But Gambit are starting to appear in the kill feed as well, and I think it's actually Gambit who are doing the damage here, and we're going to see the bow check in the hands of Leogri as well.
Leogri hitting some shots there, even after the nerf. It can do some serious damage. Got to avoid that grenade. Almost goes down, just about stays alive. And this was the building I was speaking of that I thought would be prime position, but with that pull, that is going to make it a difficult way out here for Gambit. And the trouble is, Mark, both sides of this kind of big old rock that's in between them, there are finishes on both sides. There's a finish on the side of the thermal kind of train stop, and there's also a finish right on the eastern side here of tree. So this is going to be a difficult time for those teams who don't have a Valkyrie, who really have to hedge their bets on where they think it's going. It would suggest it's going to be kind of the eastern side of this rock that you see rather than the western side of thermal, but you never really know.
It's called a mountain.
That's the one.
I know you were desperately
Big
searching
rock.
for it. Big rock will do. But you are completely right. It's going to be such a tough decision to make. I think it's going to be pulling towards the little compound just to the east of where the mountain range is. And Solo Q Goats at the moment, they're on the other side of that. You can see ATK holding down the compound I was talking about. A South African team who were on the receiving end of some shots and some difficult circumstances early on in this game at the hands of Solo Q Goats. Well, at the moment, they're on opposite sides of the mountain. And ATK, you have to say, maybe in the better position of the two.
You could say that. I mean, right now they're in a great spot, but you know who aren't? Solo Q Goats. You're having to dip, dodge, and dive if you're Shiv right now. And they are going to be able to get up to full health thanks to the Gibby bubble, but where do they go from here? You've got to utilize the bang smokes. This is one of the difficult situations about maybe not having a Wraith, not being able to support your entire team. Might have to go for a bounce pad, get that down on the floor, and just hope for the best, but very difficult when you're in a lobby like this of people who can hit shots even when you're flying through the air.
This might be helpful for them, though, because Team Legion is moving in and putting some shots down onto top dogs who are inside of the train station compound. And you can see it now. It's allowed Solo Q Goats to rotate away. This is massive for them. However, they only rotated for a few moments because there is multiple teams in the area who are putting down shots onto them. But somehow they managed to get another Gimme Bubble. And somehow they've managed to survive for now.
From bubble to bubble, from loot box to loot box, anything that they can pick up. The scraps that are across the battlefield right now are helping Solo Q Goats slowly and surely move their way in. But for how long can this go on? This is not going to be comfortable for them. You've got to win a big engagement here against the Fenerbahce players.
If they manage to do so, though, they've got a really clear rotation and they might be able to really do something. And there is the kills that they were desperately looking for. Solo Q Goats with this rotation right down to the southern side of World's Edge, approaching tree, managed to get the kills they need. Pinky Finky has stayed alive, but now you're going to see the movement in from the team that was currently holding down the tunnel. They've moved up to the high ground. That's going to be Underrated who are shooting them in the back.
You've got Gambit who are doing damage. You've got Underrated. You've got New Esports who are also being a nuisance to those teams trying to rotate in. Everyone just desperately trying to find any sort of cover. Bombardments left, right, and center. Bubbles just about keeping you alive. But then what do you do when those bubbles deplete? You've got grenades coming in all different situations as well. Very difficult at the moment for all these teams. And we've split the lobby almost. Teams on one side of the mountain, teams on this side of the mountain, and it's pulled onto this side. Gambit have predicted correctly.
Gambit are decimating right now as well. They've not only held off one team, I think they've held off about 3 or 4 different teams in the vicinity that they find themselves in. And that is going to mean KP, and I tell you what, a prowler in the hands of one of their players at the moment with away every single player has been lighting up the battlefield today, is going to be doing so much damage. ATK still holding down that zone though, but on the other side of things, you can see Underrated, they have a very tough next move. I don't know how long they're going to be longed for this final game.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy for them. Without a Valkyrie, it's almost impossible to get around the mountain, but Gambit down to just 2. Leogri though, oh my goodness gracious, the flatline doing damage, and then the Prowler comes out as well from Hardeki, and Gambit just popping off right now.
It doesn't matter who tries to push Gambit at the moment. It is not a smart idea. They are winning so many battles as a 2, as a 3, as a solo. It doesn't matter. Gambit, for me, the most difficult team to fight in this lobby.
Do they have time to get him up, though? That's the real question. Is anyone going to be able to throw grenades? They do get him up. The bubble comes down, and Gambit can heal up back to a full 3. They can position themselves. And look at the aggression from Hardeki. He says, no, I'm not going to allow you to push up on us. I recognize you're a solo player. Let's do some damage. There's some KP here, boys. There's free loot on the horizon.
Hardeki moves in, and surprise, surprise, Hardeki is doing a huge amount of damage, and he's using the teammate's knockdown shield against him. The Gibby goes down. Hardeki once again with a highlight play.
Just does it again. Hardeki manages to queue out into the void. As long as he can heal up, they should be back to a full and healthy total. But they now need to think about the next zone. Can they actually position themselves? They've got a little bit of train to work with. They can go right under the tracks. So they should be fine. But they need to now work out where everyone else is on the map. Scout it out, do the damage, and get the KP.
Chapter 3 of 303 versus Gambit, and once again it's Gambit who are looking good. They are just decimating in this final game. Gambit Esports, take a bow in these last few moments because you have been lining up the KP and stacking them up high.
And they just get more kills, they get more resources. There's one member of ATK that comes to have a little peek and he says, actually, I'm going to go with what the analyst said. I'm going to avoid Gambit completely here. We're down to 2 squads, and Gambit might just take this one because I think they're going up against potentially 1 player.
Gambit win this game. ATK, I feel sorry for you. Amazing team, but you have to say, with the way that Gambit have just played the last few moments, surely they have to take this home. However, easier said than done. Gambit still with the 3v3 situation to try and negotiate themselves, but look at this angle now from Leogri. He does the damage, now he's going to be moving in. Gambit on the move.
Gambit on the move indeed. They've down 1, they've down 2, they down 3, and what have we just seen from Gambit Esports as they pick up the last victory of the day? They will be your champion squad, but Onset, from start to finish, that was literal perfection from Gambit Esports.
That was a war, and there was only 3 players left standing, and they all have the word Gambit in their gamer tag. That was unbelievable. Perfect Apex. Absolutely perfect Apex. Not only the prediction of zone, side of the mountain, but the 3v3 fights, the 2v3 fights, the 1v3 fights that they seem to be in, and they stood up tallest at the end of it. Gambit Esports, for me, standout team of the day, and I think it's very difficult, Dan, to argue against that.
And they could quite possibly be top of the overall standings as well. They were about 18 points behind first place, and, well, that's going to be a lot of points they've just accumulated. I feel like ATK were stuck in a bit of a difficult position. There was 4 teams left. ATK tried to third-party both fights. They were able to be successful with the first one. We saw one member of ATK have a little look towards Gambit and said, you know what, actually, I'm going to go back to my teammates and we'll try it as a 3v3, because I wouldn't want to face Gambit as a solo, but great for ATK, by the way. Getting second place, that gives them a massive boost for the leaderboards.
Huge points on the board for them, but I mean, the story is Gambit. They lit up the kill feed, they took home the win, and they close out the day. Gambit Esports, amazing stuff from you. And Dan, as always, absolute pleasure to cast the games with you today, but for now, we're going to throw it back to the desk, because Gambit Esports, what a performance.
Absolutely, gents, and well done to you as well, both Onset and Gaskin, for taking us through to game number 6. Okay, Blaze, and I need to know Blue. I feel like Gambit just proved that you do not need Loba's Black Mark Boutique if all you do is continue to kill after kill after kill. You're fine in the late game with those as long as you just keep killing like Gambit's been doing.
Yeah, man, Gambit, boy, why are they so damn good? Like Onset said, the 2v3s, the 3v3s, the 1v3s, every fight that they have been in, they have came out pretty much victorious. Before this match, they got second place 3 times today. So it's nice to see them finally get their first place victory. And after the performance they had yesterday, I don't know what went through these guys' heads. What went through these men's head, okay? Because they play like men today on the field. Could nobody outshoot them? Could nobody push them out of position? They absolutely had a fantastic performance.
And the fact that they're finishing second instead of first in a lot of these games is going to be of relatively little consequence to the overall standings here when you look at just how many kills they are getting in every single game. It is by far outplacing any distance that would be opened up between them and the teams that they were losing to in those matches just on the kill differential alone. Gambit, like I was saying at the end of the last one, lights out. They're a team that you seemingly can't fight right now. Specifically, Hardeki is just too good of a player, and it's too good of a team standing behind him.
Yeah, three of the games they had double-digit kills. In one game they had 9, another game they had 7. So they've been fragging all day.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to say, to be honest with you, well, let's take a look at these overall standings. This is where the cookie crumbles. Oh, triple digits, Gambit!
Wow!
That's incredible.
That's a bit of a point differential.
That's insane! This is a Gambit Esports we're supposed to see on Tuesday, yeah?
More than double the points of both Third Impact and Solo Q Goats, as well as everybody else below them as well. That's a crazy standout performance from Gambit right there. They got to give themselves a pat on the back for that.
They should, absolutely. And can I just mention real quick, if we were in the finals right now, match point is 50. So I'm just saying right now, I have never seen anything like this. And also GG to ATK, by the way.
They had a way better performance today, and that was something that they needed, and it was perfect timing. We saw the Hero Series on them. They came out. They knew that they were going to be watched. They knew that their community in the Middle East and South Africa was coming out here supporting them. And hey, they did. They showed up and they performed.
Yeah, absolutely, a massive increase in their own performance. Like we said, they had 1 kill in day 1. And they've increased that factor by probably like an infinite margin when we finally get to look at their overall stats here in a moment. Because obviously, there's not really going to be comparing much with regards to getting that single kill versus however many they were able to pick up over the course of today, as well as some solid placements there too. That last game there, and that wasn't the only one from my memory. There was at least one other where I think they were able to make it to at least the top 5 as well. So ATK, a team that we saw massive improvement from over the course of today's groups.
And I'm so happy we just saw the last highlight, because over these last 2-3 games, and I'm going to say it once again, just giving a lot of love to Solo Q Goats, because they've been entertaining us all evening long. And you just saw an engagement there where they initiated, went through, got some kills. But these guys, man, rotating all around the map, initiating these fights, winning a lot of them just like Gambit. But, the placement points not falling, in their favor. But, still, just want to give those guys some props, because when it comes down to the Gibby, the Octane, and the Bangalore, it's entertaining to watch.
We had another really tough circle looking at these highlights as well. That's been a really reoccurring theme today for me, is seeing so many of these circles either end up with some massive vertical disadvantage to at least part of that circle, or just an open field as well, as we were so often seeing with just a couple little rocks and tiny structures to hide behind there, not really leaving a whole lot of room for our teams to play into it. But that played great into Gambit's strategy, of course, because they thrive under those conditions. You can see right here, they love to take those sorts of fights, and they're winning almost every single one that they take. So many of our games playing heavily into Gambit's favor because of where the circle was ending up as well.
I honestly wish we knew what was their average team fight time, because I feel like they get into so many team fights and out of it quickly, healed up, and reset for the next one. They've done it better than anyone else in the lobby today.
Yeah, it's some really cool stuff that we saw from Gambit. And I mean, like, just talking about one player again, I've kind of fanboyed over him today, but Hardeki, some of the confidence that we're seeing from Hardeki, as well as just the playmaking capability that's coming up behind that confidence, it's unmatched right now based on what we're seeing in this group. Obviously, we haven't seen a whole lot out of the D group just as of yet, so we still have to get a preview of that on day 3, hopefully. But other than that, from what we've seen here on this stream, Hardeki has been really, really impressing me the most compared to any other player right now.
Just brutal. Well, you know what? That actually is a great segue, because we've got that leaderboard for our secondary stream. And here we go. Okay, listen, Alliance is in a very similar Gambit-esque, nearly 3-digit kill count.
And I'm going to let you guys know why, okay? Alliance, out of their 6 games today, they won 3 times. Okay, they got 3rd place 2 times, and the only other squads to take victories, Fire Beavers won twice as well. They won the last game and game number 4, and 789 kicked off the day with a victory. But man, 3 first-place victories for Alliance, that's wild.
The script got flipped pretty heavily here too for some of the teams as well. T-Rex and Scars were toward the top of this group when they played versus Group D, I believe it was, or excuse me, Group C it was in day number 1. But as you can see here today, they're nearly at the bottom, so a big shakeup happening over in that department as well.
And I got to imagine that now we'll take a look at the overall leaderboard here, because this is again where that rubber meets the road. We're going to see those golden areas here, and look at, here we go, Gambit Alliance. Not a surprise here that these are now the teams, the ones in that goldenrod yellow, those are the teams that are currently at the top of their groups. Remember, every group, the top of that group goes immediately to our finals. They punch their ticket, no problem, and then the rest of the finals 20, I think it's actually 16 teams outside of that, they all are determined based on those points that they have gotten during these group stages, which is why we keep talking about how important every match, every kill, every game is, because it can mean the difference between you going home with a smaller prize pool and you potentially going home with $250,000.
Man, I want to say that yesterday the cutoff point was 27 to make it into the top 20. Today, the cutoff point is at 59. And you see those teams there towards the back. Kungarna, they're at that 59 point margin as well. They're going to have a great day tomorrow, because they are on the cusp of not making it there towards that championship. And so, yeah, these standings, man, these squads, they came to play today, Blue.
Yeah, notice that Underrated once again still able to hold on. They completed the goal that I set up for them today, at least, which was they needed to outpace everybody else inside of Group C, and they still have that gold border surrounding them. So it looks like they've been able to accomplish that task. Because while they have moved up in the overall standings as well, now in the top 10 compared to 12, I think at the beginning of today, they are also still the top group for Group C, despite being relatively low for where we'd kind of expect that type of team to be. So they're still in a relatively good position as well, considering some mixed results here today.
Yeah, let's take a look at these groups individually to see exactly how we've gotten here. And it's such an interesting dichotomy, because we're looking at Group A where we got three triple digit points on the board. But then once we start getting, to your point, Blue, once we start getting to that Group C stuff, we'll notice the points change a little bit. So let's take a look at Group B. Only 1 here in triple digits, with Les Défense coming up right on their tail.
Yeah, just a lot of little moves here in this group from what we can see. Sorry to cut you off there again, Blaze, but yeah, just a bunch of like micro movements happening on this leaderboard here today for the most part. Navi, I think, shifting up in a big way though compared to what we saw from day 1, as they had a little bit of a bumpy road there.
You know, so far when it's coming down to the group's performance, you know, Group A, they got 5 squads in a cutoff point. Group B, they're going to have 5 squads as well, with 2 teams tied there for that 20th place. So you can say they got 6 squads in that position to be in a championship in the top 20. Now, we move on over here towards Group C, okay? The group that we talked about had a hard time, and they're only going to have 3 teams so far. Underrated, Solo Q Goats, and Third Impact in that top 20. Now, you move on over towards that group of death. And they're going to have 7 squads in there. So John was right about that one. So far, more teams here currently qualified for our championship.
D means death here on the Apex Legends Global Series group stages for EMEA. And it's definitely something that is a contender, and certainly something that can make things really interesting once we actually get to finals. Because as we mentioned, this is all in pursuit of a finals category, of a finals roster.
And I just want to say this too as well, because as we move on over towards this Saturday, you know, you got Group A with 5 to 6 teams that can qualify, and you got Group D with 7 squads. Currently, not all those teams are going to make it to the top on our last day of group stage. So when it comes down to C and B, they're going to have an opportunity to really climb those ranks. So make sure you guys are watching Dab's stream over to the Influencer stream, because that one is going to be jumping.
I think that all the games on our final day are going to end up being super interesting, just because, I mean, you saw it, and I think in that final play right there, teams were realizing that they were sitting very far behind Gambit, and if they weren't in the front of the pack, very far behind that pack as well. So there was a lot more aggression coming in on that final game 6 right there, if teams trying to get those couple, even though 1 to 2 extra KPs, if it made the difference between being in the championship bracket and out of it at this point. So I think that that's only going to increase as we get to our final 6 set of games on Saturday.
Absolutely. Well, let's take another look at some incredible gameplay. And to do that, we, of course, have our Lenovo moment of the match, brought to you by Lenovo Legion, the official PC and monitor here for the ALGS. Let's take a look, boys. Blaze, start us off here. Gambit doing Gambit things in a way that is just fun to watch.
Yeah, man, attack. They were in these last few fights, but in this moment, they are going to be Gambit's last meal, okay, folks? You're going to have Leogri flank around here towards the left with that flat line, puts a lot of pressure on these players to funnel them into the shots of his teammates where the EVA and the 301 just put in so much work there for Gambit, and it was just a perfect finish for them for a perfect match.
I'm just gonna come back again and again to they were Gambit's last meal. It's just great. It's just groovy. You know what else is great and groovy? I'm not sure why I'm using that word again, but here we go. Listen, if you are a fan of FIFA, now is the time. The FIFA 21 Global Series campaign, well, it's beginning to wind down. The best FIFA players on the planet will compete once again in each of their region's playoffs to secure a spot in their World Cup, their championships, the FIFA E-World Cup, where they have the chance to become the FIFA 21 World Champion. Don't miss the world's best go at each other in the FIFA Global Series playoffs. It's a lot to say out loud, but I'm excited for the entire month of June. FUTchampions.com for more details. That's FUTchampions.com. Head on over, especially if you're a FIFA fan. And who is it? Come on.
I think I know why you use great and groovy. It's because of the graphic. That graphic is great and groovy. That's probably was in the back of your head. You done did that one so many times.
You know what, Blaze?
Colors going on there.
You're not wrong.
I got you. I got you.
You know what? We're in mind meld here. I love it. The whole desk. Here we go. Well, now one of the things that we have been talking about, we've been, sort of dancing around, are some of these, these incredible players. We've seen teams, of course, every single day, but these players, some of them have just popped off in a way that is out of control. And we really want to showcase in the moments before, the days before the championship, we want to showcase who you think is going off, who you think is going to be this champion's MVP. And we want to know basically who's energizing the ALGS championships. And to do that, we're going to talk the Monster Energy MVP.
All right, yeah, let's go ahead and...
Oh, yeah. Here we go, guys. I mean, yeah, no, Blue, I love that you're jumping in because the reality is that this is a hard question. It's a hard thing to define, and I need you guys to do it.
You say it's a hard question, but today I feel like it's a very easy question to answer, specifically for this group's matchup. Like I said, bearing what we did not see in the B and D matchup for A versus C. I mean, for me, it's got to go right towards Hardnecky. I mean, that guy was unmatched today compared to anyone else in the server right now. The confidence out of that individual player, most notably the play where he runs inside of one of the snake buildings, knowing full well that there's an entire 3 stack of players right past the doorway. Full peeks it anyway, catches them with their pants down, and just gets 2 free arc stars directly into the room. Plays like that were really unmatched. Wasn't really seeing that from anybody else. And it was working every single time he tried to get aggressive as well. It was a very rare occasion where we would see him extend out and go down as a result of trying to make that type of play, which is not something you can say for a lot of the players here today.
Not at all. But actually, Blaze, I need you to answer. And while you do, we're going to put those kill leaderboards up because I think that's going to be an important element to this. What do you think?
I think that's definitely going to be an important element to this as well, folks, all right? So, now, when it comes down to my MVP candidate, we've seen a lot of Group A over these last 2 days of group play. But you know what? When it comes down to the numbers out there, when it comes down to the performance so far, I want to put a player on your radar that we haven't seen too much on for the mainstream, and that's going to be Vapes for Alliance, all right? Alliance, they won multiple games today, and they had, and out of 5 of the games, they were top 3 finishes, and Vapes is leading the entire EMEA region when it comes down to damage output. So we didn't get a chance to see him here, but I want you guys looking out for him for our final day of group play as we head on to Saturday, and then we get to see Hardeki versus Vapes, Alliance versus Gambit, and all our other awesome squads play.
100%. And you know what? I love the hot fire coming from our desk here. We'll find out who you think, by the way, as well, is a part of this MVP squad. And you can do that by making sure that you go ahead and tell us, tweet at Monster Energy and at Play Apex with the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP to let us know. We've got so many incredible players. It's going to be really hard to figure out which ones are it, and that is where you come in. Now, I want to also double check and make sure that you know this. Tune in live to the EMEA and North America Championship Finals to cast your vote for the Monster Energy's most valuable player, okay? Now, during the final show, those, and you can see it on your screen, June 12th and 13th. That's a Saturday, that's a Sunday. You can cast your vote, and all you got to do is use the hashtag ALGS Monster Energy MVP. That's ALGS Monster Energy MVP, as well as the hashtag of the player name. You can do that on Twitter, you can do it on Twitch chat, and of course, you can do that on YouTube chat. And that's the way the cookie crumbles. A huge thank you to Monster Energy for bringing us the MVP. And you know what, gents, I'll be honest with you. I think both of you are right. I think potentially we could all be wrong. And I'm in for the journey to find out, because it's going to be a long and arduous one, and it already has. Remember, we're 2 of the 3 days into our groups here, and I'm curious from your perspective, if you come into the mind of some of these players, some that are the Gambits of the world, the Alliances that are on this hot streak, this momentum, what do you think their technicality, what do you think their strat is going to be going into this final game versus those teams that are looking for that Hail Mary play towards the bottom of our leaderboard? Blaze, let's start with you.
Don't do too much and play your game. Okay, that's all you got. You got to hold on to. So far, if it's been working out for you, stay playing at that level. But make sure you're doing research on your group that's coming. Okay, watch these last 2 days. There's a lot of intel out there of where these squads like to drop, how aggressive they like to get in the earlier portions of our 3 matches of group play versus the late 3 matches of our last day of groups 2 as well. So it's info out there, but just get out there with the squad, keep the vibes right, stay hydrated, eat yourself a fantastic meal, get that rest, and get ready for game day this Saturday.
Yeah, I think that question really depends on which group you're going to be in for day 3 here. Because if, like Blaze said earlier, if you're in the B and C group, I think you're going to be wanting to get as aggressive as possible, looking to make as big of an impact, especially if you're not already inside of the top 20, being in either of those groups there. You want to try and push it forward, and these statistically have been some of the weaker groups, them going up against each other. I think a lot of the teams, LCDF for one example, Reply Totem, going to feel a lot of that extra confidence seeing how those teams have performed over the past 2 days, and we'll try to get aggressive as a result of that. Now, for A and D, that's a different story. This is obviously what we've been talking about. This is where all the high point earners currently are inside of those 2 groups, as well as the most threatening squads. So I think we go back to what Blaze said before, where you want to play your own game, keep things going as the way it has been, and look for opportunities to excel, push yourself forward, take that extra aggressive fight as they come.
There you heard it here, folks. I hope that the teams and the players and even those that aren't a part of this lobby are listening up, because those are just some pro tips that everybody can take in game with them, whether your pubs are ranked or anything in between. And hey, you know what? A huge thank you both to Blue and to Blaze for, I just realized Blue and Blaze, it totally works either way.
It does.
Thanks,
Blaze
I'm
Blue.
here all day. At any rate, let's talk about when you're going to see these lovely mugs again here for our EMEA region. Take a look at our championship schedule. You saw it earlier. You'll see it there this last time. As you can see, we've gone through day 2 of EMEA. Day 2 for North America starts tomorrow, and then day 3 is gonna be Saturday. Day 3 for NA is gonna be Sunday. We're here the entire time, and of course, a huge thank you again to our influencer stream, Nice Wig for NA and Daz BF for our EMEA region. They have been holding it down. I mean, Nice Wig, we listened the other day. He needs a cough lozenge because he is doing so much yelling, and it's so much fun to watch. So Daz BF, Nice Wig, fantastic work for sure. And I believe we have a couple of tweets because we've been keeping up with you all show long, watching ALGS at 3 a.m. Be like, gonna make some coffee after this. Excited for oh, hey, we got a Shiv fan. Who isn't? Come on. Let's see, Global Series and playing Apex Best Duo. Look at that. Now that's the dual screen we were talking about.
See what else.
Oh man, yo, you gotta love the community in the tweets. Flavor of the month is just dominating in the LGS. How are you guys so good? Just tell me the secrets. When you find it out, make sure you let us know as well.
What's up, Wolfie? Thank you. And thank you to all of those people who've been keeping up with us on Twitter, who've been showing your love with that hashtag ALGS, following us at PlayApex. We really sincerely appreciate it. And, you know, you can continue to keep up with us at PlayApex on Twitter. You can follow us twitch.tv/PlayApex or youtube.com/PlayApex. Compete. We're everywhere you want to be. Follow, sub, we love it all, and we love you. So with that, I will say a huge thank you to our cast, to our crew, and of course, specifically to you, our community, for being just so dang awesome. We'll see you next time.